She raised one dark eyebrow. Proper. I peered at the books Astrid was reading. Most were written in languages I'd no ken of, but the ones I could comprehend seemed a strange mix. The pages were covered in mad scrawls, filled with strange geometrical shapes and arcane symbols. I ran my finger along one of the pale spines, murmuring aloud. A full and complete account of that peril which godly men did name the Avsenkt heresy, told in 7 parts, this being part the 3rd. Not a very creative title, is it? Of astrological portents and prognostications dire, a complete history. Look, do you fucking mind? Astrid said, covering the books protectively. What are you reading about in here? And why at night? What business is that of yours? None at all, which I suppose is my favourite kind. She smiled a little at that. Still, why would I share mine with you? We're both breaking the rules here, I shrugged. Honour among thieves. I'm no thief, Gabriel de Lyon. But if you must know, I'm reading at night because archivist Adamo won't permit sister novices into the forbidden section during the day. Even if I were a full-fledged sister, I'm still possessed of a pair of breasts, which disqualifies you from all sorts of things around here. And I am wading through this collection of horseshit, pig spunk, and lunatic nonsense in an attempt to get to the bottom of Day's death. She blew a dark lock of hair out of her eyes. Satisfactory? Day's death, I whispered, suddenly intrigued. Have you found anything? She pointed at a few books, one at a time. Horseshit, pig spunk, lunatic nonsense. Honestly, I think the only reason half this collection is forbidden is out of the profound embarrassment someone was fucking stupid enough to collect it in the first place. Sitting beside her, I looked at the books with renewed interest. Why are you searching for the secret to Day's death? Well, as long as I'm stuck in this arsehole, why wouldn't I be? The Empire shall soon be under siege by an ever-expanding mob of bloodthirsty corpses. It's all well and good for you. You get to gallivant about the countryside in fabulous leather coats, turning cold bloods to ashes and peasant girls to puddles. But nobody in authority seemed particularly concerned about what caused the phenomenon that led to this fucking calamity to begin with. They're just... The sister novice flailed her hand. Reacting to it. I've sometimes thought the same myself, I confessed. Well then, it seems the Almighty gifted you a functional brain. Huzzah and hurrah. They seem in rather short supply around this fucking place. I just stared. She was a curious one, this girl. 1 second turning on her charm easy as breathing, the next spitting venom like a green snake. Apologies, she sighed, dabbing again at her nose. I'm a dragon on her moon's time when I'm fiending. We should remedy that. She rose from her chair, walked to one of the shelves, and fished about behind a stack of books. From some secret hiding place, she drew a long-stemmed pipe, and to my astonishment, I saw it was solid gold. I watched her take out a peck of powdered traproot and a larger pinch of a sticky green substance from a small golden case. What's that? I asked. Revra, she replied. Sister novices are allowed to smoke dreamweed. Of course. I just sneak out for a pipeful in the freezing dead of night for the jollies. I rolled my eyes. Touché, I suppose. Where'd you get it? She shrugged. Keeper Logan and Cave both owe me favours. Cave? I asked. Casper's little brother. Astrid nodded. He goes on the supply runs to Beaufort with the good keeper, and I've still some friends down there who keep him well paid and me well supplied. Truth told, and to my shame, I admit I'd mistaken Cave as something of a simpleton. But between his odd meeting with Sister Aoife and now this revelation, it seemed there was more to the mute young groom than first met my eye. Astrid frowned, tongue protruding between her lips as she blended the Revra and traproot. Packing her pipe, she slipped it between her lips and leaning into the candle she drew down a deep draught. Her long smoky lashes fluttered against her cheeks, and she rocked back, holding her breath. Fruit was common enough. It had been a favourite among Sudaemi sailors for centuries, and served in pipes across the empire now that the tobacco plant had become too hard to grow. But dreamweed was a hard narcotic, favoured of soothsingers, authors, and other worthless tossers. It was near impossible to cultivate since Day's death, and cost a small fortune. This girl obviously had wealth. And staring at the golden case, I was astonished to notice its embossed design. A unicorn rampant against 5 crossed swords. "Where did you get that?" I breathed. Astrid held up a finger, still holding her lungful. My mind was racing through the way she might have acquired such a prize. Larceny seemed most obvious for a dream fiend, but I forced myself to truly study this girl, looking past the beauty, the blood, and thinking like the hunter they were training me to be. From the softness of her hand, she'd not done much hard work in her life. She carried herself like Aaron DeCoste, not some gutter-running drug addict, that same accent and arrogance softened by her looks and charm. And the seal on that case. Astrid moved to the window, breathed a soft grey sigh into the night outside. "Martyrs and Mother Maid, that is better." I pointed to the case again. "That's the crest of Alexander III, Emperor of all Eladane." "So?" Astrid said, her voice now lazy and soft. "So, either you're a common thief or some kind of princess." Astrid lifted her pipe. "I told you already. I am no thief, Gabrielle de Lyon." I scoffed. "Princess, then?" She drew deep on the smoke and said nothing for a long time, simply holding her breath. But finally she exhaled a sweet narcotic cloud into the dark beyond the glass. And she spoke then, the warm blur in her bloodshot eyes belied by the steel in her voice. "I'm no princess. I'm a fucking queen." Chapter 8. Dealing with the Devil. "That seems unlikely," I replied, trying my best to look unimpressed. "There's but one female sovereign of this realm, and her name is Isabella I." "Devil fuck that syphilitic whore," Astrid growled. Again that shook me. The Emperor was chosen by divine right, his union blessed by God himself. To speak so of the Empress was not only treasonous, but blasphemous. And this sister novice seemed to give not a beggar's cuss about either. As if remembering herself, Astrid offered me the pipe. "Merci, no." "I thought you pale bloods enjoyed your smoke." "Sanctus is a holy sacrament," I scowled, "not an indulgence of base vice." "Whatever scratches your itch, initiate." Astrid took another drag, exhaling out the window. "My mother is Antoinette Renier, former courtesan in the court of Emperor Philippe IV and favoured mistress of his son Prince Alexandre." "You mean Emperor Alexandre?" "Well, he wasn't emperor when Mother started bedding him." "You're daughter of the ruler of all Eladane," I breathed, my eyes a wonder. "Benefactor of the Order of Saint-Michel, protector of the realm and chosen of God himself." "You make my father sound far more impressive than he is, trust me." I could scarce believe what I was hearing, but I could feel the weight in her words. Astrid Renier had the air of nobility, oui. But more, behind the smoke blur in her eyes, I could sense an indignity and rage that left me little doubt she spoke truth. "You're actually royalty." "A bastard is what I actually am. I never really thought of girls being bastards. That's because girls can't inherit property. But I am indeed a royal bastard." Astrid tucked a lock of raven black behind her ear. "Sometimes a royal bitch besides." "Well, I wasn't going to be the one to suggest it." "Ah, he shows some teeth at last. Perhaps there is a lion in him after all." "What are you doing in Saint-Michel?" "Being kept out of sight and mind," she replied, toying with the stem of her pipe. I was raised at court, you see. My mother kept in customary fashion of a prince's mistress. But once the prince became emperor and got himself an empress, his new bride took exception to our presence. And so we suffered the fate of all unwanted noble women in this empire, whisked off to the silence and security of a nunnery. Astrid's lips twisted in a bitter smile. Better than a brothel, I suppose? Your mother is here too. No. Bitch Empress Isabella thought it unwise to keep us together. Mother's in Redwatch, the priory of San Clayland. I haven't seen her in a year. I'm sorry, that seems unjust, Astrid murmured. Unjust is what it is. That's why you named him so, I realized. She looked at me then, her bloodshot eyes puzzled. The gelding. You named him Justice. Ah, she nodded, her mood growing fey again. One more thing they took from me. They're very good at that in this place. Taking, I mean. She folded her arms, lips thin. What did you name him instead? Some cliched nonsense like Shadow or Sooty? He kept the name you gave him. Justice suits him well. I watched the beauty spot beside her lip as she smiled sadly. Merci. I'm sorry that they took him from you. Hearts only bruise. They never break. Astrid shrugged, as if to banish the shadow on her shoulders. But I appreciate you stood up for me against the prioress that day, Gabrielle de Lyon. Peasant-born or no, that took a noble soul. I felt aflame with her flattery, altogether confounded in her presence. She was older, obviously deeper in the ways of the world. The ink on my very skin had been carved by her hand. Truth told, though I was taller, stronger, hardened by years of labour and months of blade work, I felt a blundering child around this girl. How did you get in here? She asked. Did you steal a key? I'm no thief either, Sister Novice. Then how are you planning to make your way about? That surly old bastard Adamo usually has everything locked up of an eve. I thought I'd bend the bars. But to be honest, I hadn't really planned that far ahead. I'm not even sure how I'm going to sneak back into barracks. Presumably the same way you got out? No way to do that without wings. I crawled out through the privies. That sounds like a shit plan, Initiate. Jean-Francois paused his writing, chuckling faintly. You see, that was amusing, de Lyon. Fuck off, vampire. The historian gave a small bow and continued scribbling. I hung my head, realizing the Sister Novice was right. Greyhand had warned me about my impetuousness in Skyfall, yet apparently I hadn't learnt my lesson. It was a touch foolish, I suppose, I admitted. Well, let's just call it reckless, Astrid declared. Recklessness is a far more admirable quality in a member of the Ordo Argent than foolishness, wouldn't you say? Looking into her smile, I found myself smiling back. Enchanted now, aren't you? She asked. Astrid offered the pipe again. Not much left. Merci, non. I didn't come here to smoke. Then why are you here in the Chute de Lyon? I studied this Sister Novice, trying to ignore the shiver-sweet fragrance of her blood between us. The fact that she was in the forbidden section, and speaking with such disdain for the powers that be, told me she probably wouldn't go shouting about it if I told her the truth. I didn't know if I should trust her, but God knew I trusted no one else. And besides, she was right. Forget enchanted. By then I was damn near enthralled. Have you heard the word sanguimancy? No. It sounds some measure of blood witchery. I don't know what it is, but apparently it's a gift that can be passed to me. But you're frail blood, aren't you? I chewed my lip, remembering the tingle of her fingertips across my skin as she inked the lion on my chest. I reached down to my right hand, toying with the ring my mamma had given me as a boy, wondering why she hadn't just given me the truth instead. Seraph Talon told me I was frail blood. But Greyhand suspects I'm descended from another kith bloodline altogether. A fearsome one, and ancient. Thought extinguished centuries ago. Astrid leaned forward, intrigued. Your father... I never met him. But I came here tonight in the hope I'd discover something of all this in these archives. I can't ask Greyhand. He already lied to me about it. He and Talon were talking about killing me for it. But I need to learn about this sanguimancy if I'm to master it and understand the truth of what I am. The last 7 months I've wandered about here thinking I was the lowest of the low. And now I discover I've some gift that might make me the greatest Silver Saint ever known. One eyebrow rose. And is that what you want? To be great? To be known? My sister was murdered by a cold blood, I said, tone growing fierce. She was 12 years old. And instead of being left to rest in her grave, Amelie rose again, nothing but a monster herself. If by being here I can save one child, spare one mother the hell of what mine suffered, I'll do whatever I can to do it well. And damn right I want to be fucking great, don't you? Don't you want your life to count for something, to matter? More than anything. Her eyes were brief fire as she looked to the window. She whispered then, and her words sounded more like a prayer. I'd tear the wings off an angel to fly this cage. I'd claw down the sky to carve my name into this earth. I nodded. One day as a lion is worth 10,000 as a lamb. The sister novice tilted her head, looked me over. Interesting, she murmured. What is? You are. Turned my eyes to the rows of countless tomes on the shelves about us. All those silent secrets. Astrid drummed her fingers on the book beside her. Ask nicely, she said. What? There are far too many books in here for you to search alone. Even if you'd 1,000 nights and could read all the languages they're written in. And any day you'd like to be sent off on another hunt. So you're thinking to yourself, if she's already looking for word about Day's death, she might keep one eye open for mention of this gift of mine. You do that. Why? Perhaps I appreciate that you've stepped to my defense in the stable that day. Perhaps your tale of your sister touched my black and withered little heart. Perhaps I just like those pretty grey eyes of yours. Or perhaps you like the idea of me owing you favours, like Cave and Keeper Logan and God knows who else. Her lips curled into what was perhaps the first true smile she'd gifted me all night. You know, privy diving aside, you're actually quite clever for a peasant boy. I rolled my eyes again. Why do I feel like I'm striking a bargain with the devil? Oh, I'm twice as crafty as the devil, Gabriel de Lyon. But we'll not be striking anything, lest you ask me nicely. What does that even mean? Say please, of course. I looked at her there in the gloom, again struck with the feeling that Astrid Renier was toying with me. Back in Lawson, a lingering look was all it took to win favour from most of the lasses in my village. But here, in Astrid's presence, I felt a particularly plump mouse bargaining with an especially hungry cat. But she spoke truth. This archive was too vast for me to search alone. And so I got down on one knee, and I took her hand, and again I brushed my lips against her knuckles. Please, Majesty. Majesty? She scoffed. I shrugged. You're a fucking queen, remember? She looked me in the eyes, her own glittering as she smiled. We shall get along famously. Gabriel fell silent, refilling his drink, lost in remembrance of an angel's eyes, a devil's smile. Despite the wine, the memory was sharp as broken glass. He feared he'd cut himself if he lingered in it too long. And yet, he remained, holding tight as he could. De Lyon, Jean-Francois finally asked. We stayed up for hours, he said, pale grey eyes coming back to focus. Reading in silence. It's strange how much you can learn about a person by just sitting together and shutting your fucking mouth. Astrid Renier read swiftly, and in at least a dozen tongues. She sat straight backed like a lady of breeding, swore like a tavern full of Ossian sailors, and chewed her fingernails like a girl with far too many secrets. As she warned, most of the forbidden section read like the rantings of moons-touched fanatics. But I knew this search might take months. And so, undeterred, perhaps an hour from dawn, Astrid Renier and I said our farewells. God morrow, initiate. Will you be back again this eve, Sister Novice? Astrid smiled. That enchanted, are we? I've a will to get to the bottom of this swift as I may. She inclined her head. I sneak out most nights for a smoke. If you think I'm bitchly now, you should see me after a few days without a pipe. I arrive around midnight. If you've a notion to meet again, might I suggest you climb through the roof on your return to barracks? The tiles are old in this place. They come away easily. Mercy, Majesty, I bowed. God go with you. She curtsied like a lady at court. And you, initiate. With nothing else to say, we stole out the front door, which Astrid locked firmly behind us. I'd no ken where she'd got her keys, but I suspected she'd lie if I asked. The wind was freezing after the library shelter, cutting through my coat like knives as we parted. Morn bells rang in the cathedral belfry, rousing cooks to the kitchens, brothers to the breadbasket. I'd lingered longer than intended. I was supposed to report to the stables for my first date with a barrow and fucking shovel. I could see Logan by the sky platform, silhouetted by his chemical lantern. Cutting across the monastery, I approached as if from barracks, hands in my leathers. The thin gatekeeper grunted greeting in his Osway brogue. Fair dawn, young cub. God morrow, good keeper. I'm to report below to... Aye. Greyhand told me about it. Your first hunt sounded a dark one, laddie. Dead children and all. Bad business. The keeper spat on the winch and unlocked it, squinting at my sword arm. Decided what you'll have inked yet? I shrugged, climbing aboard the sky platform, skin tingling as I wondered if Astrid would again do the ink work. Almost. Well, my congratulations, young'un. Not all survived the trial of the hunt. And you're paying no mind to what those other lads say behind your back, neither. Your blood might be thin as watered Sudaimi cat's piss, and your stock might be sheep-rutting noddish trash, but you're doing God's work. When you die, I'll say a prayer o'er your stone, sure and true. Mercy, good keeper. So right, laddie. Logan gave a toothy grin and lowered me down. The valley was still shrouded in gloom and freezing mist, the platform alighting with a heavy thump. Caspar and Cave would usually be at work already, but Greyhand had informed the grooms of my punishment as promised. A shovel and barrow sat in the snow before the stable gates, a note pinned to the unlit lantern within. Gate unlocked. Down after morn meal. Merci. K and K. Cursing beneath my breath, I hung the lantern from the barrow and wheeled through the creaking gates. I spared a hello for Justice, giving him a long hug and one of the sugar cubes he loved so much. And spitting on my hands, I started shoveling shite. Chapter 9. Blood on the Star. Such was to be my life for the next 2 weeks. Horse shit in the morning, training during the day, and after a few hours of stolen sleep, dusty tomes in the company of Sister Novice Astrid Renier. Truthfully, I could conjure worse ways to spend my evenings. The days were another matter. Even though we were only newly returned to Saint-Michel, Greyhand gave Aaron and me no reprieve. Instead, he'd set us straight to work in the gauntlet, working us until we were dripping, despite the chill. Though I knew Greyhand might have ended me if Khalid had ordered it, the fact that I'd not been taken to the bridge told me his wisdom had won out over Talon's fears about my lineage. Cruel and hard as Greyhand could be, he'd spoken my praises to the seraph in the foundry. Some parts of me yet wanted to please him. The rest of me just feared him. In truth, I knew not where I stood with my master now. A few other initiates were returned from the hunt, and the gauntlet was almost crowded. We were training one day, Decoste and his fish-faced crony de Severin working on the scythe, me pounding away at the thorned men with young Fincher beside me. Our form was being studied by the watchful eyes of Greyhand and Fincher's master, a hulking brother with a booming voice named Frere Alonso. Alonso was broad, dark-haired, Nordish-born. A long, jagged scar was torn down the left side of his face, giving him a frightening, feral mien. He'd cast off his greatcoat, revealing heavily scarred arms covered in beautiful portraits of the Mother Maid, Raisa, the Angel of Justice, and my namesake, Gabriel, Angel of Fire. He watched Finch and me like a hawk, sipping occasionally from a silver flask. "You're dragging that foot again, de Leon," Greyhand warned. "Oui, master," I said, shifting my stance. "And tie those pretty locks back properly, or I'll shear you like a sheep." "Your boy moves well, Greyhand," Alonso muttered, "for a frail blood." I felt my hackles rise at that, pausing in my blade work to bow. "Merci, Frere. The high blood I kicked the shite out of in Skyfall single-handed certainly thought so." "Enough of that, de Leon," Greyhand growled. "Pride is a sin." But big Alonso only chuckled as he took another swig. "You've spirit too, lad. Nordish fire. Think you've enough to best young Fincher here." I looked to my fellow initiate as Finch paused his practice, staring at me with his mismatched eyes. He was swift and sharp, but shorter than me. He had no reach, and the Voss blood in his veins wouldn't make a difference to his blade work. "Enough to best Fincher," I declared, "and every initiate in this gauntlet besides." Jean-Francois raised an eyebrow. "Really, de Leon?" "What can I tell you?" The Silver Saint shrugged. I was still feeling a little full of myself after taking down the de Blanchette boy. But more important, I'd worked my arse off in that circle, and I was sick of being treated like shite for the blood in my veins, especially if I wasn't a frail blood at all. Greyhand glowered at my boasts, but Alonso roared with laughter. "The balls on this little bastard. Come on then, Finch. In the circle. You lads." Alonso bellowed to DeCoste and de Severin, holding up a shining coin from his pocket. "We'll have ourselves a tourney, eh? A gold royale for the victor, I say." Greyhand frowned darker, but if my mouth was big enough to bury me in shite, he wasn't the kind to dig me out of it. DeCoste and de Severin made their way across the circle, standing at the edge of the pale seven-star. Fincher squared up against me, lips pinched thin. Glancing to his master, he spat on the cold stone. "I'ma have to kick your ass now, little kitty. No offense, like." The boy moved quick as flies, darting forward and slashing at my throat. But swift as spiders, I blocked his strike, skipped sideways, and struck his sword from his hand. Stepping back, I let him retrieve his blade. "None taken." Fincher scowled, slicing his sword through the air. He came on again, more cautious this time, weaving a blinding strike pattern, head, chest, head, belly. But I knew this song. I'd sung it so often by then, it was burned into my bones. Steel was mother, steel was father, steel was friend. And I struck the sword from Fincher's hand again, with a savage blow from my elbow, split his lip all the way to his chin, dropped into the circle floor. Standing over him, I levelled my blade at his throat, heart thrilling at the sight of his blood. "Yield, brother." Fincher wiped at his split lip. "Best 2 or 3? "Kittens can't count that high," I smiled. Finch glanced to his master, then grumbled. "Yield, then." I offered my hand, helped him up off the ground. Finch winced and rubbed his jaw, but to his credit, he didn't seem too dark on it. Frere Alonso smacked broad hands together and grinned. "Fine strike, de Leon. Fincher, it seems we've work to do." "Aye, master," the lad muttered, eyes downturned. "De Severin, you're next," Alonso crowed, eyes on the bigger lad. "Let's test this frail blood's measure against a divog, eh?" De Severin glanced to Greyhand as if to seek permission, but again my master made no move to stop any of this. My mouth, he figured. My trouble. And so the big noble son hefted his training blades, smirked to DeCoste, and strode onto the star. De Severin's tunic was unlaced, and I could see a roaring bear etched across his chest. The sigil of the blood Divok. All pale bloods were preternaturally strong, but the Divok lads were fucking terrifying. Most wielded two-handed blades with only one, but there was an unspoken rule that they trained with wooden swords in the gauntlet, lest they cut their sparring partners in half. De Severin lifted blades big as small trees, one in each hand. Au revoir, frail blood. The blades boomed as they cut the air, scything just shy of my head. I skipped backward, eyes wide as de Severin came on like thunder, no room for quarter. We danced for a time, him swinging with measured fury, me staying out of his range. De Severin's blades were 6 feet in length, his strength fearsome, though, truth told, he was mostly brawn, little finesse. But more, and truer still, there's just no one with more to prove than the boy at the bottom of the pile. You feed a man your table scraps, he grows hungry long before he grows thin. And hunger can turn pups into wolves, and kittens into fucking lions. I sideslipped a strike from de Severin's true hand, turned aside a blow from his off, and stepped inside his reach. This close, those big swords were too unwieldy, unholy strength or no, and he was too slow to stop me from bringing my pommel up into his jaw, sending him flying backward in an arc of saliva and brilliant blood. De Severin struck the stones hard, spitting curses, and standing over him, I lowered my blade to his throat. I yield, the boy growled, fangs glinting. Alonso raised a bushy eyebrow at Greyhand. Scrappy little bastard, this one. For a frail blood, I said, chest heaving. Alonso smiled crooked at that, scar twisting his face. DeCoste, you're next. I think we've seen enough, Greyhand said. Ah, come now, brother, Alonso grinned. A splash of claret is good for thee. I said enough, Greyhand repeated, meeting Alonso's eyes. Though he was smaller, slighter, my master's tone brooked no dissent. These are my apprentices both, brother. I'll not have them blooding each other for no good reason. I had to respect that. The fact Greyhand was ever looking out for us, despite his mask of cold cruelty. But there was still ill feeling between DeCoste and me, so thick we could have cut it with our training blades. His beating and threats still burned in my memory, and I could see he was still salty about being overshadowed in Skyfall. Master, he said, I'll happily teach this. I said no, initiate, and I'll not say it again. I stared into Aaron's eyes, my lip curling. Angel Fortuna smiles on you, dog. What did you call me, peasant? You threw me a dog punch the other day, and you know it. Come at me straightwise, I'd knock your fucking teeth out of your skull. You're a coward, DeCoste. And that was all it took. Aaron came at me, hammer hard and serpent swift. His handsome face was twisted with rage, and he swung at my throat as if he genuinely wanted to kill me. I knocked aside his blow, but he crashed into me, and like a pair of 5-year-olds we fell to brawling. Aaron grabbed my tunic, buried his elbow in my throat. I mashed my knuckles into his mouth, smiling as I felt his lips split against his fangs. Enough! Greyhand grabbed our necks and dragged us apart. DeCoste and I scrabbled for a moment more, until Greyhand dropped me on my arse and shoved Aaron backward with a snarl. You are not mongrels in a robber's yard. He fucking started it, and I'll finish it too, you frail blood bastard. I'll fucking kill you. Enough! Greyhand bellowed. The rage in our master's voice brought us to heel. Aaron and I stared at each other across the circle, while Alonso, Finch, and de Severin looked on in silence. Remember yourselves and where you are, Greyhand demanded. You are initiates of the Ordo Argent, both of you. Brothers in blood and silver. Your lives might be in each other's hands one night. Never forget, the dead care not for our creed or kin. To them we all taste the same. Now make your pacts. Aaron and I glowered, eyes burning with hatred. Make your pacts. We hung still a moment longer. But grudgingly, DeCoste and I finally shook hands, murmuring a wish for peace that neither one of us shared. I knew this feud wasn't done, not by a damn sight. As punishment, Greyhound worked as harder that day than I could ever recall. Long after Fincher and Alonso left, even after de Severin took his leave, still our master drilled us, as if he could sweat the enmity from our bodies. Reprieve arrived only when bells rang for duskmass, and when services finished, Greyhound took us back to the gauntlet for more. By the time I crashed into bed, I was almost comatose, falling into the kind of sleep that only corpses enjoy. So it was I awoke in the dark, hours later, gripped with sudden dread. I was late for my rendezvous with Astrid. Chapter 10. An errant speck of flotsam. It was bloody freezing as I stole out of bed. The night after we first met, I'd followed the sister novice's instructions and found myself a way out through the old tiles of the barracks roofs. Since then, I'd been sneaking out to meet her every night. Now I moved swift as I could, cutting across the monastery and dodging Keeper Logan, but it was close to second bell by the time I stole through the library's front door. The gates to the forbidden section were unlocked, as always, but sneaking through the warren of forgotten lore, I found Astrid's table empty. Looking around the long rows of books and curios, I could smell candle smoke and the scent of silverbell and rosewater, but I couldn't see a soul. It seemed the sister novice had tired of waiting. Shit, I sighed. Indeed, came a voice behind. Sweet fucking Redeemer, I gasped, spinning in fright. Flattering, but I prefer when you call me Majesty. Astrid stood there between the shelves, dark eyes sparkling, skin pale as starlight. It seemed for a moment she was a piece of the night itself come alive. I smiled at the simple sight of her, but that smile died quickly as I spied a figure in the shadows beside her. As it stepped into the candlelight, I saw wildly curled, mousy brown hair, pretty green eyes, and freckled skin. A girl Astrid's age, but almost a foot shorter. I know you, I frowned. Gabriel de Lyon, Astrid said. May I present Sister Novice Chloe Sauvage? Fair dawn, initiate, Chloe murmured. A pleasure to see you again. I looked at Astrid in question. As far as I was aware, we were meeting as we'd done the last fortnight, to search for mention of the fifth line, discover the truth of Day's death. Chloe is a friend, Gabriel, Astrid said. The dearest I have within these walls. I've no doubt. But what's she to do with me? You owe me favour, do you not? I groaned inwardly. Oui. I owe Chloe more than one. Services rendered and such like. Astrid waved a hand vaguely. It's all a rich tapestry. Point is, you shall repay your boon to me by repaying her. And how should I do that? Sister Novice Sauvage wishes to learn the art of the blade. Learn what? The art of the blade. All that cutting and thrusting and what-not. Astrid looked down to my hands, up to my eyes. I have it on good authority you thrashed 2 initiates in the Star today without so much as a scratch. And while I understand this is no gauntlet, Chloe would like some pointers. Journeyman to novice, as it were. But she's a girl. Astrid looked at the little lass beside her, leaning in close to squint at Chloe's chest. My God, you're right. I told you this was a foolish idea, Chloe hissed. They don't teach girls here. Patience, ma chérie, Astrid murmured. Our good initiate will eventually figure out that your breasts, while magnificent, aren't any real impediment to combat prowess. Chloe's cheeks burned a furious red. They actually do get in the... Hush now, love, Astrid said, patting Chloe's hand. Here it comes. You told the sister novice what we're looking for in here? I asked. Have no fear, initiate. Chloe can keep a secret. I can't sneak out as easily as Azzy, Chloe declared. My room is right next to the prioress. But one night a week, she keeps a vigil in the priory chapel, and I can steal away. And you're willing to help? I'm not at all convinced the answers to Day's death lie in this library. It's through prayer and piety we shall regain the Lord's love. Through his words. Chloe gestured to the shelves about us. Not these. But all this talk about a fifth bloodline is intriguing. It's as Mama always said, ma chérie, Astrid smiled. When in a storm, the wise woman prays to God, but she also rows for shore. The sister novice glanced at me. Chloe can read Old Talhostic and Ancient Ossian, which I cannot. So for 2 hours a week you will teach her the art of steel, and for the rest of the night she will help us search. Agreed? I was uneasy at this. I didn't know Chloe Sauvage as far as I could spit her. But Astrid trusted her, and I did owe her a debt. I wasn't a treacherous dog like DeCoste. I dealt my cards straight and paid what I owed. We don't have swords, I finally declared. See? Astrid smiled to Chloe. A man of his word. Reaching into her cloak, the sister novice produced 2 wooden training blades. Where did you get those? I asked. She waved vaguely. All a rich tapestry. I glanced about the room. The countless tomes, the illegible spines, the tangle of words that might contain the secret of what I was. I knew I'd struggle to read a quarter of it, and that the secrets of an ancient line would likely be written in an ancient tongue. So, finally, I took the practice swords from Astrid's hands with a scowl. Seems I've little choice. I did warn you. I'm twice as crafty as the devil. So you two had best get on with it. Cut, thrust, have it thee, villain. All that wonderful, sweaty nonsense. You don't want to learn too? Sweet Redeemer, no. I shall stay well out of the way and make appreciative noises while you try to bash each other's skulls in. Leave war to the fucking warriors. I moved the table and chairs, clearing us a space. Astrid retired to the windowsill, producing a stick of charcoal and a small sketchbook from her robes, while I turned my gaze to Chloe. The lass was rolling up her sleeves, a blush on her freckled cheeks. She wore novice robes same as Astrid, but she was obviously ill at ease about being out of bed in the presence of a boy. She struck me as a quiet girl, studious, steady, and above all, devout. Why do you want to learn the sword, sister novice? Not knowing how to use one is a good way to get killed by one, initiate. Good answer. Have you ever wielded a blade before? I've studied it, in books, and I know I'm small, but I learn quickly. I sighed. This maid was green as grass. But Astrid was right. The fact that Chloe was a girl was no reason she couldn't swing a sword. Unarmed, a lass that small would get murdered in a fight, sure and true. But by their very nature, weapons are force multipliers, equalizers. And so I put the point of my sword under Chloe's chin and lifted her head. You are small, but skill with the weapon accounts for far more than power. So, first lesson, sister novice. Always look your enemy in the eye. Chloe met my stare. I saw a faint twinkle in her own. She clenched her jaw, lifted the practice sword. Always look your enemy in the eye. We trained, just basics, shifting around the room while Astrid sketched by the tall stained glass windows. By the end of our 2 hours, Chloe was dripping with sweat, and I was dry as dust. But the tiny girl's eyes were alight, her smile bright as forge fire. He's a very good teacher, Chloe whispered as Astrid rejoined us on the floor. I saw. Astrid kissed her sweaty cheek. But you were also brilliant. A blade to match the angel Eloise herself. Do you not think so, initiate? She was excellent for a beginner. Astrid glowered at me sidelong. Such praise could make angels weep. It's all right, Azzy, Chloe smiled. The Lord decrees we walk before we run. And I'm sure you'll be running circles about the good initiate soon, ma chérie. I saw Chloe blush at Astrid's praise, just as I had when we first met. Sister novice Renier's charm could turn glaciers to puddles, sure and true. But still. To it. We've only a few hours to dawn, sister novices. Oui, Astrid nodded. This gibberish won't read itself, I fear. I moved the table back into place, hefting it effortlessly. Running her eyes along the shelves, Chloe took down an ancient brass-bound tome, its spine carved in a language so alien it almost made my eyes ache. I sat at table with Sister Novice Sauvage to my left. Placing her sketchbook in front of her, Astrid curled up in the leather chair to my right, a dusty scroll in her lap, candlelight on her skin. Glancing at her sketches, I saw she'd been drawing Chloe as we practiced. Astonished at how she could conjure such life from simple lines on a page. "Beautiful work, Sister Novice," I murmured. Astrid shrugged, chewing a well-worn fingernail. "I was trained by the masters of the Golden Halls as a girl. I used to be quite good. Rubbish now, though." Chloe scowled. "The prioress would never have apprenticed you if that were true." "It's not like she has a choice," Astrid scoffed. "Charlotte's eyes are failing. The old bitch needs to train replacements in inking the aegis while she may." "Astrid!" Chloe gasped, making the sign of the wheel. "What? She is an old bitch, trust me. Takes a young bitch to spot one." Astrid gazed at her sketchbook, a faraway look in her dark eyes. Her face was a beautiful mask, the kind a mistress's daughter would have learned to wear early in the Golden Halls. "When Mama insisted I be schooled in the arts, I'm not sure she imagined I'd be carving silver into half-breed vampire boys' skins before sending them off to die in the dark." "Well, they made a fine choice in you," I murmured, brushing fingertips over the line beneath my tunic. "You've a keen eye and a keener hand," as Khalid said. Astrid glanced at my chest. "You were my first, actually. I hope I didn't hurt you." "Not too grim," I lied. She smiled at that, the beauty spot beside her mouth black as sin. "A little pain never hurt anybody, eh?" Chloe looked back and forth between Astrid and me, lips pressed thin, and my belly thrilled then, goosebumps tingling as a thin line of blood spilled from Astrid's nose. The scent of it stabbed the air, the flood of rust and copper rushing through my skull, into my chest, and then lower still. As always, I'd taken the sacrament at dusk mass to quiet my thirst. But I found myself averting my eyes, reaching into my leathers. "Nose," I said, holding out my kerchief. "Oh, fuck it all," Astrid hissed. Tilting her head back, she spoke, voice smothered by the kerchief. "Mercy, it'll stop in a minute." I swallowed hard, pushing the thirst down, past my groin and into my boots where it belonged, looking anywhere but at Astrid until she'd cleaned up that slick of brilliant, luscious red. I could feel Chloe's stare, my teeth growing sharp, and for a moment I felt horribly ashamed of what I was. The sin of my birth, my hunger, my nature. It was all well and good to be part of the silver flame burning between humanity and the darkness, but I could never allow myself to forget that darkness lived also in me. The three of us settled in the candlelight, and once the press of my thirst abated, I was struck with how pleasant it was simply to be still for a time. The last 7 months, my life had been sweating, praying, hunting, bleeding. I never thought I'd find such peace in simple reading. The words were a kind of magic, taking me by the hand and sweeping me into lands unseen, times unremembered, thoughts unimagined. Through all my years in Saint-Michon, all the blood and sweat and darkling roads I walked, I learned one of my greatest lessons sitting in that library with those girls in the still of the night. A life without books is a life not lived. Still, I found myself stealing glances at Astrid when I could, the scent of her blood tingling on my skin. She read swift as a storm, chewing through whole tomes while I managed chapters. I realized for all her cursing and brashness, Astrid was just as fierce a scholar as I was a swordsman, a girl who wielded books like blades. She rose after an hour, fetching her golden pipe. Wordlessly she mixed a blend of revra and traproot, tongue poked between her lips. I watched her breathe down that sweet smoke, and she seemed a statue in the dim light, carved by the hand of God. The God she'd soon be married to. "My head hurts," Chloe murmured, rubbing her temples. "Oui," I nodded, cracking my neck. "I've pale blood eyes and still they're aching in this candlelight. Almighty only knows how you're both managing." Astrid sighed grey out the window. "All this would be easier if we were allowed access to this drivel during daylight. Such as daylight is. But we're both girls, and you're an initiate, and none of those circumstances looks set to change any time soon. So I'm afraid we're at the mercy of Archivist Adamo and his idiotic rules." Chloe nodded and sighed. What a world this would be, were it not held wholly and solely in the grip of stubborn old men. Astrid scoffed. Oui. I venture it's less to do with the fact they're men, I said. More that they're old. Astrid's dark eyes flickered to mine. You'd venture that, would you? Oh dear, Chloe murmured. I shrugged. Prioress Charlotte seems just as bad as Archivist Adamo. A fine riposte, Astrid ceded. But Prioress Charlotte is a product of church indoctrination, and the church is held wholly and solely in the grip of stubborn old men. You're going to make a very strange nun, Astrid Renier. Honestly, look around you. You haven't noticed there's not a single woman in a position of real power in this monastery? I had, I admitted. But what about Saint Michon? She was a woman. Don't get me started on the Pantheon. There's 7 holy martyrs, Gabriel de Lyon, and 1 dame among them. We're half the fucking population, you know. Well, what of the Mother Maid? She's a woman, second only to God himself. Oh, oui, the Holy Virgin. Astrid rolled her eyes. Let me tell you, if the Almighty offered me the platter of shit that constitutes divine motherhood, and yet denied me the pleasure of a good roll in the hay beforehand, I'd have told him to go fuck himself. Astrid! Chloe gasped, making the sign of the wheel. Blasphemy! Oh, he knows I don't mean it, she scoffed, glancing up. He knows everything. I was taken aback also, and not simply at the sister novice's sacrilege. To hear her talk so reminded me just how vast the gulf between us was. Astrid was half royalty. I was half monster. She was a child of the Golden Court. I was a brat from the provinces. But more and most, Astrid Renier was a courtesan's daughter. She'd likely seen and done things I could scarce imagine. Wonderful things. Wicked things. I lowered my gaze then, chewed my lip. Astrid looked at me through cold dark lashes. How old are you? My saint's day is in 5 days, I realized. I'll be 16. Almost a man. She tilted her head. And still I make him blush. That mouth of yours could make a sailor blush, Astrid Renier. Good God Almighty, Chloe breathed. I glanced up at the awe and fear in the sister novice's voice, followed her eye line to the windows. Light flared in the dark outside, and for a terrible moment I feared some discovery. But Astrid pushed the glass open, breathing a wondering sigh. Chloe and I clustered behind, and looking into the dark above I beheld a sight I couldn't recall seeing since I was a child, a sight none of us understood at the time, a sight that was to change my life and the shape of this entire empire. A falling star. Its light was dim, and yet it must have burned with impossible fury to be seen through the day's death pall at all. I followed its path across the shadowed heavens, felt my skin prickling. Looking to Astrid beside me, I saw her smile, that falling radiance reflected in the bloodshot dark of her eyes, tracing a pale luminance down her cheek. Beautiful, we both whispered. She glanced to me, and I turned away, looking up to the dark above. Was this an omen? A portent of evil or harbinger of chaos? I didn't know whether to pray or panic. Still, in the end, I was a peasant boy. Folklore about my village held that shooting stars were the spirits of new saints, ready to begin a life here on the earth. And so I did what any lad from the Nordland provinces would have done. Jean-Francois smiled, writing in his tome. You made a wish. That I did. How quaint. What did you wish for? Gabriel stared for a long moment at the wine in the bottom of his goblet. Watching the way the light played in the red, the sound of broken glass and breaking hearts echoing in his head. He drained the last of it, poured another. Doesn't matter. Didn't come true. But the appearance of that star changed your life. Gabriel nodded. We'd not learned till years later what it actually meant. But the sight alone was enough to push the pebbles that would become the avalanche. Chloe's jaw hung open as she looked up to that falling light in wonder, and from there into my eyes. Auspicious, she murmured. Most auspicious indeed. What do you mean? She looked around the forbidden section, the dust-dry tomes and words forgot. I mean, it's not by chance the 3 of us met among these shelves tonight. That much is plain for any with eyes to see. Chloe? Astrid asked. The little sister novice looked back to that burning star above. The divine light of the Almighty shines upon us. I admit I doubted, but I was right to trust you, Azzy. God himself has marked this moment. She glanced between us, a fervent smile on her lips. I think he intends great things for us, Miss Emmy. I think this meeting was ordained. In the reaches of that lonely tower, Jean-Francois of the Blood Chastin stifled a yawn. She sounds positively unbalanced. As I said, Chloe Sauvage was one of the shrewdest bitches I ever met. An errant speck of flotsam plummets through the firmament, and she feels the breath of God upon her neck. The girl was clearly deranged, de Lyon. No. The last silver saint shook his head. To a simpleton's mind, she might have appeared such. To someone not raised in a place like Saint-Michel, surrounded every day by trappings of the holy and words of the Almighty. But Chloe Sauvage was no lunatic. She was something twice as dangerous. Something I was too back then, but will never be again. And what is that, Silver Saint? Gabriel met the vampire's eyes, a bitter smile on his lips. A believer. Chapter 11. Silver Heels. The star was still lancing through the dark as I slipped from the library, and in my heart I felt a strange sense of hope. I wasn't certain if I believed in this portent as deeply as Chloe, or if we were God-fated to meet, as she said. But I admit the sister novice's fervour was contagious. I was only a peasant boy, like I said. But more perhaps for the first time since I'd come to Saint-Michel, I felt I'd found people I truly belonged with. Not brothers, but friends. Snow was falling from the burning heavens as I stole across the monastery. I could see lights in the windows about me, folk silhouetted against the glass as they peered skyward. It was still an hour until I'd start my stable work, and I wanted nothing more than to get back to bed. But as I drew near barracks, I froze, as still as the angelic statues in the cathedral cloister. In the gloom ahead, I'd seen another figure. A lad in a black cloak was sneaking from the armory doors. As I ducked out of sight near the gauntlet, he looked in the marvel above, and I recognized him by its holy light. Aaron de Coste. Initiates weren't allowed out after eve bells, and though I was guilty of the exact same crime, my hackles were up as I watched Aaron pull his hood low and sneak back to barracks. Our brawl in the gauntlet was fresh in my mind. His warning that I should watch my back ringing in my skull. Why was this insufferable prick faffing about in the armory? I checked the armory doors and found them locked. Listening within, I heard no sound, pondering now what to do. If de Coste was only just sneaking back to bed, he'd never miss me doing the same, and he'd squeal about it for certain. And so I decided to seek shelter elsewhere while I waited out the hour. The cathedral. I crept through the double doors in the east wall, the doors for the living and the dawn, taking shelter in an alcove by the votive candles. I always felt at peace within the cathedral, breathing deep of the still and whispering a prayer to the Almighty. I looked to the great seven-star window above, the martyrs etched in stained glass. My eyes fell on Michon, armour-clad, the grail held high in her hand as she led her army of the faithful. My mind was still on that falling star, and then I heard it, soft in the dark, a sound that told me I wasn't alone. The sound of weeping. I squinted in the gloom, illuminated by the harbinger's pale light. And down by the altar, I saw a figure knelt in the front row. Though I couldn't see her face, my pale blood senses recognized her auburn curls, the tune of her voice. It was Sister Aoife, Seraph Talon's aide. Her head was bowed, sobs echoing on dark stone. I knew not what made the young sister weep, and she sounded heartsick with it. But though she'd been ever kind to me, to ask her troubles was to reveal the fact I was out of barracks. So instead I held still and listened to her cry. Only once in that whole hour's weeping did she speak, a plaintive prayer to a statue near the altar. Her arms wrapped tight around herself as she whispered, "O blessed Mother Maid,
Show me truth. Be this curse or blessing you've gifted me. I sat still in the dark, silent as graves. Finally, the belfry rang to rouse the cooks to the kitchen. Sister Aoife smoothed her curls and tried to find some measure of calm. Before she could spot me, I slipped out the doors and into the night outside. Skirting the Fountain of Angels, I stole away from the cathedral, finding Keeper Logan by the sky platform. The thin man's eyes were fixed on the faint light still above. "D'ye see it, boy?" "Oui." Once more I looked to that harbinger tumbling from heaven. "I see it." "D'ye fancy it bodes for good or ill?" I thought of Sister Aoife weeping in the cathedral, Chloe's proclamation that all this was ordained, the light of that falling star playing on the curve of Astrid's cheek. "All on earth below and heaven above is the work of my hand," I said. "And all the work of my hand is in accord with my plan." Logan made the sign of the wheel as he finished the Testament's quote. "Well said, laddie." "I have my moments." But looked at me from the corner of his eye, smiling fondly. "You know, you're not half the snivelling backwater scab the other lads make you out to be, de Leon. I quite like you, in fact. For a Nordish-born pretty boy, sheep-fucker like." "Merci, good keeper." Logan winked. "Too right, laddie." Just like every morn before, the stables were dark, my faithful shovel and barrow awaiting me at the gates. The horses were skittish, which I put down to the star tumbling from above. I left my barrow and lantern near the first pen, and wandering down the row I arrived at my justice, the horse snuffing and stomping at the sight of me. I gifted him a sugar cube and a hug, pressing my smooth cheek to his shaggy one. "Fair dawn, boy." Justice nickered and sniffled at my tunic, and I laughed and gave him another hidden cube. Wheeling my barrow into the main pen, I cast a wary glance at the two wretched, suspended from the ceiling, wrapped in their silver chains. The pair were kept here to get the steeds used to the presence of the dead, but that didn't mean the horses liked them, and in truth, working underneath them the last fortnight had my hackles up too. Both were male, one a portly, older corpse, the other a thin scrap, maybe 17 when he was murdered. Their hungry eyes were fixed upon my throat as I hauled off my tunic, hefted my shovel, and got to it. Each pen was rife with shite, and I had to work swift. My punishment would only worsen if I missed dawn mass. I was 7 barrows in it when the vampire hit me. This story would have been a far shorter one had I not been given warning. But as the shadow flew at my back through the stable gates, Justice shied and shuddered enough for me to turn my head. And so as the monster crashed into my back and bore me down to the ground, her fangs tore a gouge through my shoulder instead of my throat. Roaring and lashing out with my fists, I realized who'd struck me. Vivienne Lacour. The vampire bit deeper, teeth sinking into my flesh. I bellowed again, slamming my elbow back into her head as we rolled in the dirt. She was in a frenzy, claws locked about my neck. I tried to throw her off, but mighty God, she was strong, pushing my face into the muck as she gulped another mouthful of my blood. The rapture of the kiss rushed through me then, my skin thrilling, veins singing, and I realized how easy it would be to close my eyes and let it take me, drown me, swallow me whole. It was a tempting thought, to die in bliss instead of pain. Could I wondered. Would I? I heard a wet thud, the crack of splitting bone. Lacour shrieked as she was flung backward, rolling to rest against one of the stable's pillars. Opening my eyes, I saw Justice above me, nostrils flared, eyes wild. He'd smashed clean through his pen to save me, delivered a pummeling kick to the vampire's ribs. The awful bliss of her kiss faded, and I realized how close I'd come to death. And as I staggered to my feet, blood streaming down my chest, I found that red heaven replaced with my oldest, dearest friend. Hatred. Vivienne rose to face me, still dressed in her funeral finery. Her skin was grey, sunken and drained by that dreadful machine in the foundry. Her wrists and lips were blackened by the silver that had kept her bound, dark eyes fixed on me, bloody tears spilling down her cheeks. "You killed them," she whispered. "You killed Edouard and Lisette." About us the horses whinnied their distress, but Justice stood like a rock at my back. I'd no weapon save my shovel and the silver on my skin, but I'd taken down a high blood bare-handed before. Again I felt that burning in my palm and chest, the holy fire of God alight in the ink of my aegis. I raised my hand, 7-star flaring bright, the vampire hissing a black curse as she turned her head. "Get back, leech," I spat. "Leech?" she whispered, fangs glittering. "You holy men, you children of God, you bind us in silver and suck us dry and dare name me parasite?" She circled the edge of my light, eyes cold and black with malice. "How did you escape the foundry?" I demanded, edging toward my wheelbarrow. Lacour's blackened lips curled in a smile then. "Mayhaps your holy kin do not love you so dear as they should, boy." I spat in the straw. Dead tongues heeded are dead tongues tasted. "Come taste it, then." She lashed out with her charred fist, and too late I saw she'd manoeuvred closer to the chain holding those other wretched suspended above the pens. With a crack, the bracket snapped, and unmoored, the chain slithered free. The 2 wretched plummeted from the ceiling into the main pen, crashing in the midst of the now shaken horses. And just like that, it was 3-on-1. Vivienne flew at me out of the dark, burned hands twisted into claws. Still her eyes were near blinded by my 7-star, the line upon my chest, and I stepped aside, bringing my shovel down across her skull. The haft snapped, the blade buckled like paper, but it was enough to stagger her, bloodied and gasping. An unholy howl tore through the stables. The older wretched was loose from its chains, charging me. I raised my left palm, silver flaring bright as the monster brought its hands up to shield its face. And swinging overhand, I buried what was left of the shovel's handle into its eye socket, the broken spar bursting out the back of the cold-blood skull. The second wretched was still trying to drag its way loose from the silver that bound it, and I leapt the pen's fence and dashed past the now rattled horses toward it. But Vivienne Lacour struck me out of the darkness again, slamming me into another pillar. She was strong as death, eyes closed against the light of my aegis as her mouth sank toward my throat. I pressed my palm to her cheek, rewarded with her unearthly shriek of pain. She reeled backward and I kicked her hard, sending her crashing through the fence. Free of his chains, the younger wretched came on now, mad with bloodlust. But he'd likely been a peasant boy when he died, and I'd trained at the feet of one of the finest swords of the Silver Order. I seized his arm, slinging him into the pillar beside me. His shoulder popped as I twisted, forcing him down into the straw. I hadn't brought Lionclaw along to muck out the stables, but I realized I still carried silver wherever I went. And lifting my foot, I stomped up and down on the wretched's head with my silvered heels until its skull burst like ripe fruit, rotten brains splashing the straw. I was hit from behind, the other wretched smashing me face first into the pillar, the shovel spar still rammed through its skull. My nose broke, my cheeks split, and I roared as it bit into my neck. I might have ended then and there, but again, justice came to my aid, and with a savage kick the wretched was sent flying with a staved-in chest. As my horse began stomping on the roaring monster, Vivienne struck like a serpent, hands knotted in my hair as she dragged my head back toward her fangs once more. Desperate, I tore myself away with all my strength, howling in pain as I left a thick chunk of ripped and bloody scalp dangling in the vampire's fist. Rolling across the straw to my barrow, I snatched up the lantern and hurled it into Lacour's chest. Glass burst, oil sprayed, and the black scream that tore up out of her throat seemed born in the belly of hell. Daylight, silver, fire. These were the banes of the deathless. Lacour tore out of the stables, a living torch lighting the dim dawn. The horses broke then, justice with them, fleeing the flames that had sprung up in her wake. Crushing the other wretched skull under my heel, I followed Lacour out into the snow. The stink of burning meat and hair filled my lungs. Flesh scorched down to the bone, Vivienne wailed one last time, a cry more of sorrow than pain. And then she sank to her knees, skin popping like tinder as she collapsed, and the death she'd cheated came to claim her at last. The stables were burning, other horses thrashing in their pens as the blaze grew fierce. And though my shoulder and throat gushed blood, my head had been peeled like fruit, I dashed back in to save them. I heaped the barrow with snow, flinging it onto the rising flames. Another barrow followed, and another. smoke choking my lungs, heat scalding my skin. But though wounded, I was still a pale blood, and by the time a baffled Caspar and Cave arrived to begin their day's labours, I was sitting amid the stink of burned flesh and straw and shite, my chest and shoulder and hair soaked red, the fire defeated, and all 3 vampires in fucking ashes. "In the name of Almighty God," Caspar breathed. Cave boggled, mute and wide-eyed as his brother knelt beside me. "What happened, little lion?" I nodded to Lacour's ashes, still smoking in the new snow. "Tried to kill me," I slurred around my broken jaw. The Sudemi lads put the puzzle together in their heads, staring in wonder. Between the 2 of them, they hefted me to the sky platform. Dark hands soaked with blood, Caspar pressed my tunic to the wounds those dead fangs had ripped as Cave went to round up the horses. Caspar's eyes lingered on the black stain of Lacour's remains below as we rose up out of the snow. "A miracle you bested them bare-handed, mon ami," the lad said. "God be praised," I murmured. Caspar made the sign of the wheel as I sank to my backside on the platform. Unable to feel the chill, let alone the bleeding tears in my flesh, the ache of my broken bones. Instead, I was reliving the words Vivienne Lacour had spat before she died. "Mayhaps your holy kin do not love you so dear as they should." And though I knew the currency of the dead was deceit, though I knew I could trust not a single word that unholy bitch had hissed, I couldn't help wonder how the fuck she'd got loose from the foundry. I remembered that figure I'd seen sneaking from the armory doors, shrouded in black, creeping like a thief. Aaron de fucking Cost. And I murmured again, softer this time. "Tried to kill me." Chapter 12. A Letter from Home. The infirmary of Saint-Michel smelled of herbs, incense, and above all, old blood. It sat on the ground floor of the Priory building, with the Sisterhood quartered above it. The entrance hall was a grand open space, deep red light spilling through tall arched windows, chemical globes glittering along the ceiling. Tapestries hung on the walls, grand portraits of the Mother Maid and Infant Redeemer, angels of the host. But the cell I was recuperating in was more austere. White walls, soft cot, clean sheets. Above my bed was a beautiful stained glass window depicting Eloise, the angel of retribution, face in hands, weeping her tears of blood. The infirmary was the domain of a sister named Esme, and it was into her tender care I'd been placed by Caspar. Esme was a huge woman, with great ham hocks for hands. She seemed as out of place in a priory as a regular nun would be in an actual brothel. Gabriel waved one hand vaguely. Specialist services notwithstanding, of course. "More prostitutuma," Jean-François sighed. "How very droll." "Fuck off," Gabriel suggested cheerily, raising his glass of Monet. "I think you've had rather enough wine, Silver Saint." "I think you're the last bastard in the world to lecture a man about his drinking habits, vampire." Gabriel leaned back, taking another long mouthful. It had been hours since the stable attack, and my bones were mending. But the wounds torn by those dead fangs would take time to scar over, even for a pale blood. And so I was in the Priory's care. "You can certainly take a beating, little lion, I'll give you that." I looked up at the voice and saw Greyhand at my doorway, watching with keen eyes. "If I didn't know better, I'd say you were the blood of Voss," he declared. It took me a few moments to realize my master was trying to jest. And though this was the first time I could ever recall him doing so, I was in no mood for merriment. "How's the throat?" he asked. "I'll live," I murmured, jaw still aching. 3 on 1, he nodded, drumming his sword hilt. "Impressive, boy." "I am what my master made me." "God be praised. Else we might be filling 2 graves this day." I blinked. Tilting my head, I realized I could hear faint weeping out in the Priory proper, a soft multitude in tears. "Lacour, she killed someone during her escape?" Greyhand nodded. "A sister of the Priory. Young Cave found her body when he was fetching the horses, drained dry and thrown from the monastery's heights." Dread froze my belly. Chloe and Astrid had been out of the priory last night. Which sister, master? Aoife. Greyhand made the sign of the wheel. Poor lass. I felt a guilty relief flooding through me, a soft sadness at Aoife's death. She'd been a faithful daughter of God, and she'd always offered kindness to me. She'd been on holy ground when I saw her last night, but I suppose La Cour must have caught her as she left the cathedral, then made her way to the stables to strike at me. I wondered if I'd said something to Aoife, comforted her in her grief. Perhaps I could have saved her. But why had she been in the cathedral in the first place, and weeping, no less? My eyes narrowed as I looked to Greyhand. Too many mysteries here by half. How did La Cour escape, master? Greyhand sighed. Drained by the foundry and charred by the silver, her hands were thin enough to slip her bonds. Talon is racked with guilt over it, poor bastard. Aoife has been his aide for years. She was as close to a daughter as he will ever know. But he vows by the Almighty and all 7 martyrs it will never happen again. Has it happened before? Not that I recall, no. I kept my face still, but inside my belly was churning. I couldn't be sure, but I'd have bet my bollocks Aaron DeCoste had freed that bitch with the intent she'd do me over. He knew damn well I'd be down in the stables alone. He'd already proven himself a dog, using his blood gifts on me, and he'd sworn to kill me in the gauntlet. This was the perfect way to have his hands stay lily-white and keep himself senior member of our company. But was Aaron dark enough to actually want me dead, over wounded pride? And had his vendetta gotten an innocent sister murdered? Greyhand was my teacher, my protector. I wanted to trust this man. But he'd already lied to me once, and I was still in the shite for my disobedience. Sharing my suspicions with him would be less than worthless, especially without proof. My master mistook my silence for sadness. He patted my shoulder, awkward, like a father who never had any want to be one. No sin is grief. But Sister Aoife is with the martyrs now. And you did well, little lion. Fighting off 2 wretched and a high blood alone was no mean feat, and bare-handed no less. I shrugged. Justice did his share. He studied me carefully. No strangeness, then? As in Skyfall? I remembered little Claude's blood boiling at my touch. Talon's words. We should take him to Heaven's Bridge right now. Cut his throat and give him to the waters. If Khalid had given the order, would Greyhand really have ended me? No, master, I said. He grunted, as if he almost believed me. Well, best to heal up quick and be ready to ride, boy. Sunset waits for no saint. Butterflies took wing in my belly. We're to hunt again. Greyhand nodded. Talon finished testing the de Blanchette boy. As I suspected, his blood was frightening thick for a fledgling. Kith grows stronger as they age, but some measure of potency is always passed from maker to maid. Talon has declared that the creature who turned little Claude was most definitely ancien. An elder Voss, I whispered. Oui, Greyhand nodded. Abbot Khalid has commanded we track her down, and with prey this dangerous we do not hunt alone. Talon himself rides with us. I groaned inwardly at the thought of that surly prick plodding behind me through the provinces. But Talon is Seraph. Is he not too important to risk? An ancien is lethal quarry, and the Seraph is the eldest of the blood Voss in Saint-Michon. He will be schooling you and DeCoste in defending yourselves against our prey. I nodded, grudging. When do we leave? Tomorrow. So you'd best drink some mortar and harden up, little lion. Butchering fledglings is one thing, but this prey will test your mettle sure and true. He reached into his greatcoat, his face soft as it ever got. Something to read while you recover. Greyhand passed me a letter sealed with simple candle wax. All pain from my injury vanished as I realized who it was from. My master nodded and left me to it, and I broke the seal with shaking hands, scanning the beautiful flowing script. My dearest brother, I pray God and martyrs this letter finds you well. Know that I am quite furious with you, this being my 5th missive and you not having written once in the months you've been away. But in a moment of weakness I found myself missing you again, and Mamma said I should write to let you know. So here it is. I am very well, but still wishing you were here. Life in Lawson is dreadfully dull without your shameful behaviour to divert attentions from my own misconduct. In a desperate attempt to prove to Papa I am the God-fearing daughter he tried to raise, I am serving in the chapel as a candlemaid these days. You will be pleased to learn Père Louis is just as insufferable as ever. The alderman's daughter is to be married in spring, and he has insisted we practice every week until the blessed day. I am putting serious consideration into poisoning his sacramental wine. Do you have any advice on the herbs to use? In other news, I am being pursued in matters amorous by the mason's boy, Philippe. His enthusiasm is laudable, but I have decided to never wed. Instead, I think I shall become an adventuress, wandering the lands in search of fame and fortune and a conquest more interesting than a tradesman's son. Perhaps I shall drop in on your little monastery sometime and box you about your ears for not having the common decency to answer your beloved sister's letters. Mamma misses you too, most dearly. She says she hopes you are eating well and not getting up to foolishness. I asked if she had anything else to say, but she is crying now, so make of that what you will. I trust you are enjoying yourself, traipsing about the countryside chasing bugaboos. Please do me the distinct favour of not getting yourself killed. I'd never hear the end of it. And for God's sakes, write to your bloody mother. Your loving sister, Célène. My little Helion, I whispered. My eyes were burning as I crushed my baby sister's letter to my chest. I hadn't realised how much I'd been missing her and ma famille back in Lawson. I pictured Célène writing at the kitchen table, Mamma working at the stove, and for a moment their absence was so keen I feared I'd cut myself on it. The news that my old flame was betrothed was also a rock in my belly. A part of me knew Ilse must hate me after what I did to her, and anyway, Silver Saints could take no wives. Still, I felt a soft sadness that my old world seemed to be coming along just fine without me. "Fair dawn, good initiate," came a voice. I looked up from Célène's letter and saw her framed in the doorway. The dim day's death light seemed a halo about her head, and her coal-black eyes were as unreadable as ever. But looking into her face, I felt the sorrow on my heart lift. "My name is Sister Novice Astrid. Let's get you fed and watered, shall we?" She bustled into the room with a tray of soup, sat by the bed. "Open wide. My protest was silenced as she shoved a loaded spoon into my gob. She waited till I chewed, then shoveled in more. She was acting out of character, and I wondered if she might be upset about Aoife's death, until I saw Sister Esme trundle past outside, weeping loudly. Once the big woman was out of earshot, Astrid whispered, furious. "I know I said recklessness is a more admirable quality than foolishness, but fighting 3 cold-bloods armed only with a fucking shovel might be taking things a touch far." "Good to see you too, Majesty." "Oh, pack that schoolboy's smile a lunch and send it walking," she scowled, stuffing another spoonful into my mouth. "It holds no weight with me, Gabriel de Lyon." "You work in the infirmary?" Astrid scoffed. "Bedpans in these hands? I think not." "Then why are you here?" "The sister who assists Esme was close to Aoife. Beatrice is out of sorts after the, incident." Astrid shrugged. "I volunteered to take her duties today." "Let me guess. For a favour?" "I certainly didn't do it out of the generosity of my black and shriveled heart." Something in Astrid's voice told me she might be lying about that, but I didn't press. "All well and good, but you haven't answered my question. Why are you here?" The sister novice pursed her lips, set the meal aside. "I am displeased. You've broken your word to me, initiate. I would never—" "It's not entirely your fault," she said, raising her hand against my protest. "But I hear you'll be unable to train Chloe in her blade work next week, given you'll be off murdering an ancien of the blood vase with a garden spade or such like." "I fear it will be a touch more difficult than that. As you like it." She smoothed back a lock of long dark hair. "But I wish to ensure our arrangement is still in place. I will continue the search for secrets of your heritage in the library while you're gone, and you will continue to train good Chloe upon your return." I looked into her eyes, and though her stare was as unfathomable as ever, I couldn't help but note the weight she'd placed on that final word. I realized Astrid was afeard for me. After Aoife's murder, the attack in the stables, perhaps it had been brought home to her just how dangerous the waters I swam in truly were. And I wondered then if Astrid Renier might be saying something without actually speaking it. "I'll return," I nodded. "I'm a man of my word, Majesty." "Not quite a man yet," she mustered a small smile. 16 next week, is it not?" Astrid handed me a sheaf of rough paper, and unfolding it I felt my heart skip 3 beats. It was a page from her sketch block, but it might well have been a mirror. Her artistry was flawless as always, but instead of Justice or Chloe, this time Astrid had drawn me. Staring down at that boy's face, I could see how much he'd changed since he arrived in Saint-Michel. Long dark hair, sharp jaw, grey eyes. Beside me she'd drawn a lion, fierce and proud, eyes the same shape as my own. It was as if Astrid had seen beneath the lad I was and conjured the lines of the man I'd become. Meeting her stare, I found myself smiling again. This girl was a sister novice of the Silver Order. She owned nothing save the cloth on her back, and still she had found a way to give a gift to me. "Happy Saints' Day, Initiate." "Merci for your gift, Sister Novice." She blinked. "You seem unimpressed." I looked at Céline's letter on the sheet beside me. "It's a wondrous gift, no doubt. I'm just wondering if I'm brave enough to beg another." "Have you heard the phrase, pushing one's luck?" "I've had word from my baby sister. She's been writing me for months and I haven't really known what to say. But her letter has put me in mind of my mama. I'm wondering if I shouldn't write to her about my father. My true father, I mean." I shook my head. "But truth told, I'm not certain I want anyone else in Saint-Michel reading her reply. Many folk in this monastery owe you favour. Do you think you might get word passed to her in secret?" Astrid's dark eyes softened as she looked at Céline's message. "Of course. A letter unanswered is like a kiss ignored. And your mamma misses you, no doubt." She produced her sketch block from within her dove-white habit, tore off a page, and handed me a stick of charcoal. "Hide your letter under your pillow before you leave. I shall see your mamma gets it while you're traipsing across the countryside butchering leeches and making all the peasant girls swoon." "Merci, Majesty," I smiled. "I owe you, truly." "And I'll not forget it. Have a care, Initiate." She looked to the dim daylight beyond the stained glass. "Soon you'll be indebted enough that you'll be forced to help me escape this ghastly place, and by a kinder road than poor Aoife travelled." "Is it so bad?" I asked gently. "To be here?" "Bad?" she chuckled, suddenly cruel and cold. "I have nothing. I own nothing. The blood of emperors flows in these veins, and yet I'm a boat in a storm with no rudder, blown wheresoever the winds choose. There is no hell so cruel as powerlessness." My heart sank a little at that. Saint-Michel was my home now, but to Astrid it was naught but a cage. I'd only known this strange, infuriating girl a few weeks, but still, I wondered what this place would be without her. I watched as she gathered the tray, stalking away across the cold stone. As she reached the door, she turned one final time. "A weak and foolish girl would wish you fortune on your hunt, Gabrielle de Lyon. A weak and foolish girl would pray God bring you blessings and guard you from all harm. But you're not a weak and foolish girl. No, I'm a fucking queen." And with that, she was gone. Chapter 13. Every shade of bloody. I stared at the place where Astrid had stood for a long moment, noting how the room seemed smaller now she'd left it. And then, with a sigh, I took up the charcoal and began to write. A scrap of parchment was no place to say all I needed to, but I did the best I could. Enough time had passed since we said goodbye, enough nights filled only with questions. "Dearest Mamma, please forgive me for not writing sooner. I received all Céline's letters and pray God this one finds you in the best of health. We did not part on sweetest terms, but know that I am well, and thinking of you and the Hellion. I miss you both very much. The sin of my birth has been explained by the brothers of Saint-Michel. and I do my best to struggle with it each day. I understand why you did not reveal the truth to me sooner, but now I need to know all you may tell me. What was my father's name? How did you meet? Does this monster still live, and if so, where may he be found? My very life may depend upon this, Mamma. If you have any regard for me, I pray you tell me all I need know. Please give all my love to Selene, save that which you would keep for yourself. You both have as much as I can give. Your loving son, Gabriel. P.S. Tell the Hellion I shall write to her soon. For now, I have bugaboos to chase. I folded the letter tight and hid it beneath my pillow as Astrid bid. I had no idea how long Mamma might take to reply, but I wasn't left to wonder. By the morrow, I was given the nod from Sister Esme, and after a dawn mass shrouded in mourning song for poor Sister Aoife, I was down in the stables again, saddling up Justice. Caspar and Cave were there to assist, both lads looking stricken at Aoife's murder. I watched Cave in particular, pondering that strange meeting I'd interrupted between him and the dead sister. I wondered what it might have meant, but it wasn't like I could ask him. Even if the lad weren't mute, he'd likely just lie. The stink of char and burned hair still hung in the air from my battle against the cold-bloods. Master Greyhand and Aaron were there with me, as was the dour bastard set to accompany us. The Ashwood switch that had wrought such a bloody toll on my knuckles those many months was nowhere to be seen. Seraph Talon was kitted like a brother of the hunt. He wore a long greatcoat and a bandolier loaded with silver bombs, his breast adorned with a silver 7-star. The idea that Abbot Khalid was sending a seraph along with us brought home just how dangerous our quarry was going to be. Talon's face was grim, his cheeks pinched with sorrow. I could have been mistaken, but I fancied I even saw tears in his eyes. Merci, boy, for avenging poor Aoife. Fine work. I bowed. For a frail blood. 3 cold-bloods, unarmed and single-handed. Aaron looked at me sidelong. You'll have to tell me how you survived that one, little kitten. I smiled at DeCoste, wondering. Cats have 9 lives, Aaron. Lions too. And you shall have need of all of them, Greyhand growled, hefting his saddle, and the grace of Almighty God to see us through this hunt unscathed. I nodded as DeCoste fixed me with his cool blue stare. His voice was soft, but he spoke clear in the quiet. I thank Almighty God you fought them off, de Leon. I thank him too, I replied, and you for your concern, brother. Aaron went back to packing his gear. Greyhand grunted softly, content there seemed some measure of pax between us. But saddling up Justice, I knew there was nothing of the sort. I'd no real proof, yet I was damn near sure DeCoste had set the Lacour woman free from the foundry. Why else would he have been fucking about in the armory? This slick prick had set a high blood on me over the sake of stung pride, and his vengeance had cost poor Aoife her life. It wasn't lost on me how easily it might have been Astrid or Chloe who got caught by that monster instead. And now, I was headed out on the most dangerous hunt I'd ever faced, with DeCoste watching my back. Still, I had no choice. An ancient of the Bloodvoss was stalking the Nordland. It made little sense an Ironheart so powerful was east of Talhost, if the Forever King was amassing all his strength in Belen. And so, with Seraph Talon leading us through the tumbling snows, we set out on the trail back toward the Godsend Mountains. None of us understood the horror we'd find at the end of that road, nor that this would be the last hunt Greyhand, Aaron, and I would take together. But undaunted, eager even, I placed my fate once more in the hands of God and set out after our prey. In a quiet prison cell high in the midst of a solemn keep, the last Silver Saint reached to refill his glass. Finding only a few drops of money left, he spat a soft curse. He was too much a drinker for a single bottle to dull him much, and the sanctus they'd given him was beginning to wear off. Gabriel could feel it now, tickling in the depths of his belly, scratching on the backs of his eyes. His dearest enemy, his hated friend. Thirsty? Jean-Francois asked, sketching in his damnable book. You know I am. More wine? Chocolat eyes drifted up to meet Gabriel's. Or something stronger. Just get me a fucking drink, you unholy cunt. Gabriel pressed his shaking hands together as the vampire snapped his fingers. The ironclad door opened, that thrall woman ever lurking on the threshold. The bite at her wrist was only 2 faint scratches now, the blood she'd supped from her master's veins healing the wound almost as if it had never been. But Gabriel could still smell the perfume of her blood, turning his head so he didn't have to meet her eyes. He felt he'd been in this room all his life. "More wine, my love," Jean-Francois said, "and a fresh glass for our guest." The woman curtsied. "I am your servant, master." Gabriel's foot tapped a rapid broken beat upon the floor. His stomach was slowly twisting into an ice-hard knot. That ghost-pale moth had returned, beating in vain upon the lantern's glass chimney once more. Leaning forward, tracing those teardrop scars down his right cheek with one fingertip, Gabriel peered at the tome in Jean-Francois' lap. The vampire was finishing a picture of Astrid, as she'd been that night in the library, framed by burning candles and windows of stained glass. Forever young, forever beautiful. The likeness was so near, it made his chest hurt. "So," the vampire murmured, "an elder of the Iron Hearts, roaming the Nordland." "Oui," Gabriel replied. "Rather clumsy for an ancien to have left a trail for you to follow." Gabriel shrugged. Even elders need to feed, and for all their power, the Voss had no way to travel the Empire other than means mundane. If the Forever King had a way to speak to beasts of the sky direct, this whole tale might have been a different one. But you Chestins were still cowering in the shadows back then. Do not mistake patience for cowardice, de Lion. A song sung by every bottom feeder I've ever met. The vampire raised one blonde eyebrow. "'Tis not a Forever King who shall rule this empire in the end, half-breed. 'Tis an empress of wolves and men. And you are hardly one to make mock of carrion eaters, given the bloodline you are descended from." "I was wondering when you'd circle back to that." Rubbing his stubbled chin, Gabriel met the monster's eyes. 40, he mused. Perhaps 50. Jean-Francois blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "You asked what I thought your age was earlier." Gabriel shrugged. "Now we've spent a little time together, I can hazard a guess. You carry yourself like ancien historian, but you're no elder. In fact, I'd put you not much older than I." "Indeed. And what makes you say so, de Lion?" "You're not frightened enough." Gabriel tilted his head. "Tell me, when your dark mother and pale mistress, Margot Chestin, first and last of her name, set you this task, did you think she was locking me in here with you, or you in here with me?" "I have nothing to fear from you, de Lion," the vampire sneered. "You are a drunken wretch, descended from a house of dogs, who allowed the last hope for his species to slip through his fingers and shatter like glass upon the stone." "The Grail," Gabriel nodded. "I was wondering when you'd circle back to that too." "I circle nowhere, Silver Saint." "If only you knew how true that is, you fucking parasite." The door opened and the thrall stood at the threshold, golden tray poised upon one hand. She sensed the tension in the room, eyes upon the historian. "Is all well, master?" The vampire brushed one golden curl from his eyes. "Quite well, Méline. Though it seems our guest's temper frays when his tongue is parched. See to it, merci." The woman drifted into the room, placed a fresh glass of wine on the table, the bottle beside it. Gabriel kept his eyes forward, locked on the illustration in the vampire's book. The memories of Astrid were fresh now. The wound reopened. The longer he told their story, the sooner he must come to the end of it, and he knew he'd not drunk anywhere near enough for that. And so he turned his stare to the monster opposite. This horror in silken brocade and sable feathers and gleaming pearl. "I can talk more about the company of the Grail," he offered. "Chloe, Dior, Father Rafa and the others, if you like." "I do not like," the vampire protested, perhaps a touch too strongly. "You cannot bounce around the telling of this tale like a rabbit in heat, Silver Saint." "I think you'll find I can do whatever the fuck I please, vampire. At least until your empress has what she wants." He studied his black and broken fingernails, the dried blood and ashes and silvered ink upon his hands. "And what she wants is the story of the Grail. What became of it, how I lost it.
So what say you we drop the pretense for a spell? At least until I'm drunk enough to return to Saint-Michel. The vampire kept his face unchanging, but Gabriel knew well enough to recognize the spark glittering in those chocolat eyes. He could feel it, floating like smoke between them. Smell it, entwined with the wine and blood. Want. As you like it, Jean-Francois said, keeping his voice flat. Are you certain? As you said, you've no use for children's tales. I am commanded by my pale mistress to record all of your story, de Leon. Personally, I cannot either way. Dead tongues heeded are dead tongues tasted. Is that what you want, Silver Saint? The vampire asked, dark eyes searching pale grey. A taste of me? I had heard you developed an appetite for us. Gabriel picked up his fresh glass of wine, took a long swallow. You're not my type, Chestin. Jean-Francois smiled at the stink of the lie, dipping his quill. So, Chloé Sauvage and her tattered company. A girl you knew as a sister novice in Saint-Michel. A girl who'd claimed your first meeting was ordained by the Heavenly Father himself. Discovering you in Sud-AM 17 years later must have done little to dissuade her insane notions. Far from it. Chloé was a believer, like I said. You had evaded Danton, the beast of Verlaine and youngest son of the Forever King, who seemed intent upon the boy Dio. You had rescued Chloé's company from a band of wretched, seen off yet another mysterious high blood who also hurried young Dio's footsteps. And this boy-child claimed to know the location of the Grail, the lost chalice of Saint-Michel, that caught the blood of the Redeemer as he died upon his wheel. It's almost as if you've been paying attention. But why agree to accompany Chloé to the River Volta? Jean-Francois nodded to the patience inked across the Silver Saint's fingers. Your wife and daughter awaited you at home, and you clearly didn't believe this Dion knew the chalice's location. No, I had the boy picked for a fucking liar and Chloé for a fucking fool. But Danton Voss clearly thought Dio was worth chasing, even if I didn't. I had business with the famille of the Forever King, unfinished and every shade of bloody. Liars and fools they might have been, but Chloé's company could serve me in one respect at least. Bête, Jean-Francois realized. Oui. The vampire looked Gabriel over, lips pursed. What happened to the boy to whom deception sat like a rope around his neck? Who held life so dear he'd charge into a burning stable to save a handful of horses? Who would do anything to save one child, spare one mother the hell that his own mother had suffered? Jean-Francois glanced at the 7-star on Gabriel's hand. The boy whose faith in the Almighty shone bright as silver and lit the dark like holy flame. The same thing that happens to all boys, cold blood. The Silver Saint shrugged and finished his glass. He grew up.
Book 4. Light of a Black Sun. The air hung thick with the hymn of flies, and the liberators whispered prayers unto God. For though the black lion had led them through grim slaughter to victory, they saw now a horror unrivalled. Cages, like to the pens of a farmyard, wrought not of timber, but of iron. And within languished not beasts of burden, but men and women, and yea, children also. A great multitude of living and dead, kept like livestock to slake thirsts unholy. The black lion hung his head, and he stabbed his enchanted blade into the bloody earth, and he wept. Jean-Sébastien Ricard. The Liberation of Triobeali. Chapter 1. Deep and Deeper. We had ridden through the night, as if hell itself followed on our tails. The first winter snows were falling. The bloodstains from our battle at the watchtower still caked upon my hands. But it wasn't till the sun dragged its sorry arse into the sky that I felt somewhere near safe. Daylight was no bane to the dead any more, but Danton Voss wasn't fool enough to strike at anything less than full strength again. Next time, he'd come in the night. We travelled into a long stretch of dead oaks choked with fungal snarls. The north wind whispered cold secrets, biting at ears and blue fingertips. I rode on the flank, studying this strange company sidelong, and wondering just how deep the shite little Chloe Sauvage had dragged me into truly was. It had been over a decade since I'd seen her, but I was still surprised at how much she'd changed. Chloe had always been a bookish sort, prim and painfully devout. But her freckles had faded, and her eyes were older, a woman now, where once had stood a girl. She was dressed more like a soldier than a nun, a dark surcoat over a chainmail shirt, a silver steel sword at her side, and a wheel-lock rifle on her back, that infuriating mass of mousy brown curls bound into a long tail. But as we rode through the ghostwood, still she rubbed the silver 7-star about her neck endlessly, lips moving in silent prayer. Dior rode behind Chloe, the boy's arms encircling the Holy Sister's waist as he chattered almost incessantly. He was an odd one, a manor lord's frock coat and a beggar king's breeches, that tumble of ash-white hair hanging in bright blue eyes. He carried a silver dagger in his coat and a heavy chip on his shoulder. I'd have put him at maybe 14, but there was an edge to him, glass-sharp and gutter-born. He looked at me like he'd slit my throat for half a brass royale. Saoirse travelled on foot, with Phoebe loping along at her side. Of all the company, the Slayer impressed me most. She stole through the dead woods like a wraith, and moved with a grace that told me those blades she carried weren't for the jollies. Under her wolfskin cloak, she wore beautifully tooled leathers and chainmail, a kilt of black and 3 shades green. 2 interwoven stripes were inked down the right side of her face, bloody scarlet. That big red mountain lion she ran with made most of the horses nervous, and the pair spent the days scouting tirelessly, returning only now and then for a check-see. Last came Père Raphael and Bellamy Bouchette, the priest and soothsinger riding side by side. Rapha's robe was with the pale, homespun cloth you'd find on the backs of most monastery men. His skin was dark and worn like old leather. Thick, square spectacles perched precariously at the end of a long, thin nose. He looked skinny enough to snap with my smallest finger, but I still recalled our battle by the watchtower, that wheel around his neck burning like a bonfire as he saw that strange masked high blood off our backs. Bellamy wore a fine dark grey doublet, mail, a cloak of what might have been grey fox. A silvered chain with 6 musical notes was strung about his neck. His long blade hung at his side, his grey felt cap tipped so rakishly it's a wonder it didn't fall off his head. His jaw was like to a shovel blade, and I wasn't sure how he managed it, but his stubble was still a perfect 3 days' length. He rode beside the priest, and though I put him at maybe 20, he played with his fine bloodwood lute like a 13-year-old boy with his cock. Artfully? Jean-Francois asked. Constantly. I fucking hate soothsingers, almost as much as spuds. Why? Poets are wankers, Gabrielle sighed, and minstrels are just poets who are allowed to strum themselves in public. It's a self-important prat who believes his thoughts are worth putting to parchment, let alone writing a fucking ballad about. But music, de Leon. The vampire leaned forward, animated for perhaps the first time since their conversation began. Music is a truth beyond telling, a bridge between strangest souls. 2 men who speak not a word of each other's tongues may yet feel their hearts soar likewise at the same refrain. Gift a man the most important of lessons. He may forget it tomorrow. Gift him a beautiful song, and he shall hum it till the day the crows make a castle of his bones. Very pretty, vampire. But truth is a sharper knife. Truth is, most men write songs so they can hear themselves sing. And the rest sing not for the song, but for the applause at the end. You know what most men don't do enough of? Tell me, Silver Saint. They don't shut the fuck up. They don't just sit and listen. It's in silence we know ourselves, vampire. It's in stillness we hear the questions that truly matter, scratching like baby birds on the eggshells of our eyes. Who am I? What do I want? What have I become? Truth is, the questions you hear in the quiet are always the most terrifying, because most people never take the time to listen to the answers. They dance, and they sing, and they fight, and they fuck, and they drown, filling their gullets with piss and their lungs with smoke and their heads with shit, so they never have to learn the truth of who the fuck they are. Put a man in a room for 100 years with 1,000 books, and he'll know 1,000,000 truths. Put him in a room for a year with silence, and he'll know himself. The vampire watched the silver saint drain his wine to the dregs, then refill his glass all the way to the trembling brim. Do you know what irony is, de Lion? They make swords out of it, don't they? Mix it with coley and hit it with a hammery. Halfway through his second bottle, sweating for another pipeful, and he chastises others for their vices. Jean-François tutted. The only thing worse than a fool is a fool who thinks himself wise. I've spent my time in that silent room, vampire. I know what I am. The silver saint raised his goblet and smiled. I just don't like it very much. We finally crossed the Umdir at a shallow ford, the waters rushing up along the flanks of our horses. Dior seemed to get his back up as the river got deep, and I wondered if the boy was afraid of getting that fine stolen coat of his soaked. It stopped his chatter for a while at least. Jezebel didn't seem to mind the wet though, and I gifted my big Drea a fond scratch behind her ears. Despite her changing circumstances, the horse seemed glad to know me. I supposed I was a kinder master than that pair of inquisitors I'd pinched her from. I just wished I had some sugar to gift her. As we clopped up the freezing bank, I unfurled my beaten map, pulled out my spyglass, and took one last look at the lands behind. In our wake lay the Sudeum, warmer climes and little patches of civilization still free of cold-blood hungers. But ahead, between us and the Volta, the war-torn wastes of Osway awaited. The river was at least a month's ride, presuming no one harried our steps. But truth told, I was hoping someone would. Why did Voss set the beast of Velen on your trail? I called. The question had been chewing at me all night and day, and now that we were across the water and safe-ish, it needed asking. I still felt too far in the dark about Chloe and her little band, where they'd come from, how all this started. If they were to be my bait for Danton, I wanted to know exactly what I was putting on my hook. How does the Forever King know about this Grail bullshit at all? I looked over my shoulder to Chloe, Dior sitting behind her. We were riding a thin strip of mud that could barely qualify as road. The dead trees were thick with shadow and frozen blooms of fungus, crusted with grey snow. But Chloe's eyes were closed and heavenward, lost in prayer most like. Chloe? I fear the fault is mine, Silvercent, old Rafa sighed. Well, better start talking straightwise, priest. We've one of the most dangerous leeches in the Empire hunting us, and I'd have the why of it. As soon as Danton gathers strength enough, he'll be at us like a shore-leave swab to the nearest doxy house. The wanker paused his strumming. He means to say enthusiastically, Père. Merci, bel ami. I understood the implication. The old man turned dark eyes to me. And I fear this Prince of Forever will not be the only shadow at our backs, Silvercent. I've no patience for riddles, old man. Best start at the beginning. Rafa breathed deep. I have served God since I was a young man. Azeb, hold. I held up one hand. When I said the beginning, I didn't mean I wanted your fucking life story. Get to the part that matters, priest. That earned some sideways looks from the company. Chloe opening her eyes and raising one brow, Dior scowling, the wanker chuckling over his loot. And I was acting bitchly. But it had been over 24 hours since I'd smoked that pipeful upon Dahayat's walls, and the thirst had me by the bollocks. The blood I'd squeezed out of that fledgling's heart was still stowed inside my greatcoat, and I could practically taste it already. But we had no time to scratch ourselves, let alone to cook a hit of Sanctus, so I'd been rationing what little I had left, smoking just enough to keep the edge off. Mostly, anyways. Well, quite. Rafa cleared his throat. But, to my point, I have served the Order of Saint Guillaume for 41 years. I am a linguist and astrologer, a student of the universal spheres. He lifted his arms skyward like a conductor before a symphony. And when the shadow fell across our sun, I devoted my life to uncovering how it might be undone. What Père Rafa is too modest to say, Chloe interrupted, is that he's one of the most preeminent scholars on Day's Death in the Empire. The old man smiled with small, worn teeth. You flatter me, good sister. Chloe bowed. Flattery well earned, good father. I'll tickle his taint later, I growled. But Saint Guillaume is a distillery, not a library. Used to be the finest barley fields in the Osway on those hills. Even nowadays they make a vodka that'll peel the paint off walls. 'Tis true my brotherhood made coin from the fruits of the bottle. Rafa nodded. But that coin has always been spent in acquisition and preservation of knowledge. Saint Guillaume boasts one of the finest libraries in the Empire, Sylvescent. I've been searching for Day's Death lore in the Saint Michon Library the last 17 years, Gabe, Chloe said. But 10 years back, I heard tell from Frere Fincher that a monk in Saint Guillaume was also a keen scholar on the topic. I sent a missive, and Rafa answered. Thus began a long correspondence. The old man smiled, fond as a father. And the finest of friendships, with one of the keenest minds I've encountered in all. Fuck me, I sighed. She's already married, priest, and to God no less. Are you trying to be a bleeding arsehole, hero? Dior scowled. Or are you just naturally gifted? Shut your noise hole, boy. The adults are talking. Chloe squeezed the lad's hand. Dior, please. The boy fell silent, staring bright blue daggers at my neck. Over the next decade, Rafa continued, Sister Chloe and I traded information, following a fragile thread through thousands of texts. With the good sister's advice, I searched the library with fresh eyes, and within the pages of a time-worn tome, I unearthed a message, written in a manner that I believe you are familiar with, Sylvescent. I met Chloe's eyes, nodding slowly. What kind of message? A poem, penned in old Talostic. From holy cup comes holy light. The faithful hand sets world aright. And in the 7 matters sight, mere man shall end this endless night. It's a prophecy, Gabe. Chloe's eyes blazed with a familiar fervour. A prophecy about the Grail, and ending Day's Death once and for all. I scoffed. And the abbot let you leave Saint Michon on the back of that? Alone? I finally convinced him there might be merit in all this a little over a year ago. The war had grown so deep by then, he could spare few saints for so thin a gambit. But he did send 2 brothers with me on the road, Frere Theo Petit and his apprentice Julien. I remember Theo, I smiled. A good man, a better blade. How is the old dog? Chloe lowered her eyes. Old Père Rafa made the sign of the wheel. We were ambushed one night, he said, crossing the Osway, shortly after I'd been collected from Saint Guillaume. A war party of the Blood Divock. Brother Theo and Julien. I glanced to the silver steel sword Chloe wore, realizing who it belonged to. Shit. Rafa nodded. We travelled on undaunted, more than a year now. But we needed more help. Young Bellamy joined us in Sulilam half a year back. I glanced at the wanker as he struck a note on his lute for dramatic effect. Young Sirsha has travelled with us perhaps 3 months, Rafa continued. And Monsieur Lachance here is the newest addition to our little band. Right, so, Madman's poetry and Little Lord shitting his britches aside, how did the Forever King get word of any of this? As I say, I fear the blame is mine, the priest said, scratching his pointed grey beard. Once Chloe and I assembled a compelling case, I informed the head of my order, and Abbot Liam sent word of my discovery to Pontifex Gascoigne in the capital. We fear someone among the Pontifex's inner circle may be compromised. I sucked my lip, scowling, my mind running over the tale. Well, it still all sounds like horse shit to me. But if the Forever King has set the Beast of Verlaine on you... Why do they call him the Beast of Verlaine? It was Dior who'd spoken, the rest of the group falling silent. I looked the boy over, the swagger, the scowl. He had one of those traproot cigarettes dangling from his lips, unlit. As I met her eyes, Chloe shook her head in warning. But I figured the little prick could do with some waking up about the shite we were all in. Verlaine was the first city that fell to the Forever King, I said, 17 years ago. After the gates came down, Voss had every man and woman within slaughtered to bolster the numbers of his legion. His daughter, Laure, murdered every babe in the city and made a bath of their blood. But Voss's baby boy Danton has a fondness for untouched girls. Rumour has it he herded every maid he could find into Verlaine's dungeons, locked them up, kept them fed, and every night he'd release 10 of them from the city gates. Dior frowned. What for? For sport. He'd promised they'd be spared if they eluded him till dawn, and then, one by one, he'd hunt them down, tracking them across the frozen wastes, slaughtering them like hogs before setting off after the next. He hunted and killed every girl in the city that way. Took him months. And the last of them, a hollow and broken shell by then, he let live, releasing her only so she might babble tales of the slaughter. Great fucking Redeemer, the soothsayer whispered. Blasphemy, Bellamy, Chloe murmured. That's who we have hunting us, boy, I said. That's the kind of bloodhound we... My voice drifted off as I heard the faint thunder of hooves. My pulse quickened, and I wondered if by speaking of the beast, I'd somehow conjured him. But all thoughts of Danton evaporated as I lifted my spyglass and spotted a dozen riders rushing up the muddy track behind us. Most were men, soldiers, clad in crimson tabards. But the pair in front were women, long black hair cut in sharp fringes over veiled eyes. My belly sank into my boots as I recognized them. Tight leathers, dark mail, so identical they couldn't be anything other than twins. They wore black gauntlets on their right hands, blood-red tabards marked with a flower and flail of Nael, the angel of bliss. That Inquisitor cohort. Fuck, I sighed. Fuck, Dior said. Fuck, I asked. Fuck, he nodded. A horn blast rang over a distant shout. Halt! In the name of the Inquisition! Mother Maid cursed them, Chloe hissed. Bellamy slapped his horse and roared. Hoof it! And we were off, pounding down the muddy trail with the cohort at our backs. We ran hard, but old Rafa wasn't a rider's arsehole, and our mounts were in need of a breather after a hard night's slog. Glancing behind, I saw the cohort were gaining. And if you're going to have to fight, cold blood, don't waste the best of yourself fleeing. I took hold of Ash Drinker's hilt, drew her into the dull daylight. Be that not the nun you shot? That's her. She looks upset. You should send her flowers. Girls like for flowers, Gabriel. Stow that loot, Bouchette, I roared. There's heads need kicking. Nay, came a cry. I caught a flash of movement, saw Saoirse barreling through the trees, swift as a deer, strawberry blonde braids streaming behind her. Phoebe came running on the Slayer's tail, the lioness just a russet blur. With a skill I'd rare seen like of, the clanswoman leapt aboard Rafa's galloping horse, shoving the priest back and grabbing his reins. Nae place to fight that many. Follow. Saoirse steered the horse into the deadwood around us. Chloe and Dior followed, Bellamy tipping me a wink as he galloped past, lute still in hand. I slowed long enough to crack off the shot in my wheel lock, and then I was away, riding hard on the soothsinger's arse as we crashed through rotten scrub and towering spires of shrooms and stools. The light plunged dimmer as we rode. Branches stretched overhead like a tangle of beggars' hands. I heard pursuit behind, another shout. Halt! In the name of the Inquisition! But when the fuck has that worked, honestly? I knew not where she was headed, but the Slayer's woods law was tip of the top, and she led us along a switching path through frozen bramble and branch before charging us down into a narrow gully. The earth had split wide and deep, the roots of old trees and tendrils of fresh asphyxia forming a matted roof over our heads. Her lioness was nowhere to be seen, but Saoirse held up a hand for a halt, finger to her lips. Chloe's head was bowed in prayer, old Rafa rubbing his wheel between forefinger and thumb. I heard another peal from that horn, the dim thunder of approaching hooves. Talia, a woman cried. Can you see them? Valia, this way. I like her voice. She sounds pretty. Is she pretty? I scowled at the sword in my hand, the silvered dame on the hilt. I be not in the mood to slay nuns this day, Gabriel. I have done that enough. Shut up, I growled. Rafa glanced over his shoulder. I said nothing, Sylvacint. Sss, Saoirse hissed. The hoofbeats grew louder, and I heard the ragged breath of horse and man as the riders closed in. If those God-bothering pricks had caught us in that gully, it had been red slaughter. But my heart eased as they crashed past, all thunder and fury, a few dozen yards southward. Chloe made the sign of the wheel, Dior sitting behind her with dagger in fist, cheeks pinched pink with chill, that unlit cigarette still dangling from his lips. The boy met my eyes through his mop of white hair, and I saw he was more furious than afraid. Whatever else he might have been, it seemed Dior Lachance was no coward. The hoofbeats faded. I flinched in my saddle as a shadow fell over me, but looking up I saw only Phoebe, standing on the gully's lip above. The mountain lion stared with glittering golden eyes, the scar cutting through her brow and cheek, seeming to curl her jowls into a smile as she growled. We're clear, Saoirse whispered. Let's be out and off. Wordlessly we obeyed, nudging our horses from the gully. Turning north, we trotted through falling snows, Phoebe loping along at the back of the line and watching Jezebel and me with hungry eyes. I heard the Inquisitors heading away from us, but I knew it'd be only a matter of time before they realized they'd been duped. You knew them? Glancing up, I saw Dior watching me from the back of Chloe's horse. Those bitches? You knew them? We've met. Briefly. Bellamy glanced at me sidelong. Père Rafa fixed me with a curious stare. Even Chloe threw me an eyeful on the wrong side of suspicion. Met how? I shot one in the back and stole their horse. Dior scoffed. Chloe's jaw dropped. Gabriel de Leon, you shot a non. Not to kill, well, Not technically. I scratched my chin, a little chagrined. I'm impressed those wretched didn't murder them, though. Chloe simply boggled as I shrugged. Long story. Up in their lonely tower, Jean-Francois cleared his throat, tapped his quill upon the page impatiently. As if to The Inquisition is a sorority of the one faith, Gabriel sighed, charged with rooting out heresy in the church. Unlike most holy orders, the sisterhood don't swear to God or Mother Maid or martyrs, but to Nael, the angel of bliss, which makes about as much sense as I do after my 4th bottle of wine. Meaning what, exactly? The vampire asked. Meaning they're a pack of fucking sadists. They believe bliss can be appreciated only in the absence of pain, and the only prayer they partake in is torture. Gabriel lifted his glass to his lips. Gossip bridles, heretic forks, breast rippers. Those twisted bitches invented them all. When old Cardinal Brodeur was accused of heresy back in 64, he was given to the gentle keeping of the High Inquisitrix in Augustine's Tower of Tears. Word is they flayed his skin off, then packed him in salt overnight to stave off the sepsis. Poor bastard confessed after a day. They kept him alive 7 more. In the end, they cut off his wedding tackle, fed it to him, then let him bleed out of his misery. Jean-Francois raised an eyebrow. Is that true? Fucked if I know, Gabriel shrugged. Never let the truth get in the way of good yarn. Point is, they make terrible dinner guests. Unless you enjoy conversations about not being hugged enough as a child and the best way to kick puppies off bridges without getting blood on your boots. And fair enough, I'd shot one in the back. And those bitches were fond of grudges. They say the best revenge is living well, but there's still a lot to be said for dancing beneath the blood moons in a cloak made of your enemy's skin. But noting the nervous glances my new comrades were sharing, I guess that cohort hadn't been headed to Dehaeth to sample the vodka when I stumbled across their bogged wagon and stole Jezebel. We already had the son of Fabien Voss on our tails, but it seemed Chloe's little band had earned the attentions of the Inquisition too. The shite I was wading in had just got about 3 feet deeper. Chapter 2. God Thanks. We bedded down near sunset in a wooded gully. A chill mist strung through the air. The huntsman's hovel had stood there long ago, but it was only a few broken walls and a fire pit now. The trees were long dead, groaning under the weight of fungal flowers, every shade of pale. But at least we were out of the damned wind. I'd been awake 30 hours straight by that point, and Mother Maid only knows how long it had been since I smoked. My eyes were sandstone in their sockets, my skin ready to fling itself off my bones. As the others flopped down in the shelter of ruined walls and sad mouldy trees, I started snapping off the lowest branches. Chloe watched, huddled beside Dior in the warmth of a thick dark fur. What are you doing, Gabe? Practicing my penmanship. Is it wise to light a fire, Sylvescent? Père Raffa asked. What if... Those inquisitors need sleep too, priest. And if the beast of Velen finds us, we want a fire. Hot as the belly of hell. I snapped off another branch. But our Dark Prince will hold off a while. He needs to find a bridge across the Umdir for starters. And it'll take a week or so for his arm to grow back, depending how much he feels. Bellamy shook his head in wonder. You cut the arm of an ancien Voss. The sun was up, I was lucky. Next time, don't count on either. No fear, father. Saoirse eased herself down between the roots of a rotten oak and nodded at Raffa. After we rest a spell, Phoebe, and I'll keep watch. We'll all take turns at watch. You, boy, I growled at Dior. Don't slack arseways when there's work needs doing. Get that smoke out of your mouth and find something to burn. Dior scowled, but after a nod from Chloe, he unwrapped himself from the shelter of the sisters' furs. Tucking his cigarette behind his ear, he turned up his fancy collar against the cold and trudged off to the Ossian lass. "Can I borrow your axe, Sisha?" The girl parted her braids from her face and blinked. "For?" "Our hero wants firewood." "You want to use kindness to hack at cheese? I should take you on my knee." Dior lifted the edge of his coat, wiggled his narrow arse. "Tease?" Sisha laughed. "Go on, off with you." "No need to chop anything, boy," I said. "Just grab kindling, dry as you can find." The lad's smile turned sour, but he obeyed, scouting about the ruins for tinder. Chloe watched him like an eagle to her chick. "Don't wander too far, Dior." I roamed the trees, studying the slayer from the corner of my eye. Sisha's kit was impressive. Heavy boots and breeches tooled in a beautiful pattern of clawed hands, same as her shield. But the axe in her lap was the true work of art, double-bladed, engraved with a stunning pattern of everknots. Unless I was mistaken, its haft was pure trothwood. "Kindness, eh?" She watched me with cool eyes, scratching her she-lion's ears. "So I can kill people with it. Very clever. You know, someone once told me a man who names his blade is a man who dreams others will know his name one day." "Good thing I'm not a man, Silver Saint," Sisha sniffed, green eyes falling on the broken blade at my hip. "Is that why you named it Ash Drinker?" "I didn't give this sword a name, girl. She came with one. And so did I. So I'll thank you to use it and leave that girl's shite right out." "Ash Drinker," Bellamy cooed the name as he wandered over from the horses. "I never thought I'd live to see her in the flesh. They still sing songs about you and that sword in Augustin Chevalier, the Black Lion and his bloody blade." He tipped his cap back, flashed me a smile most would have described as dashing. "Good God, the stories I've heard." "And what have you heard?" Sisha asked. "My heart sings to hear you ask." Bellamy sank by the fire pit and took his lute off his back. "But there's no story sweeter than a song, Mademoiselle Sisha. So behold, I heard this one in Osway, in the court of Laird Lady Mergen. They call it the Battle of Bearcy." "No, you fucking don't," I spat. "You want to make yourself of use, ballad boy, gather more wood, or I'll put that lute to proper service and burn it." Young Bellamy flashed me a grin, unflappable. "After dinner, then?" Herr Raffer was well provisioned, and he set a pot boiling, mixing a soup that would have smelled delicious if I didn't have another hunger in mind. I fetched my small chemist's foundry from my saddlebags, set the cast-iron contraption near the fire to heat. Raffer and Bellamy watched in fascination as I filled the outer sphere with salted water, and with shaking hands, I reached into my greatcoat, withdrawing a glass phial brimming with bright and beautiful red. "What's that?" Dior asked, staring across the flames. "All that remains of Danton Voss's daughter," I replied. I poured the blood into the foundry's inner chamber, tweaked the pressure valve. It'd take hours for it to desiccate enough to blend with the other components in my bags, so I took out my pipe and tipped a peck of my dwindling Sanctus into the bowl, just enough to kill the thirst while the good batch cooked. "That's blood," the boy realized. "You use blood, like them." I struck my flint box, pipe to my lips. "I'm nothing like them, boy." "The Silver Saints are good men, Dior," Chloe said, wrapping the lad tighter in her furs. "They may be born of vampire fathers, but they fight on the side of the light. Sanctus is a holy sacrament, keeping their unholy thirst at bay. Gabriel is a faithful warrior of God." I dragged the smoke into my lungs and I saw the boy's eyes widened as my own flushed crimson. The blood was pauper's quality, But still, I felt that need drift off my bones, all the night growing bright and beautiful, sharp as pins and soft as petals and deep as dreaming. Père Rafa made the sign of the wheel. Saoirse watched with curious eyes. Bellamy's gaze was on Ash Drinker as he strummed a few chords, and I sighed red smoke. How long have those inquisitors been hunting you, Chloe? The sister met my eyes. Dragging a curl from her cheek, she glanced around the fire. I felt the secrets under their skins then. It had been a long time since I'd seen her, but there was history between us, so it stung a little to realize Chloe didn't trust me as she once had. Almost 2 months. Since La Chamée. And what happened in La Chamée? You've no need for the knowing of that, Silver Saint, Saoirse scowled, her big lioness purring like thunder as the girl scratched under her leather collar. Do I look like a fucking mushroom to you? You're the people who asked me to this dance, so if you plan to keep me in the dark and feed me shite all day. I didn't ask you the colour of sky, Silver Saint. You're here at the sister's request, nae mine. And if you've a will to plod along with us to the Volta and chuck that sword at the bastard's trying to gaff us, so be it. But you know as much as you need to for it. Bellamy gave an uncomfortable cough. I glared at Chloe, but she remained mute. She was saved from a bollocking by the intercession of Père Rafa, who tapped his steaming cookpot and smiled. Soup's ready. The priest served his fare in wooden bowls, and after a day without a morsel, I had to admit it smelled good enough to marry. I put my back against one of the broken walls, all set to tuck in when Rafa cleared his throat and held up the wheel strung about his throat. All about the fire bowed their heads, eyes closed for the God-thanks. Heavenly Father, Rafa said, we thank you for this bounty, gifted by your hand most divine. We thank you for this fellowship, assembled by your will most holy. We welcome our new friend, Gabriel de Leon, and we ask you, gift the ship. Oi! Rafa flinched as a chunk of broken brick crashed into the fire, sparks scattering skyward. He looked at me, silent and shocked as I raised another chunk in warning. Don't you pray for me, old man. Don't you dare. Silence rang around the flames. Rafa glanced at Chloe, watching with worried eyes. Forgive me, Chevalier. I sought only to seek the Almighty's bless. You want to waste your breath? Have at it. Just leave me out of it. No breath is wasted that sings the praise of Almighty God. And no call unheeded that by faithful hearts is sung to heaven. I know the testaments, priest. Sell that horseshit to the rubes on Priedi. Rafa glanced to the 7-star on my palm. Are the sons of Saint Michon not faithful servants of the Lord Most High? Servant, I scowled, blood red. Do I look a man on his fucking knees to you? The crackle of flames filled the cold quiet between Rafa and me. I gobbled down my soup, tossed the empty bowl at the old man's feet and rose to mine. You want to spit in the dirt and call it an ocean, so be it. You want to sing songs to the deaf, I'll find not a care to give. Just keep my name out of your fucking mouth when you do it. You hear me, God-botherer? I hear you, Chevalier. And the Almighty hears you too. I've no doubt he does, old man. I just doubt he gives a shit. I struck my flint box again, breathed down the last of my dose. Reaching into my saddlebags, I fetched one of the vodka bottles I'd brought from De Heath. Get some sleep. I'll take first watch. Hand on Ash Drinker's hilt, I trudged out into the dark. I could feel their stares between my shoulder blades, but paid them no mind. The night was alive and singing, blood hymn rushing in my veins. And by the firelight at my back, I heard Dior mutter to Chloe, soft enough no ordinary man would have heard. Faithful warrior of God, my arse. Chapter 3. Monsters who wear the skins of men. It was somewhere near dawn when I awoke. The blood hymn was soft in my veins, stale vodka on my tongue. My slumber had been haunted by dreams that made me wish I'd just stayed awake. I needed sleep, though, curling beneath my furs and trying to burrow back into it. But looking across the embers, I saw Dior's bedroll was empty. Muscles aching, I stood in a bitter chill. The dark before dawn was the kind that seemed made of glass, still and black and sharp. The snow had ceased. Rafa, Chloe, and Bellamy were curled close to the smouldering coals, the horses huddled together for warmth, Jezebel right in the middle. Saoirse had volunteered for dawn watch, but I could see no sign of her. And kicking Dior's furs with one silver-heeled boot, they were empty. I checked my foundry by the fire pit, saw the fledgling's blood had reduced down to a thick, dark scab. Nudging the contraption away from the heat, I went for a look-see. Saoirse's scent was easy to follow, iron and leather through the mournful trees. I wound my way up the gully, eyes bright in the dark. And perhaps 100 yards from the camp I found her, leaning against the corpse of an old oak, Dior in her arms. Their lips were pressed together in a tender kiss. She was taller than him, arms about his shoulders, the boy's around her waist. Saoirse's fingertips traced Dior's jaw, threading up through his pale curls. The boy pulled her in gently, their kiss deepening. Dior's hands roamed lower, and Saoirse laughed as he reached the edges of her kilt. "Slow down, Flower," she whispered. "Nae rush." His eyes shone as he smiled at her. "You're beautiful." "Not interrupting, I hope?" The pair hissed and broke apart, and Saoirse's axe was off her back in a blinking. Her eyes narrowed with soft rage as she straightened her kilt, lips bruised pink from the press of Dior's mouth. Behind her, the boy looked aghast, hastily fixing his buttons. "You're supposed to be on watch," I said, staring at Saoirse. She wiped her chin and scowled. "You seem to be watching enough for both of us." "Get a good look," Dior demanded. "If the things hunting us strike us unseen in the night, you're going to get a good look, boy. At your fucking insides." Saoirse shook her head, tucking a knotted braid behind her ear. "There's nae a mouse within a mile of us hasn't already been marked, Silver Saint. I waltzed right up behind you, and you'd no ken I was here." "Perhaps not, but she did." I smelled her before I heard her, a hint of feline musk and a low growl at my back. Turning to the dead trees behind, I saw golden eyes, slitted and glittering. As Phoebe prowled out from the darkness, I had to admire the beast, pale blood senses or no. I'd no idea the lioness had been stalking me. "She'd have carved your pretty backside up like Saint's-Day cake if she fancied you a threat," Saoirse smiled. "Phoebe sees what I don't, Silver Saint. Nae fear with us a watch." Dior had finished buttoning his coat, hissing through clenched teeth. "So perhaps you'd best mind your fucking business in future." Cheeks still burning with embarrassment, the lad shot me a look to kill by and stomped back toward camp. I watched him stumbling over uneven ground in the gloom, cursing up a storm. Stone-faced, I turned back to Saoirse's cold green gaze. "He's a little young, isn't he?" The lass leaned on kindness and tossed her braids off her shoulder. Mute and fierce as the lioness now circling through the rot roofs to my left. "There's not many lads his age with sense enough to rebuff a tumble from a pretty girl. But I'd have thought you'd know better than to offer one. What are you, 20? And him maybe 14? I'm 19. Oh well, pardon me all to hell. You're nae his da. You're nae his friend. Why'd you give a shit, Silver Saint?" I chewed on that a minute. Saoirse hadn't been shirking her watch as I'd suspected. That lioness of hers moved softer than I did, and probably saw just as well in the dark. So finally I shrugged, You know, you're right, Mademoiselle Saoirse. I don't give a shit. And turning on my heel, I made to leave. Why are you here? She demanded. I turned back to face her, studying her like hunter to prey. She was tall, broad-shouldered, hard-muscled. She had likely trained with that axe and shield all her life. Her wolfskin cloak and mail were adorned with trinkets of red moons in crescent, her braids threaded with gold rings. Her leathers were embossed with patterns of entwined claws, the collar about her throat woven of everknots, the same design that graced the neck of her lioness. All that to say, she came from wealth, and perhaps a little bit of witchery. Just helping an old friend, I replied. Bollocks, Saoirse sneered. You were quick enough to turn that old friend aside in the heath. More concerned with helping yourself to the bottom of a bottle, we I remember it. And you surely nae sticking around out of religious sentiment. Same could be said of you. Oh, aye. I pointed to the patterns of black and green on her kilt. It took me a while to remember the weave. It's similar enough to a Rigan. But I met one of your lot at the attack on Baisita. You lied to Chloe and the others. You're not Clan Rigan. You're Clan Dunzer. Phoebe growled at me, low and deep. I bared my fangs at the she-lion and growled right back. So what? Saoirse yawned. So, while you might mime along while old Rafa mumbles the god thanks, we both know you've as much of the one faith in your whole body as I've in my little toe. I've faith aplenty, Silver Saint. Just nae for almighties and martyrs and such like. I nodded, looking at the two stripes of ink woven down her brow, eye, cheek. Keeping it all for the mother moons, eh? I keep it for them who deserve it. But that boy is supposed to know the wares of Saint Michon's grail, the chalice that caught the blood of the Holy Redeemer himself. Which begs the question, why the fuck is a godless pagan risking her life to find a cup she wouldn't even believe existed? Risking my life? Saoirse bared her teeth in a bright, feral smile. I risk not, Silver Saint. It's not my fate to die today. No tomorrow, neither. She tapped the tattoo on her face. Nae man can kill me, and nae devil would dare try. No jest now. Why are you travelling with Dior? He's a fine kisser. Depends how raw you like your meat, I suppose. Nice and bloody like you, half-breed. Saoirse's eyes drifted to the pipe in my coat. You know, my Grammy warned me about folk like you. Folk like me. Monsters. Monsters who wear the skins of men. Saoirse stepped closer, just a few inches away now. 6 foot if she was an inch. I could hear the lioness circling at my back, feel the heat of her breath. You've nae need to know my reasons for being here, Silver Saint. We reach the Volta, and you'll be back home to your pretty wife and pretty daughter, and a nice deep bottle. No care in the world. Till then, keep your eyes to yourself and your opinions like same, and we'll get along smashing well. Fair enough. The slayer didn't wait for a reply, tossing her braids and stalking past me. The lioness lingered a moment before slinking into the shadows after her mistress. Following along behind, I sighed. Fair enough. Chapter 4. One Capitaine, one course. With all due respect, good father, give your head square up your backside. With all respect due you, good sister, a man my age simply isn't that flexible. I returned to the gully and found Chloe and Rafa debating around the burning fire. Chloe was finger-combing her hair, head circled with a halo of impossible curls. Saoirse was still out somewhere in the woods, Bellamy strumming his lute, quickly stowed as he heard me stomping back toward camp. Dior was sulking in his furs, dragging on a cigarette and looking at me with the exact measure of fury you'd expect a 14-year-old boy to have for the man who'd just scuppered his chances of getting his taddies tickled. Saint-Michon is our path, Rafa, Chloe was saying. Our answers are there. Of that I have no doubt, the priest replied, stirring a steaming pot. But Saint-Michon is over 1,000 miles away. Saint-Guillaume is far closer. Saint-Guillaume is a distillery, Rafa, Chloe sighed. Saint-Michon is a fortress. When the Forever King swept through the Nordland, he took one look at those spires and decided it was easier simply to go around them. It's there the end to day's death awaits us. If we're to trek 1,000 miles, we'll need to resupply. We cannot eat snow, Chloe. The good father raises an excellent point, sister, Bellamy said. But we'll need to trek weeks out of our way just to get there, Chloe said. The good sister raises an excellent point, father, Bellamy nodded. Is that fucking potato? I scowled, peering at Rafa's soup. Oui, chevalier, Rafa nodded. My speciality. Of course it is. What do you think, Gabe? Chloe asked. I looked between the pair as I served myself a steaming bowlful. In truth, I didn't care where they headed. The boy would serve as bait for Danton just as well on either path. I think the best way to steer your ship onto the rocks is to have 2 captains at the wheel. So one of you should take the helm, and the other should shut their noisemaker. Chloe squared her jaw, stared Rafa down. Saint-Michon, then? The old man pushed his spectacles up his nose, scratched the grey stubble on his scalp. As you like it, good sister. Accord, Bellamy cried. Huzzah! Shut the fuck up, Bouchette, I growled. We took to our horses, Saoirse leading us through the gloom. Snow began falling again, and we trekked through the wood for 2 days before spilling onto a muddy northbound road winding into the Osway. I could see what would have been rolling green hills, now run to muck and mushrooms. Another deadwood awaited like a stain on the horizon. We passed a crow-pecked gibbet at a crossroads, creaking in the bitter wind. The word witch was carved into the rusting metal. Rafa and Chloe made the sign of the wheel as we passed, Dior staring with his jaw clenched tight. The remains inside the cage belonged to an old woman. It's a better storyteller than me who can make miles of silent drudgery sound interesting, cold blood. Saoirse and Phoebe scouted ahead. The rest of us rode hunched in our saddles. Rafa squinted at his battered copy of the Testament, rubbing his silver wheel between forefinger and thumb. I pored over my beaten map. Bellamy played with his wooden cock while Dior chatted away to the soothsinger about any and all. The weather was purest misery. But I'd crushed up that fledgling's blood before we'd left the hunter's hovel, and my bandolier was loaded with a dozen doses of high-grade Sanctus, which made me as happy as a pig in shite. We met the refugees 5 days in. A thin handful at first. A farmer and his famille, shuffling toward us. But through the falling snow I spied a multitude behind. Hundreds of them. They dragged hand-drawn carts, the burdens of abandoned lives, small children on their backs. I even spied a world-weary donkey among them, sad and starved. They passed us without a word. Even when Père Rafa called out, they simply trudged on like ghosts, feet scraping through dirty snow. Great fucking Redeemer, Dior whispered. Blasphemy, Dior, Chloe murmured. Where are they all coming from? Osway folk, I replied, nodding to the kilts among them. There's a hamlet long west of here named Valestun. A bigger village northeast called Winfael. Gabriel de Leon. I blinked to hear my name, looking for the voice that spoke it. There among the line of refugees I saw a mud-spattered man, 30 and some, with a young fair-haired lass on his shoulders. He was tall, grizzled, bright blue eyes shining in a mask of dirt. Martyrs and Mother Maid, it is ye. I frowned, trying to recall the man's face as he limped across the road, hand outstretched. Tipping my tricorn back from my brow, I slipped down into the snow, grasped his forearm. There was barely any meat on it, but his grip was iron. You'd nae remember me, he said. But we fought together at Sheer Bailey. I was her hammerman in Lady Aquinn's company the day you liberated the... Lachlan, I said, snapping my fingers. Lachlan Aquin. That's right. He blinked in surprise, looked up to the girl on his shoulders. D'you see that, Poppet? The Black Lion itself remembered your old da. Good to see you again, mon ami, I smiled. How fair? Yeah, the man sighed. Tried to make an honest living after the troubles, with my drumstick fucked like. Here he tapped his leg with a walking stick. Mushroom farmer, eh? But the Divogs took Dun Gwyn last winter, and once the castle fell, just got too dangerous. You're headed over the Umdir into Sudhaim before winter's deep hits. I nodded grim, but spared a smile for the little girl. And who's this wee slayer? Ashlyn. He tickled the girl's cheek. Say hello, Flower. The girl ducked her chin so her hair tumbled about her face. Ah, apologies, Lion. She's shy like. Fair dawn, Mademoiselle Ashlyn. I took her hand, kissing her dimpled knuckles. This ugly old troll steal you from the Fae? Or do you just take after your pretty mamma? The girl looked to the ground, and the man's smile fell away like a broken mask. And I knew the tale in a heartbeat then, without their needing to speak it. I'd heard it 1,000 times across 1,000 miles and 1,000 lives already. Condolences, Aquin, I murmured, for your loss. The man sniffed and spat, rubbing at grubby lashes. He peered about the company, Rafa and Chloe making the sign of the wheel, Dior watching with cold blue eyes. I heard tell you were dead, Lion. They tried. Where you headed? The River Volta. North? The man raised an eyebrow. There's nae much north of here, but ruins and wretched Silver Saint. And west is worse. We're come from Valiston, and there's nae hope there. The wretched are thick as flies on shite since the Dun fell. These wretched. Is there a bloodlord leading them? Nay. The local ones are just dregs. The Divok lords are looking westward now, pushing to Dun Mergen. But you know how it is. Past as roaming packs with or without something pulling their strings. Dozens of 'em up here. And every one they kill is just as like to rise rotten as stay dead. Best to head south afore the freeze. We hear it's better there. A little, I nodded. Don't stray too far towards sunset, though. The Chestans have everything west of Sol Adair now. Sweet Mother Maid, he whispered. Dark days, I nodded. And nights darker. Still, with the Black Lion a horse once more, you'll set it to rights. He slapped my shoulder, brightening. Still remember that day in Treer Bailey? You know, greatest of my life. Like the hand of God Almighty you were. Bare-chested and bloodied like the legends of old. The whole battlefield bathed silver. Never seen the fucking like. He shook his head, eyes shining. I named my youngest for you after that, Gabriel. You honour me, mon ami. I smiled, hand to heart. And where is this young lion? My voice failed as the man hung his head, his daughter peering at me with tear-stung eyes. I knew that tale as well. And with held breath and shaking hand, I patted his shoulder, knowing it made no fucking difference at all. Safe travels, Aquin. God go with you, Silver Saint. We watched the folk stumble by, their lives on their backs, heading toward a flame that would sputter out all too soon. I looked to Dior, my lip curled. filled with contempt that this little bastard would plant a hope where none could bloom. There was no magic silver shot, no divine prophecy, no holy fucking chalice that would end this darkness. This was our here and our now and our forever. And if it weren't for the fact he was my bait for Danton, I'd have kicked the little cunt's teeth out his arsehole then and there. "Still want to head north, mon ami?" I asked Chloe. "One capitaine, Gabe," she replied, meeting my eyes. "One course." I nodded, looking to the deepening gloom ahead. "As you like it." Chapter 5. A Hard Thing to Come By. The storm hit us like a hammer from hell 2 days later. The wind screamed in from the north, the snow fell like knives, and the tiniest part of me hoped Lachlan and Ashlyn Quinn had found someplace warm to lay their heads. The rest of me, the most of me, was just busy trying not to freeze to death. Gabriel reached forward to top up his wine glass, glancing at Jean-Francois. "Can you remember what it's like to be cold, Coldblood?" The vampire paused, a small frown marring his porcelain brow. "I take it this is another attempt at homespun comedy, Silver Saint. Perhaps you should cleave to jests about prostitutes. At least there, you appear on familiar ground." "I mean, really cold," Gabriel said. "Not the cold of the grave, the cold that puts you in one. When your hands ache so bad you can't make a fist. When your troth ring feels like ice on your finger and it hurts to even breathe. That kind of cold." The historian tilted his head, pale fingertips brushing the Chestin emblem at his breast as he spoke the creed of his line. "The wolf frets not for the ills of the worm." Gabriel took a long swallow of wine. "You don't miss it?" "Miss what?" "The futility of building a life that must one day crumble to dust." "The softness of a pillow after a hard day's work. The smile in your daughter's eyes as you step through the door. The joy of a lover in your arms." "A lover who must grow old and wither while I remain unchanged." Jean-Francois smiled cold and thin. "Unless I kill them, of course. Praying God and Angel Fortuna that my love rises whole and beautiful, rather than some rotten abomination. Or simply remains dead by my hand." The vampire shook his head. "Romance is a mortal's folly, Silver Saint." Sounds like someone's talking from experience. "The ache of an empty belly, or a full bladder, or a cold fireplace." The historian waved one hand, a golden curl tumbling across his eyes. "Flesh, Silver Saint. All the concerns of weak flesh. There is no mortal pain that can touch me. No sin of the skin that can compare to the blood of some ripe young thing, spilled velvet and lush upon my tongue. The callow thief of time shall never lay claim my beauty. And when the temple of your body rots for the maggots, de Leon, when your ribs are their rafters and your belly their ballroom, I shall remain exactly as I am now, perpetual, eternal. And you ask if I miss it?" Gabriel smiled, lifted his wine glass. "Trust me, vampire, nothing lasts forever." "My patience, certainly." Jean-Francois tapped his quill. "The storm." "The storm," Gabriel sighed, stretched out in his leather chair. Cold as a loveless bed it was. The winters had been worsening, year by year, no time to thaw between. But I'd spent too long down in Sudayam, where spring still lightly lingered. Hunched in my saddle, hands in my armpits, I wasn't the coziest of cats. So it was I breathed a white sigh of relief when Chloe called over the howling wind. "Gabe, we can't stay out in this." "I know," I nodded, across bleak hills. "I think Windvale is only a few miles northeast of here. We can cut across country. Be there in a few hours." "Do you know the way?" Bellamy shouted. "Oui, Know the way. Saoirse materialized out of the blinding snows, wolfskin wrapped about her face. Phoebe prowled beside her, the she-lion's brow and whiskers white with frost. Lead on, fair mademoiselle, Bellamy shouted. Whither thou go, I follow the— Shut the fuck up, Bouchette. We reached the town hours later, Saoirse leading us like an arrow into a snow-struck valley. A great loch filled its belly, grey as the skies above. On its shores rested a fishing hamlet, a spiked palisade encircling it like a mother's arms. But peering through my spyglass, I could see the defences had been smashed in places, several buildings levelled by fire. The town had clearly been attacked, and I'd bet my wedding singer I could guess by what. Anything moving? Bellamy shouted. I shook my head, tongue pressed to sharpening teeth. We can't stay out here, Dior cried. Rafa's freezing. The old priest was curled in his saddle, beard and spectacles encrusted with frost. I shall admit I lost all feeling below my waist several miles ago. I nodded. Come on. We worked our way down in the gale, finally reaching the palisade. The defences were solid, heavy lumber reinforced with iron brackets. The gates were still sealed, but the palisade itself had been smashed by colossal impacts, beams snapped at the root like dry kindling. Phoebe loped through the ragged gap first, and I rode after the lioness, drawing ash drinker as I peered at the shattered timbers. A vulgar display of power, came her voice. Divok, most like. I nodded. Strong enough to be medii at least. The damage be not recent. Doubtful I think it that high bloods linger here. Oui, but other maggots might have crawled into the grave they left behind. We should make haste to Trio Bailey, Gabriel. The attack is set for Findy morn. I looked to the beautiful silver dame upon the hilt, my voice soft with pity. Ash, the attack on Trio Bailey happened 12 years ago. Who the fuck are you talking to? Dior demanded. The ash drinker, Bellamy shouted over the wind, nodding to my sword. The blade of the Black Lion is enchanted, Dior. Magics from the Age of Legends. The ash drinker speaks to the mind of her wielder. Some tales have it that the blade steals the souls of all she slays and sings with their voices as she kills. Others say she knows the truth of how every man under heaven shall die, and she speaks those secrets to the man who masters her. I looked to the sword in my hand, eyebrow raised. I am fond of thy new jester. He is most amusing. Come on, I pointed to a belfry above the rooftops. We can shelter in the church. We trudged between tight-packed buildings, down a snow-clad boulevard. The storm was pummeling, but the houses were silent and still. Windvale seemed more a memory of a town than a town itself. Doors ahang like broken jaws, old bloodstains on dusty glass. Truth told, it reminded me a little of my Lawson. So much of that idea, Silver Saint, Saoirse growled. Looking ahead, I saw the cathedral in the town square, hollowed by flame, broken rafters scraping the sky like an empty ribcage. The belfry tower still stood, but the clapper had long since rusted and fallen free, leaving the bell to swing in the bitter wind. Voiceless. Pointless. Rafa was almost dead a horse, Chloe and Dior both shivering uncontrollably. There was no respite on holy ground here, but there was shelter at least, just across the square. Let's go to the pub. It was a 2-story affair, its sign bearing a bearded man with a leather apron swimming in a tankard of ale. The Hammered Smith was printed in faded letters beneath. The windows were barricaded, door locked tight, but a swift kicking would see it open. Hold, Dior shouted. You smashed the door off the hinges? What shelter will it be? I lowered my boot as the boy bustled past. You've got a key, smart-ass. To every lock in the Empire, dumbass. Dior fetched a flat leather case tucked into his boot. Within I saw iron picks, a torsion hook, a small hammer and wedge, all well kept and oiled. Thieves' picks, I growled. Why am I not surprised? Not just a fuck-ugly face, I suppose, the boy muttered. I glanced to Chloe, and the sister simply flashed me a wry smile. And though it was freezing, his fingers trembling, the boy had that lock open quicker than a pisshead's purse when the pub bells ring. With a triumphant grin, Dior pushed the door wide, dropping into a flashy bow as Saoirse gave a small round of applause. And stepping inside, he jumped 3 feet backward with a frightened yelp. Shit! Grabbing his fancy coat, I hauled the lad from the doorway and stepped inside, ash drinker raised. I looked about the common room, fangs bared. Musty, cold, empty. What? I demanded. What did you see? The boy pointed. Rats! Sure enough, the floor was crawling with them, thin and black and sleek, peering at me with eyes like jet. But they scattered as I stepped inside, swarming through splits in the floorboards up into the mouldy walls. I glowered at the boy over my shoulder. I fucking hate rats, all right? He pouted. Shaking my head, I led the company inside, while Bellamy took the horses to the stable. Dust coated the furniture. Old wine bottles lay on tables or scattered on the floor. The walls were spackled with dark mould, and all smelled of rot and rat shit. But we were out of the wind at least, and with any luck, I'd find something to drink. I'll look upstairs, I said. Saoirse, stay here with the others. Please be welcome. I tilted my head at her. What did you say? The young slayer rested her axe on her shoulder. I'm nae some hammerman you fought with in days of glory. No some lackey to be ordered about. A please be welcome. We're half near frozen to death, in the corpse of a town that's obviously been gutted by cold-bloods, and you want to pull out our cocks and measure them now? You've been swinging your tadpole about every chance you get already, man. Why should now be any different? I walked across the creaking floorboard until we were chest to chest. Pretty please, with fucking sugar on it. Stay here with the others. Saoirse scowled. I turned on my silver heel and stomped upstairs, paying a visit with my boots, door to door. Ash Drinker was singing an old nursery rhyme in my head, and I did my best to ignore her as I went from room to room. The bedchambers were small, dusty, all empty save for a handful of rats who looked slightly outraged at my presence. But it seemed we had somewhere to sleep at least, presuming we were allowed to. Bellamy came in from outside, slamming the door against the weather just as I returned to the common room, sheathing ash to quiet her disjointed song in my head. The others were in the kitchen, rusty knives on the walls, pots of old cast iron. But there wasn't a trace of food. Nor liquor, more's the pity. You're clear upstairs. I glanced at Dior, shuddering. Save for all the rats. Gabe, stop it, Chloe murmured. Huge bastards they are. I measured a yard with my hands. Well fed too, by the look. I swear God, one of them was wearing a waistcoat of human skin. The boy flipped me the fathers. Suck my cock, hero. We can wait here until the weather breaks, Chloe declared. Warm up. Sleep. Rafa was slumped by the hearth, shivering head to toe. The sister knelt beside him, arm around the poor old bastard for warmth. Bellamy scruffed the snow from his still perfect 3-day stubble, stomped his feet to get the feeling back. I'll get a fire going. I nodded, looking to Saoirse. Where's that cat of yours? Phoebe wanders. She'll be back when she gets bored. Right. I might go for a look-see myself. Rest of you, stay here, stay warm.
Pretty please. I glanced at Chloe. Trouble finds you while I'm gone, belt that horn of yours, Sœur Sauvage. Chloe spared me a small, grateful smile. Walk careful, mon ami. I'll be back. Quick as a bishop up an altar boy. Rafa blinked, shivering. I think perhaps your experience with bishops differs from mine, said Vincent. I stepped out into the sleet, shoulders hunched as I made a slow circuit of Windvale. I trudged through tight-packed streets, checking houses and cellars, then down to the edge of the freezing lock. A tangle of old nets, boats abandoned, water cold as a bog hag's tit. The houses were stripped, whether by folk who lived here or scavengers after, I'd no ken. But save for the vermin, there wasn't a soul alive in this whole forsaken place. No dead either, at least. I circled back to the main square, silver-heeled boots crunching in new snow. The ghosts in the houses whispered old secrets to the storm. Through the flurry ahead, I caught a hint of blue and silver disappearing through the doors of the burned church. Dior. It was freezing, and I was itching for a smoke, but I trusted that fancy little shit as far as I could piss into this wind. And so I stomped across the square and through the buck-toothed dawn doors of the Windvale Cathedral. It was a modest affair, circular, limestone blacked by flame. Its roof had collapsed, snow drifting into its hollow belly. The winds were old stained glass, mostly shattered on the floor. But in the enormous wall, the glass was intact, a scene depicting Michonne leading her army during the Wars of the Faith. The first martyr was tall, flaxen-haired, fierce as 100 angels. Dior stood before the window with a puzzled look on his face. "The fuck are you doing?" The boy startled as I spoke, spinning on his heel. His silver dagger was out of his coat in a blinking. I had to admit it. The little prick's hands were as quick as his tongue. "I thought I told you to mind your business, hero." "And who said that you get to tell me anything at all, boy?" "Your mamma," he scowled, "after I rumped her on your papa's sheets." I chuckled at that, tipped my tricorn. "You've got balls, La Chance, I'll give you that. But my boots are bigger. What are you doing in here?" He gestured to the broken pews around the altar. "Bellamy needs firewood." I nodded. "Fine idea. Worthless made worthwhile." "You honestly can't imagine the relief I feel at meeting your approval, hero." Dior stalked among the pews, gathering up the crushed timber. I reached into my greatcoat for my pipe, packed a neat hit of Sanctus into the bowl. I'd been working my way through the new batch I'd cooked nice and slow, and that fledgling's blood was rich as fine wine. I probably didn't need another smoke yet, but need and want are two different masters entire. That sharp snap of iron on flint, that sorcery of heat and vapour slipping like the sweetest blade into my chest, face upturned, snowflakes pressing gentle kisses upon my fluttering lashes, as close to heaven as I'd ever get. "Any opportunity to feed that need, eh?" Dior's voice brought me back to earth. I exhaled a crimson lungful and looked him over with eyes the same shade. Eladani haute couture on his back. Cheap Sudaimi leather on his feet. Nordland blood in his veins. Button missing from his right sleeve, left-handed, gutter thin. Black beauty spot on his right cheek. Fingers stained grey from his traproot cigarelles. And for the first time, I saw he had scars across his palms. Knife wounds carved in his skin, long and deep. Only a couple of months old by the look. "And what would you know about it, boy?" "I know you suck on that pipe like you were getting paid for it." Dior lifted his foot and snapped his shattered pew in half. "I know you got a shadow on you, hero." "You know shit, La Chance. Keep talking it. See what happens." The boy sneered and nodded to himself. "And there it is." "There's what?" "The first resort of every man like you I ever met." "Don't make the mistake of thinking you know me, boy." He shook his head, glanced at my pipe. I've known people like you all my life. No matter if it's the bottle or the needle or the smoke, the same's true for every one of you. Once that hook's in your skin, it just drags out the worst in you. You've never seen the worst in me. I've seen enough. You treat the people around you like shit. I treat the people around me like they deserve. It's just most people deserve to be treated like shit. I fixed him in a bloody stare, watching his eyes. Liars, especially. The boy matched my gaze, unafraid. Everybody lies. That they do. But you're not half as good at it as you think, boy. With your big cock swagger and your beggar's boots and your fancy coats. Not just fancy, hero. The boy brushed his midnight blue lapel. This coat's magic. Magic, I scoffed. Bullshit, just like the rest of you. As you like it. I lifted my pipe, staring at the stained glass likeness of the first martyr. The Grail of Saint-Michel, eh? You want to tell me how a gutter-born thief from the arse end of Sudeam learns the whereabouts of the most priceless relic of the Holy Church? No, Dior replied. No, I don't. I stepped closer, watching his pupils dilate, listening to his heart beating a touch quicker. Danton Voss, Sisters of the Inquisition, Dunsair Slayers, Soothsingers and Holy Men. You've got a strange crop tangled up in this bullshit of yours, Lachance. And normally I'd be struggling to find a reason to care. But the silver sister in that tavern back there who believes in you so hard, she's a friend of mine. And they're thin enough on the ground these nights for me to feel overprotective about the few I have left. Dior clenched his jaw. Sister Chloe saved my life. I'd never do anything to hurt her. Except drag her through hell for the sake of a cup that doesn't exist. His eyes twinkled then. But there's the joke, hero. It does exist. Is that right? I smiled, stepping closer. Why don't you tell me where it is then? And why would I do that? Because if anything happens to my friend because of your bullshit... I put my hand on his shoulder, teeth sharp against my tongue. It won't go well for you. There it is again, he whispered. The first resort of every bad man I ever met. The world needs bad men, boy. We keep the monsters from the door. But that's the problem, hero. Bad men never realize when the monster is them. Gabe! Dior! I turned, found Chloe at the broken doors, wind howling at her back. Her cloak was up over her curls, scarf about her face, but her big green eyes were fixed on me. Are you two well? Just chatting. I gave Dior's shoulder a squeeze. Hurting just enough to let him know it could hurt far worse. Man to man. Dior? The boy shrugged my hand off, and spitting on the ground at my feet, he hefted his armful of broken lumber and stalked out the doors. Chloe watched him go with a mother's eyes, and I wondered what in God's name made her cleave to this lad so hard. Mayhaps because she'd never have a son herself? Could it be that simple? Phoebe just returned, Chloe murmured. Saoirse says we may have problems. Well, there's a pleasant change. I crunched across the broken pews toward the doors, but Chloe grabbed my arm as I tried to pass. I looked down. Barely 5 feet of her, nunnery raised, small and slight. But I felt the strength in her grip, saw the fire in her eyes. Can I trust you, Gabe? Why wouldn't you be able to trust me, Chloe? You seem different. What you said to Rafa the other day, about God. I said I'd see you to the Volta, and I will. I'm not the one you should be fretting on. Dior's not what you think, Gabriel. A grifter. A thief. He's all that and more. I can smell it in his sweat. Hear it in his heartbeat. He's a fucking liar, Chloe.
And I'm wondering if all those years you spent buried in those books have turned you so blind you can't see the horizon. If you want to believe in this holy cup nonsense so badly, you'll swallow anything anyone hands you.
Trust me, she whispered.
Why? What makes you so fucking certain?
She pressed her lips thin. You remember when you used to train me in the library? Always look your enemy in the eye. Never draw your sword unless you mean to use it.
I remember.
I took those lessons to heart.
She pulled off her glove, and I saw her palm was calloused, fingers rough where once there'd only been paper cut.
I'm not that little girl anymore, Gabe. I know what I'm doing. And if I can't tell you all, then I beg you forgive me. But God above, truth told, it's best you don't know all.
She squeezed my hand in her tiny fist.
I need your blade, mon ami. I need your strength. But most of all, I need your faith.
I reached down, slowly pulled my hand out of hers. Faith's a hard thing to come by these nights, sister.
And head bowed, I walked out into the cold.
Chapter 6. The Plan.
Richard,
Saoirse reported.
A pack of them, headed this way.
We were gathered in the common room of the Hammered Smith, the dark sun slinking toward the horizon as if it had earned a rest. Bellamy had got a fire roaring, and I had my gloves off, warming my hands in the twice-blessed heat. Saoirse crouched beside Phoebe, scratching the big cat under her collar. The lioness yawned, steam rising off her russet fur as she stretched out beside me, close to the flames. Old Rafa's voice was muffled inside the blankets he'd stolen from upstairs.
How many?
A dozen, maybe,
Saoirse replied. Phoebe spied them a few miles east, moving slow in the storm like, but they'll move quicker when the sun goes all the way down.
They may pass us by, I said. We've no reason to think they know we're here. Chloe met my eyes.
They know, Gabe. They're coming for us.
How can you be certain?
Saoirse hefted her axe and shield.
They're coming, Silver Saint.
I sighed, dragged my hand through my hair.
A dozen wretched were nothing to scoff at, but at least we had warning they were on the way. So I reached out to give Phoebe a grateful pat. Merci, was. Fuck! The lioness snarled and bared her fangs, and I snatched my hand back before she took it off at the wrist. Saoirse looked down at my tattooed fingers and grinned.
Might want to be keeping your hands to yourself. Like most lasses, Phoebe's not wild about touching without permission.
The she-lion licked her scarred chops, growled deep enough for me to feel it in my chest. So noted. I slipped my gloves back on and stood. Right, well, if we're certain these unholy bastards are on the way, we'd best get our garters up and our pants back on.
You mean to fight them?
Rafa asked. We sure as hell can't run in this storm.
Once we repair the palisade, we have a fortified position, and with a lake behind us.
Bellamy frowned.
Old ballads speak ill of armies that fought with water to their backs, Chevalier. If memory serves, you yourself won the Battle of Tarren Moor by—
What do you get when you add a priest to water, Bouchette?
In this weather,
Dior frowned at the shivering Rafa.
Pneumonia?
I picked up a dusty wine bottle and twisted the old candle stump from its neck. Watch and learn, you little shit-weasel. We set about it, and though Saoirse still rankled a little at being told what to do, Chloe's faith in me was enough to carry her over the line. I drew a map of the town in charcoal on the Hammered Smith's floorboards and set each member of the company a task. Thinking swift, talking swifter. It had been more than a decade since I led the defence of anything more than a moment of peace and quiet on the privy, but the mantle slipped over my shoulders like a well-worn coat. Bellamy and I set about repairing the defences, tearing timbers from abandoned houses and piling them in the palisade breaches. I took another hit from my pipe,
blood red and brimming, and the young soothsinger stood wide-eyed as I rammed broken timbers into the frozen earth by hand, smashing them deeper with a sledgehammer scrounged from the stables. After an hour or so, Dior came crunching through the howling snow, pushing a barrow piled with wine bottles full of cloudy lock water. Climbing the stairs, the boy began stacking them on the high walks beside the breeches. Bellamy tipped his cap and grinned. "All's well, Monsieur Lachance?" The boy shrugged, called over the roaring wind. "Saoirse found an old barrel of tallow in the pub cellar, and Sister Chloe is fashioning some fire arrows with it. Père Raffa's spitting blessings fast as he can." Dior hefted one of the bottles in hand, glanced at me. "I have to admit, I'm 2/3 of 1/8 impressed, hero." I slammed another timber downward, teeth gritted as it crunched into the ground. "You honestly can't imagine the relief I feel at meeting your approval, boy. If you're impressed now, Dior, wait till tonight. You'll like to see a sight unrivaled." Bellamy pulled his cloak tighter, grinning. "To witness the Black Lion himself in battle, the ash drinker unleashed. God almighty, that'll be worth a song and no mistake." I slammed another timber home. Dior climbed down from the palisade, gazing at Ash Drinker. I worked easier with the blade off my hip, and so I'd set her against the barricade. The boy's eyes roamed the beaten scabbard, the silvered maid on the crossguard. "Does it really speak to you?" "More's the pity," I grunted, slamming another beam down. "Where'd it come from?" "Ah, there's the rub, Dior," Bellamy replied. "No one knows. A mentor of mine, the famed soothsinger Danae Lariegan, sings that the Black Lion took the blade from the halls of a sleepless barrow king deep in the Weald of Nordland. But the historian, San Saasad, tells us that the Chevalier won Ash Drinker in a riddle contest with a nameless elder horror deep in the bowels of the godsend Everdark. I even heard one tale that the lion took Ash Drinker from the trove of the dread Fey Queen, Enerion. Her kiss spells death for any mortal man, Dior, and yet the lion loved Enerion so long and so sweetly, he was able to steal the enchanted blade from her bedside after she collapsed in exhaustion. But as far as I know, the Chevalier has never once confirmed any of these tales." Bellamy looked to me hopefully, one eyebrow cocked. "Shut the fuck up, Bouchette." "How'd it break?" Dior asked, eyes still on the sword. "Eh?" Bellamy blinked. "The end," the boy said. "The pointy bit, whatever you call it." "The tip?" "Oui. I saw it when we came through the walls. It's been broken off." Bellamy tilted his rake's hat back and rubbed his chin. "I confess, I didn't notice. No tale ever mentioned the blade being broken at all, but to the bold, the bouquet." The youngster walked toward Ash Drinker, hand outstretched. "Mayhaps we can ask her." "Oi," I snapped. "Touch that sword and you'll be playing your lute with your fucking toes, soothsinger." "I jest, mon ami." Bellamy tipped me a wink and a roguish smile. "A fellow who lays a familiar hand on another man's blade might as well be laying hand on his bride. And I never touch brides without express invitation." "You're a bastard, Belle," Dior grinned. "A scoundrel, a bounder, and a cad." "I'm a romantic, Monsieur Lachance. Stick with me long enough, I'll teach you how." "Meantime, how about the pair of you get the fuck back to work?" I growled. The soothsinger pulled his cloak tighter and scratched his dark curls. Dior scoffed and trudged off into the snow. We piled the breaches as high and thick as we could, leaving only the main gates unlocked for Saoirse to return by. Stacking the boulevard and narrow streets with broken furniture and timbers, we created an inner ring to fall back to if things went tits up. It was bitter cold, and by the time we were done, night had fallen like an anvil. But still, I was satisfied. Between our walls and weapons we could see off a dozen wretched. With the storm raging on, Bellamy and I trudged back to the Hammered Smith. The company were within. Rafa bent over a pot steaming in the hearth. "Is that fucking potato again?" "I have turnip, if you prefer," the old priest smiled. "Where's Saoirse?" Chloe asked. "Still scouting with Phoebe," Bellamy replied. "They're returning on." I grabbed a bowl full of accursed spuds, scoffed them quick enough not to touch the sides. Walking a slow circle, I scuffed the charcoal map I'd drawn on the boards with my boot heels. For a moment I was reminded of Saint Michon's library, that great grand map of the Empire across its floor. "Through blood and fire, now dance with me." I glanced up as Chloe murmured, saw her eyes fixed on mine. I knew she was living the same moment I was. How long ago it all seemed then, and how far away. "Right." I tapped the map with one toe. "I'll man the gates where little Lord talks too much on the high walk. Chloe, you and Saoirse take the east breach, Rafa and Bellamy the west. If you hit trouble, sing out. I'll be there. If we're overrun, fall back to the inner circle, then the cathedral. Holy ground will keep them at bay as a last resort." "Why not retreat to the cathedral now?" Rafa asked. "And then what? Hole up inside until we starve to death? These things can wait forever if they ever want to. But don't concern yourself, priest. These rotten bastards will come at us mindless and frontways without a blood lord leading them." Dior was finishing off his second helping, talking with ballooning cheeks. "You asked the soldier we met about that. What's a blood lord?" "High bloods can control the lower caste of vampires, Dior," Chloe replied. "The deeper their blood, the more wretched they can keep under sway. With an intelligence directing them, wretched are far more dangerous. But this rabble seems to have none." Rafa nodded, signing the wheel. "Thank the Almighty for his mercy." The boy swallowed his ambitious mouthful, staring at me. "And what did that soldier mean when he said you bathed the battlefield silver?" "Ah, the Aegis," Bellamy smiled. "The holy magic for which the Silver Saints are named and famed, Dior. See that ink on the Black Lion's hands? In truth, it covers most of his body. And in battle it serves as a conduit for his faith in our Lord above." The boy's eyebrows disappeared into his hair. "You mean, you fight naked?" "Not entirely." Chloe smiled. "Being silver-clad, the order names it." Bellamy nodded, eyes alight. "When the Chevalier fights tonight, you'll see the Aegis aglow like 1,000 torches. At the siege at Tuve, it said the Black Lion burned so—" "Shut the fuck up, Bouchette," I growled. "The holy water we've stocked in those wine bottles will scorch them better than acid. Likely not enough to kill them, but it'll soften them up. If they make it through the palisade, fire burns these leeches better than a gigolo with a clap. So if you're not wielding silver, a torch is your best weapon." Rafa's fingers brushed his wheel, eyes on the 7-star around Chloe's neck. "I can think of another weapon, Silver Saint. Faith is more than a match for any flame." "Mayhaps you could pray for an angel or two then, see if any show up." The old man smiled at me, dark eyes twinkling over his spectacles. "I think God has already sent us angels enough, mon ami. But I shall pray he watch over us this night nevertheless." "And what's the point of that, priest?" Rafa blinked. "What is the point of—" "Praying. Oui." The old man looked at me as if I'd asked the point of breathing. "Two soldiers stand on a field of battle," I told him. "Both are convinced God is on their side. Both pray to their Lord and Redeemer to smite their enemy low, and to the Mother Maid to protect them from all harm. But somebody's going to lose. Somebody's wasting their fucking time. Maybe, just maybe, it's both of them." The priest frowned. "God cannot be said to be on the side of the dead." "You're missing the point, old man. All on earth below and heaven above is the work of my hand, and all the work of my hand is in accord with my plan. You think those refugees we met on the road didn't pray with everything they had to not lose their homes? You think Lachlan or Quinn didn't pray for his wife and son to stay alive? See, that divine plan shite is what the pulpit hucksters feed you when things start to go wrong. After they've passed around the collection plate, of course. When your crops fail or your cancer spreads or whatever else you've begged him for doesn't come to pass. That's the solace they'll offer. It's God's will, they'll tell you. Part of the divine plan. What they don't point out is, if he has a plan, there's no sense praying for anything. If his will be done is the golden rule, then God's going to do what he wants, regardless of how hard you beg him. And imagine, just for a second, the sense of entitlement it takes to ask him for anything in the first place. The fucking ego you'd need to think that this is somehow all for you. What if you ask for something that's not his will? You want him to alter the course of the divine plan for you? See, that's the grift of it all. That's the genius. You get what you pray for? Huzzah! God fucking loves you. But your prayers go unanswered. I snapped my fingers. Just wasn't part of the plan. I tipped a dose of Sanctus into my pipe under Chloe's worried gaze. I've stood in the houses of the holy priest. I've read his scripture cover to cover. I've sung praises to his name, and I tell you now and tell you true. One hand holding a sword is worth 10,000 clasped in prayer. There be no tree with branches that reach to heaven, Rafa quoted, that hath not roots that stretch to hell, and we... Chloe! The priest fell silent as the slayer burst through the door, eyes wide. Saoirse. Chloe rose to her feet. What is it? Phoebe's back. The girl clawed the snow from her braids, stomping her feet. The wretched are 10 minutes out, but there's near a dozen. Dior stood, his face pale. There's more. The slayer hefted her axe, nodded grim. 50, at least. 50 wretched, Chloe breathed. Against 7 of us. Bellamy looked around the room, eyes wide. My God! I struck my flint box and chuckled, meeting the priest's eyes. Sure you don't want to pray for those angels, old man? Chapter 7. The Battle of Winfael. The most unsettling thing is the quiet. Cold-bloods don't need to breathe, which means they don't speak without conscious thought. And if the vampire you're facing has a brain that's rotted to mush before it became, it isn't capable of much thought beyond hungry and food. There's degrees to it, of course. A cold-blood who lay bloating in a ditch for a day or two might remember enough of itself to vocalize. But a monster who rotted in a shallow grave for a week or more won't be anything but instinct. So while some wretched might gabble half-words at you or scream when you hurt them, most are too far gone even to remember how to inhale. So when they come in total silence. That's what they did, there at Winfael. A bloody-eyed horde charging through the snows at our thin walls, making no fucking sound at all. But that instinct still resides. That bestial drive at the heart of us all, mate, kill, feed, repeat. And while the mindless ones just crashed against the closest breach and started to tear through, the less rotten ones, the smarter ones, they split up, circling the palisade looking for weak spots. Other ways into the luscious bags of blood they could smell just beyond the walls. There's too many, Dior shouted. Just keep that holy water coming, I roared. The boy hurled another wine bottle, and I heard shattering glass and the sizzle of fatty bacon on a skillet in the mob below. We stood on the high walk above the gates where the wretched were thickest, the boy throwing bottles, me cutting down any bastard who tried to climb. Saoirse was on the eastern walk, loosing burning arrows into the horrors, Chloe flinging bottles alongside her. Bellamy and Raffer stood atop the west walk, the soothsayer shooting his crossbow, the priest hurling holy water and prayers. Wretched burned like tinder on a hot summer's day, and the flaming shots were doing godly work. The problem was, there were far more vampires than we had arrows. The holy water burned dead flesh like Hell's Park, but even the weakest fledgling would only get softened up by a bottle anywhere but the head. And we were running out of bottles too. It was only a matter of time before... "Gabriel!" Chloe's cry rang across town, bright with fear, followed by the note of a silver horn. "Fuck my face," I spat. Twisting the fuse on one of my few remaining silver bombs, I hurled it into the wretched below. They were tight-packed and the explosion flared like a tiny sun. Limbs flew and bellies burst, silver caustics stinging in my pale blood eyes. "Can you hold them?" "I'll try." Dior flung another bottle. "Go help her." I leapt 20 feet into the snow, charging toward Chloe's voice. Saoirse and she were atop the high walk, and I saw a handful of wretched had scaled the walls, flanked them either side. Chloe fought fierce, silver steel in one hand, 7-star in the other. The sigil burned like white flame, illuminating the tempest around her and the wretched in front of her. At Chloe's back, Saoirse had abandoned her bow, hewing away with shield and axe. She was a vicious bitch, and though kindness wasn't silvered, that axe still somehow cleaved dead flesh like a hot blade in snow. But in defending the high walk, they'd ignored the breach, and the wretched had broken in, spilling in a silent flood through the palisade. I charged into them, blood hymn bright and burning, ash drinker like a bloody feather in my hand. The blade sang no songs, stole no souls, instead mumbling what sounded like a recipe for mushroom soup, but she sheared through dead flesh like paper. I saw a flash of russet red, Phoebe blurring out of the darkness, roaring as she crashed atop the corpse of some ill-fated farmer's lad and ripped his head from his shoulders. A cold blood fell from above, enough left inside it to make it wail as Saoirse took its legs off at the knees and sent it tumbling from the high walk. "Where's Dior?" Chloe cried. "Still at the gates." "You left him alone." 4 tablespoons of butter, Ash Drinker whispered. I cut another wretch into the snow, fangs bared in a snarl. "He's fine. You need to—" "Silver Saint," came a distant cry. "De Leon." "Bellamy!" Saoirse cried. "I'll go fetch them. Fall back to the inner circle," I shouted. "Pretty please." 1 tablespoon of oil. "Get Dior," Chloe cried. "Gabriel, he's all that matters." "Just go, damn you. I'll get them all." "Phoebe, go it." Saoirse split a wretched's head in half, spun on her heel, and chopped another one's gut clean through. "Go." I dashed off through the dark, wiping blood from my eyes. The lioness dashed ahead, razor quick. Crossing the thoroughfare and leaping our barricade, I glanced toward the gates, saw Dior hurling bottles and shouting triumphant curses. "Suck my cock, you fuck!" "La chance! Fall back!" "But they're not through yet." 2 onions, finely diced. "Give it a rest, Ash, and get your scrawny arse back behind the barricade before I feed you to the dead, boy." Heart pounding, I dashed through a twisted alleyway toward the westward breach. Ahead I saw a ghostly glow, ripe with sounds of murder and the stink of burning flesh. And rounding the corner, I skidded to a halt, hand up to shield my eyes. Père Raffer stood like a beacon in the dark, silver wheel in one skinny fist. Long shadows were etched in grey snow, the sigil casting a blinding beam of light into the dark before him. Bellamy stood beside the priest, bleeding from a vicious gash above his eye, long blade in one hand, a flaming torch in the other. "The Lord is my shield, unbreakable," Raffer cried. "He is the fire that burns away all darkness." "Impressive," Ash Drinker whispered. "Nobody asked you," I replied, lopping another wretched head into the snow. I remember nights when ye shone just as— Shut up, Ash, I hissed. The blade spoke truth. Old Rafa was impressive. Wherever his light struck the wretched, they fell back as if touched by fiercest flame. Problem was, the light shone only where the priest pointed it. Bellamy was doing his best to keep the bastards off the old man's back, swinging that torch like a club. But the pair were encircled now. I dashed into the freezing dark, hacking through the cold bloods and roaring over the storm. Bouchette! Rafa! This way! The pair broke through the gap I'd carved, dashed into the alleyway at my back. I followed, hand up against Rafa's light as the priest covered our retreat. The wretched scattered, some seeking other paths, others scrambling on our tails. Bellamy helped Rafa over our barricade, the old man gasping and holding his chest. I cut down the wretched on our backs, a maid with cherry curls, a soldier with scarred arms, an elderly man, naked and sagging. No thought for what they'd been, but only what they'd become, and my old friend hatred burning bright for the one that had let it all come to this. Gabrielle, Chloe cried. Why aren't you silver-clad? I ignored Chloe's cry, hacking at the bastard in the barricade. Their numbers were thinning, but not yet enough. Fierceless, mindless, they crashed against the timbers, clawing and climbing. Dior came running from the gates with a mangled mob on his tail, leaping the barricade like a dancer and rolling to his feet. Dior, get back to the cathedral. I'll not leave you, Sister Chloe. Dior, God's sakes, do as I say. The boy ignored her, stabbing into Cold Blood's eyes with his silver dagger. Chloe and Saoirse stood back to back, the sister keeping the wretched off the slayer's arse as Saoirse sowed mayhem. Phoebe struck beyond our blockade, ripping the dead to ribbons before slinking back into the dark. The wretched's numbers were thinning, bodies fallen around my feet. If I squinted hard, I could see light at tunnel's end. But then, as always, came the dark. A pack of the cleverest dead had stolen over the rooftops, dropping into our midst. Dior cried warning, lashing out with his silver knife. But the boy squealed as the monsters leapt upon him, and at his screams Rafa and Chloe turned their holy light toward him. The wretched atop Dior flinched backward, scrabbling, scrambling, but both priest and sister had left their backs unattended. Phoebe and Saoirse held off the flood, but armed only with his torch, Bellamy couldn't manage. The wretched ripped over the barrier, the soothsinger crying out as dead weight bore him down, dead teeth tore his skin. Like dominoes falling, the collapse began, the corpse of a spry teenage boy leaping onto Rafa's back with a black-toothed grin. The priest roared, old knees and old hands failing him, his wheel glinting silver as it flew from his fingers. Rafa screamed, God help me, as the dead boy ripped out a bloody mouthful from his neck. The wretched flinched back, gurgling as Ashdrinker sent its head spinning into the dark. Bellamy was flailing, blood on his hands and face as he punched and kicked at the corpses piling atop him. I carved through them, Chloe beside me, silver steel sword flashing as she screamed from the Book of Vows. Turn ye now, all faithless kings of men, and look upon thy queen. It was foolish. Necks ripped like that, arteries open like love letters, Rafa and Bellamy were already dead. And in helping them, we'd left Dior, the boy now crying out as a quick-fingered, blood-slicked horror bore him back down into the snow. Another piled atop him as he stabbed and stabbed, and his squeal ripped the night as his arm was wrenched backward, the wretched lunging like raptors and biting deep into his skin. Dior! I heard a sound then. Like not to a sound but a movement, as if the earth shook once and then all upon it, human and beast and them between, held their breath. And those wretched atop the boy reeled back as if struck by the fist of God, and bloody eyes wide, I saw it begin, a glow, burning white-hot in those greedy throats. It spread like flame to tinder in dim-remembered summers, and in a heartbeat, each wretched screamed as if it remembered what it was to hurt, and burst into a pillar of white-hot flame. The fire seethed, burning them to bones and ash, and above the sound of bursting bellies and crackling bones, I heard Ashdrinker's silvered cry inside my head. Fight, ye pretty fool. I did as I was bid, hacking at the remaining dead. Some had sense enough to flee. Others stood dumbstruck in the glow of that flame, brought low by me or Phoebe or Saoirse. And in a few heartbeats, the tide had turned. Our foes scattered into the storm or spattered red in the soaking snows at our feet.
Dior!
Chloe skidded to her knees at the boy's side.
Oh God, are you all right?
Face splashed with blood, I thrust Ash Drinker into the snow. Dragging the cold blood corpses of the fallen priest, I sank to my knees beside him. Saoirse did likewise with Bellamy, the soothsinger gasping as blood frothed from his torn throat. He was barely more than a boy, the poor fool. Rafa was face down in a widening puddle, and I rolled the old bastard onto his back, pressed my hand to his sundered throat. The once gushing river was now only a trickle, soon to be nothing at all. His dark eyes were fixed on mine, the perfume of his blood rising over the sanctus rush, and despite the horror of it, setting a dark, delicious hunger in my belly. I cursed then, what I was and what I'd become and what he, in his omniscience, had made me. And looking into the priest's fading eyes, I shook my head and sighed. Where's your God now, old man?
Get the fuck out of my way!
Dior slammed into me, gasping and furious, blood-soaked hair in his eyes.
The bloody hell are you do—
Gabrielle, stand aside, Chloe cried, pulling me back. I shrugged off her bloody hand and glowered at the sister, her surcoat and blade spattered with gore. But she had eyes only for the boy. I saw Dior press his hands to the rents in the priest's throat, his eyes wide and wet with tears. 7 martyrs, he's finished, boy. Let the man die in—
Shut the fuck up!
Dior's arm was still bleeding, his neck too, and the boy smeared the blood from his own wounds onto his palm. And as I watched, he pressed that crimson hand to the gaping hole in Rafa's throat, and my heart fell still. Because I swear by God, and Mother Maid, and Redeemer too, at his bloody touch, that wound stitched itself closed.
Chloe,
I whispered. Dior scrambled across the snow, Saoirse removing her grip from Bellamy's throat. The soothsinger's lips were pink with froth as the boy slicked his palm with his own blood again and pressed it to those awful wounds. And just as with the priest, I stood amazed as the gashes knitted closed before my eyes, not a scar nor scratch in their wake.
Bellamy,
Dior whispered, desperate.
Can you hear me?
The young soothsinger still seemed weak, skin sheened with sweat. But his breath came easy and his eyes shone, and he pressed a bloody hand to Dior's.
Merci, Monsieur Lachance.
Great fucking Redeemer, I breathed. I looked to Rafa, sitting up in the snow. The old man was shaking, robes drenched red. But still he was hale and breathing. Where a heartbeat ago, he'd been almost a corpse.
You asked me where my God was, Chevalier de Lyon.
The priest looked to Dior and managed a bruised blue smile.
And there he is.
Chapter 8. From Holy Cup. What in the name of the Father, Mother Maid and all 7 martyrs is going on? I stood in the hammered smith, hands crusted with ashes and blood. Bellamy and Rafa were slumped by the fire. Chloe stood beside Dior, Saoirse nearby, cleaning the gore off kindness. Phoebe had followed the wretched. Whether to take them down one by one or ensure they retreated, I hadn't a clue. But I'd no care for a few ragtag corpses. My eyes were fixed on Chloe, Ash Drinker in my hand. My old friend was avoiding my eyes, tending the wounds at Dior's throat and arm. The little bastard's cravat and shirt were soaked with blood, but the boy was staring me down, defiant as ever. Well, I demanded. Spit it out, Chloe. What did I just see?
Know ye what we have witnessed, Gabrielle?
I glared at the blade in my hand, sharp teeth gritted.
Faithless may ye be, but yet ye have eyes to see, America.
I slammed the sword home and silenced her voice, glowering at Chloe. She tutted and fussed about Dior like a mother hen, wrapping his wounds in swaddling until at last the boy winced and waved her off.
I'm fine, Sister Chloe. God's truth.
Chloe sat back, bloody hands to hips, a bone-deep fear in her eyes.
Blessed Mother Maid, that was too close, Dior. I told you to run to the cathedral.
And I told you, the boy said, I'll not leave my friends to fight my battles for me.
You can't risk yourself like that. You're too important.
Why? I demanded. Chloe finally met my eyes. Secrets locked behind her lips. God damn you, Chloe Sauvage, speak. You're the one who dragged me into this cavalcade of arse-fuckery, and the enigmatic silence is wearing thin. You want my help? You'd best start singing, else I'll leave the lot of you to the fucking dead. The Holy Sister slumped cross-legged upon the floor, glanced around the room. Saoirse shook her head, scowling back. Bellamy licked blood-stained lips and nodded once. Rafa remained silent, staring at Dior. The boy was looking at me, wincing as he slipped his arms back into his pretty coat. As he glanced to the blade at my side, I could see a grudging respect in his eyes, the knowledge they'd all likely be dead if not for me. But still, his gaze slipped to the pipe in my coat, the scarlet wash glazing my eyes, and I saw that same contempt I'd seen in the church. Bad men never realize when the monster is them. Dior glanced to the Holy Sister, and finally, reluctantly, he nodded.
Do you remember the night you first trained me in the library, Gabe?
I looked at Chloe, and back across that ocean of time. It stood so deep and far I almost couldn't see the shoreline. The current was black and perilous, threatening to drag me into the depths as I pictured the two of us sparring in the stained glass light, Astrid sketching by the window. Such a simple moment, so unsullied by blood and death and futility, that it made my chest hurt.
God's sakes, we were only children.
I remember.
We trained, then we read, then we talked, you, me, and Azzy.
What a world this would be, I smiled, were it not held wholly and solely in the grip of stubborn old men. She smiled too, and I could see the girl she'd been in her eyes. And then? The star, I finally realized. That falling star. She nodded, eyes shining.
I told you at the time it was auspicious. I said God intended great things for us, and I was right. But far grander than the three of us meeting, that falling star marked another triumph, one it took me almost 16 years to find the truth of. A miracle, Gabrielle.
Chloe looked to the boy standing bloodied and bruised by the fireside.
And there he is.
What the fuck are you talking about, Chloe?
How well do you know your testament, Chevalier?
Bellamy asked. I glanced to the soothsinger, huddled by the fire. A damn sight better than you, I'll wager.
And what do you know of the Avsenkt heresy?
Rafa asked. I frowned, scratching at the drying blood on my chin. I remember a book about it, perhaps, in the forbidden section of Saint-Michel.
There's a tale to be told here, Sylvescent.
Rafa nodded to the singer.
I think we should leave it to our expert to do so.
I glanced at Bellamy. You're not going to fucking sing it, are you? The wearied man perked up.
Would you like me to?
Scowling at Chloe, I rummaged in my saddlebags by the door. Grabbing one of my vodka bottles, I pulled a chair to the fire. Talk. Undeterred, the soothsinger brushed back his perfect curls. He looked about the room, drawing a deep breath, and he launched into his tale then, with all the flourish of a young buck who'd carved 100 bedpost notches with his silver tongue.
Perhaps 1,000 years ago, somewhere in Nordland, a boy was born. His name is lost to time, but he'd come to be known as the Redeemer. As he grew to manhood, he became an itinerant priest, preaching that there was only one God, Not only did he proclaim the old gods a lie, the Redeemer claimed to be the son of this true God. He performed miracles, raised the dead, and in time, an army. Marching west, he spread his one faith at the point of a sword. The conflict was bloody and decades long. Fuck's sake, Bouchette, you're not telling me. Hush, Gabriel, Chloe growled. Listen. Bellamy leaned into his tale. The Redeemer was betrayed by his disciples and murdered on the wheel by priests of the old gods. But his last loyal follower, the hunter Michon, caught his lifeblood in a silver chalice as he died. Michon took up the war in her Redeemer's name until she herself was martyred in battle. But the ideals of the one faith endured, and centuries later, the warlord Maximilien de Augustin and his famille finally united 5 kingdoms into one empire under the one true faith. I sighed, necking the bottle. This was nothing I didn't already know. Pay attention, Gabe, Chloe insisted. What you're about to hear could get you and everyone you love flayed to death on the wheel. This is the darkest heresy in the empire. I swallowed deep and sighed. Out with it then. Père Raffa bent forward, liver-spotted fingers steepled at his lips. He glanced at Dion, and I could see the fear in him, as if even speaking these words were a sin. And I pieced this tale together over many years, Sylvescent. Fragments of knowledge, mere scraps of truth, mixed among miles of madmen's scroll and lies. To this day, we know not the half of it. But one thing is certain, and two for sure. Michon was not only the Redeemer's disciple. The old man sighed as if from his bones. She was his lover. If the priest expected that shot to strike home, it fell well short of the mark. God's begotten son enjoyed a tumble like the rest of us, I shrugged. So what? So, the testaments were first written in Old Talhostic, Sylvescent. And in Old Talhostic, the words for lifeblood and essence are almost the same. Avsunk, avsenkt. Michon didn't capture the Redeemer's lifeblood in some cup, Gabe. Chloe pressed one hand to her belly. She captured his essence in her own. And 9 months after his death, she gave birth to his child, a daughter, named Essan. My eyes narrowed at that. That's Old Talhostic too, for faith. Chloe nodded and murmured, Essani. Faithless, I whispered, looking at the vein in my wrist. What the fuck? A direct descendant of God's son, Raffa murmured. But within a year, her mother was dead. And fearing persecution, Essan's guardians moved her to Talhost. Eventually she had children of her own. The Redeemer's descendants often exhibited signs of divinity in their blood, but kept their origins secret. They built a dynasty, and eventually began an uprising against the emperor himself, claiming a divine right to sit upon the 5-fold throne. The Avsenkt heresy, I murmured. So it was named by the pontifex of the one faith, Chloe said. The idea of the Redeemer taking a mortal lover was declared a sacrilege, and the descendants of Essan blasphemers. And in the following purge, their line was all but wiped out. Ironically, by the church their progenitor Michon had helped forge. All records were expunged from church archives, Raffa said. Only scraps remain. Essan's bloodline diminished to almost nothing, and lost all knowledge of itself. The blood thinned. The line was almost broken. Almost. Chloe looked to Dior, the boy silhouetted against the flames. But that falling star we saw, that star marked the moment of Dior's birth. Raffa and I have searched for more than a year, following tales of magic, witchcraft, sorcery. We'd almost given up hope when we heard of a boy whose blood worked miracles. even brought people back from the edge of death. Great fucking Redeemer, I breathed. Blasphemy, she smiled weakly. You're telling me this skinny little fuckstain is the last known scion of Hassan's line? Dio doesn't know where the Grail is, Gabriel. He is the Grail, the cup of the Redeemer's blood. From holy cup comes holy light, Rafa said. The faithful hand sets world aright, Bellamy murmured. And in the 7 martyrs' sight, Chloe whispered. Dio met my eyes and shrugged. No man shall end this endless night. The crackling flames were the only sound to fill that silence. I looked around the room, pulse hammering in my temples. This sounded like the darkest shade of madness. The chill in the air seeped into my chest and I stood, stunned enough that Saoirse lifted her axe, jaw clenched. Chloe stared at me with eyes wide. Rafa's hand was inside his sleeve. But I only paced the room, dragging one hand back through my hair before stopping to stare at the boy. That pale streak of seagull shit in his stolen coat and busted boots. He looked nothing like the salvation of the world. But I'd seen it with my own fucking eyes. Those monsters bursting into flames as his blood touched their lips. Those red hands dragging Rafa and Bellamy back from the edge of death. Drinking the blood of an ancien kith might heal a wound as deep as those two had suffered, but Dio was a living, breathing boy. How could this be? I wondered. Could this be? I walked slowly toward Dio, and the boy simply watched. I stopped a few inches away and he looked up at me, unflinching. I could feel Saoirse at my back, Bellamy's fingers now slipping to his blade. But I only reached down beside me and the boy, snatched up my vodka. Gulping a mouthful, 3, 4, I felt my eyes watering at the burn. And tossing the empty into the fireplace, I said the cleverest thing I could think of at the time. Well, fuck my face.
Chapter 9. 2 words. Gabriel. My eyes flashed open, pupils dilating in the dark. A bird with broken wings beat swift inside my belly. For one blessed moment, I thought I was in our bed back home. The peaceful rhythm of my daughter's breath drifting down the hall, the bare branches of the sycamore outside our room scraping against the window. All was peace, and all was well, and I held tight, closing my eyes against the truth. But then I smelled rot in the walls, vague hints of fresh blood and stale mold and rat. The soft sounds down the hall belonged to Dio, the boy now moaning in his sleep. And the silk-soft scratching at the window belonged to Gabriel. I sat up in bed and saw her, suspended and breathless in the night beyond the window. Her hair was blackest velvet, her cheek the curve of a broken heart. Her skin was pale and bare as the barrow-bleached bones of long-forgotten queens. In her eyes I saw the answer to every question, every wanting, every fear I'd never known the naming of. And she pressed herself to the glass, hands and lips and breasts, all smooth curves and shadows full of promise, whispering soft as the sleep she'd stolen me from. Let me in. I rose from my furs, bare feet on hard boards, bare chest in chill air. The silver troth ring on my finger felt heavy as lead. She tracked my movement like a wolf a hunt, and she swayed, drifting away into the snow-kissed dark, and then surging back, pressing harder now against the window. Black fingernails whispered up over her hips, sinking like claws into the soft swell of her shoulders, dragged deep down her arms, and then, red and dripping, scribbling, scratching on the glass once more. Eyes on mine, she bit down, a dark pearl of promise welling on her lip. Let me in, my lion. All that stood between us now were 2 words. Strange how so much power, So much peril and promise resides in so tiny a thing. 2 little words can carry weight enough to see empires rise and kingdoms fall. 2 little words can begin the end of everything. How many hearts have been made complete by words so small as I do? How many more have been shattered with a breath as tiny as it's over? Little sounds that reshape or unmake your entire world, like great spells of old to redraw the very lines by which you see yourself and all else about you. 2 little words. Forgive me. Do it. I can't. You must. I could already feel her lips, warm as old autumn, the taste of burning leaves on her tongue. I could imagine pale hands slipping into my breeches, pale legs wrapped tight around my waist, my teeth grazing her lip and her blood singing between us, filling the empty inside. She pressed against the window as I drew closer, hunger and sheerest wanting, and she smiled, all the colours of despair. With shaking hands I unlocked the window and pulled the sill up slow, and with a voice that sounded not quite like my own, I spoke 2 words. 2 little words. Come in. Chapter 10. No flower blooms. The storm broke 4 days later, and all the land was empty grey. The weight of it still hung on me, heavy as the broken sword at my side. Every time I looked to Chloe and Dior, the strangeness struck me harder. Over the course of my life I'd seen my share of impossible. Castle walls crumbling under blows from long dead fists, monsters who danced in the skins of beasts and wore the faces of men, legions of the dead in the eyes of a king eternal, boring black and bottomless into my own. I have forever, boy. Truth told, I'd never tasted impossible like this. I'd only agreed to accompany Chloe for a chance to strike at Danton, but I couldn't forget what I'd seen. And so the morn we prepared to leave Windvale, I'd gone searching. I found the boy in the ruined cathedral again, staring up at that window of Saint-Michel like it held an answer to some unspoken question. The floor was thick with new-fallen snow, my breath hanging chill. I could smell his wounds, old, scabbing, a bandage at his throat where he'd been bitten. As miraculous as his blood was, the boy didn't seem able to heal himself. As I walked inside, Dior glanced over his shoulder and sighed. What do you want? Chloe's fretting on you. You shouldn't wander alone. I need your advice like I need a donkey dancing on my dick, hero. You know that chip on your shoulder must get awful heavy some days. And most folk would spare a merci for the man who saved their lives, la chance. If you just came here to give me shit, I came to give you this. The boy looked to my outstretched hand. In my palm was an old Sanctus file, the sacrament long since smoked, the glass now filled to the stopper with ripe fresh blood. I don't smoke that shite. What am... It's not vampire blood. It's mine. I gritted my teeth, scowling. I have gifts, boy. Gifts that most pale bloods don't. I don't know the working of many of them, but I know if you carry this with you, I can sense you, follow you, find you anywhere in the Empire. And why would I want you to do that? If what Chloe said was true, if... He folded his arms, scoffing. You know, when Sister Chloe and Father Rafa found me, I admit it took a while to believe what they said. You grow up like I did, it's best to assume everyone you meet is a fucking cunt. That way, when they turn out to be just regular cunts, you'll be nicely surprised. But you grew up with all this. Martyrs and mother maids and redeemers, and there's still not a drop of belief in you for any of it. He looked from the file in my hand, up into the grey of my eyes. I don't want your blood, hero. I don't want you following me. I want you to sod off back home to your wife and your sprat and your bottle and your smoke and leave me right the fuck alone. He spat once on the floor, and shouldering past, he strode out the door. So we set out, the 7 of us, into falling snows. Left Winfale behind, trekking northeast, Dior scowling up a storm behind Chloe on her horse. And though I couldn't conjure much affection for the little bastard, I still had to face it. I still had to wonder. Could it be true? A descendant of the Son of God? An end to Day's death, here in the palm of my silvered hand. Chloe believed. Rafa and the others. The Inquisition, sweet fucking mother maid, even Danton Voss believed, which of course meant his father did too. I finally understood a fraction of what was at stake here. The boy wasn't just bait on my hook anymore. This was bigger than me. Bigger than all of it. I could feel dark currents about us, deeper than I could see the bottom of. And I thought again of that mysterious high blood who'd accosted us at the watchtower outside De Haeth. Midnight blue hair and bloody blade, dead eyes narrowed as she held out her hand to the boy. Come with us, child, or die. Too many mysteries here by half. That cold-blood bitch with a mask and fancy red coat, I called. The one Rafa saw off with his wheel. Have any of you seen her before? The group shook their heads. Silence all around. Why do you ask, Sylvescent? Rafa replied. I looked to the falling snow behind. Danton will have found a way across the river by now. We lost days to that storm, and we still have the Inquisition to worry about. I'm wondering where that other high blood stands. No friend of our forever prince, I wager. Bellamy tilted his head. The enemy of my enemy is just another enemy, Bouchette. I'm only pondering which will pay a visit first. Well, I still believe we should pay visit to Saint Guillaume, Rafa said. The abbot may have got word from Pontifex Gascoigne by now. For all we know, there is an army of God-fearing soldiers in His Holiness's colours, waiting to escort us to Saint-Michon. For all we know, the Pontifex will declare our tale a heresy, Bellamy said. The Church has been ruled by fear and misplaced fervour in past nights, 'tis true. Rafa nodded. But Pontifex Gascoigne is a good man. He near emptied the Church's coffers, feeding the dispossessed who flooded to Augustin after Day's death fell. He is a true and holy servant of God. Trust me, Father, I scoffed. He's like every politician I've known, holy skirts or no. The priest ignored me, looking to Chloe. We should head to Saint Guillaume, sister. One capitaine, Chloe replied. One course. Rafa pursed his lips, but held his objection along with his tongue. What's in Saint-Michon that you're so keen to get back to, Chloe? I asked. There's no safer place for Dior in all the Empire. And it's not just the Silver Saints. Saint-Michon also has its library. The forbidden section, the secrets inside. Words are our greatest weapons in this war, Gabe. It's not just the tale of Essan. The prophecy speaks of a way Day's death can be ended, and I believe I found that too. She looked to the boy behind her, and her eyes shone as if she looked upon the Redeemer reborn. Adoration. Belief. Dior is going to save us all. The boy smiled, but I saw uncertainty in his eyes. For all the Holy Sister's fervour, the shit he'd given me, I could tell Dior himself still wondered at all this. I knew what it was to be a lad that age, to have a weight on your shoulders you'd no wanting of. Truth told, he handled it better than most. But he met my gaze, and I saw his own harden. The fuck are you gawping at, hero? I shook my head inside. Still an obnoxious little prick, though. We headed north, days on end through the rising chill. This stretch of Osway seemed utterly abandoned. Its folks likely fled south after Dun Quinn fell. We passed ruined farmsteads, roadside taverns, ghost towns, all empty save for the rats. Those bastards swarmed thick, grown fat and fierce on the dead and all they'd left behind. I knew why this place had been left to rot. With no laird lady to protect them, there'd be little sense staying here to be preyed upon. One more slice of the Empire gone. One more jewel snatched from old Alexandra's holy crown. The last silver saint tilted his head till his neck popped, drained the last from his wineglass. Jean-Francois looked up from his tome. "Laird, lady?" the vampire asked. Gabriel nodded, refilling his glass. Osway was a matriarchal nation, before it got fucked 17 times sideways by the blood Divock anyways. The whole region had been part of the Eladani Empire for centuries, of course. Alexandre III ostensibly ruled it all. But the individual fiefs were ruled by femmes. Clan council run by venerable dames. Husbands from outside the clan took the matriarch's name when wed. "Sounds positively enlightened," the vampire murmured. "Depends who you ask." The practice was steeped in worship of the old gods. A feminine aspect of the wild, the hunt, the moons, called Fion. But the Holy Church beat the paganism out of the Ossians over time. A few traditions survived. Women fought in wars beside their men. Women had the rule of the hearth. But instead of Fion, local worship shifted to the Mother Maid after the Wars of the Faith. There were more churches and abbeys devoted to her in the Osway than anywhere else in the Empire. Gabriel leaned back, sipped at his wine. It was only in the most remote corners where the ancient ways truly lived on. Old world religion, worship of Fion, wild hunts, fey witchery, all rare enough to be considered folklore by most. But the Silver Saints knew better. Even before Day's death, there were places in Osway where a man wouldn't dare be caught alone after dark. A few clans up in the Highlands who still took that shit seriously. "Such as the Danseurs?" Jean-Francois asked. Gabriel nodded. "Such as the Danseurs." "Your good friend Saoirse was one of these fey witches, then?" "Well," Gabriel shrugged, "there's magic, and then there's magic. But there wasn't an ounce of silver in that axe of hers, and kindness still went through cold bloods like Philippe I through his mistresses. And young Saoirse didn't tattoo her face just for the aesthetics. There's power in ink, cold blood, and not just the silvered kind." We bedded on high ground when we could. The weather was worsening by the day, but if we were elevated, at least we might spot them coming. Only Phoebe and I could see for shit in the dark, and it'd have been ludicrous to light torches. And so we camped at night, and slept barely a wink. We could risk no flame to cook by either, so meals were even more of a misery march. And worst of all, the fear that was really chilling my piss. "That Danton must surely be tracking you?" Jean-Francois asked. "That you knew nothing of that masked high blood, yet she seemed to know you exact. That the Inquisition was surely still stalking you, and yet you'd seen no sign of them since the Umdir." "No," the Silver Saint scoffed. "My vodka was running low." I was sat in the bare branches of an ancient oak, bottle propped beside me, cursing beneath my breath. The tree was one of a dozen in a tall copse atop a rugged hill. The wind blew so fierce and constant from the north that the trees had grown in crooked, the branches swept sideways like wind-swept hair, wrapped with ropes of asphyxia. "I hate this fucking place," I growled. "Nothing grows, save in the wrong direction." "What is that, Silver Saint?" Bellamy lay on the branch above, nodding to the parchment in my hand. I was shading in the lands of the Quinn with charcoal, fingertips smudged black. "Old map of mine. Just keeping track of the knuckle bones Alexandre has lost in this game." "Do you know where we are?" Chloe called from the tree next door. I shrugged, tracing a dark line on the parchment. "Must be close to the Delaine by now. Things might get easier once we cross, but I'm not sure where we can do that. There used to be a bridge up past Hayman's Hill, but I've no clue if it's still standing." "We can ask Saoirse when she returns," Chloe said. Bellamy shivered, curling over in his furs. "I must confess, Miss Emmy, when I set out from the capital 2 years back, I'd no notion I'd end up in a place such as here. Not that the company isn't of finest quality," he added hastily. "But on nights like this, I miss Augustin. Her little cafes and broad boulevards, Doe-eyed lovers wandering her canals arm in arm. He shifted on his branch, sending a smattering of snow onto my head, and he sighed all the way from his soul. My heart aches to see her again, my Augustin and her Empress Divine. I scowled upward, brushing the snow from my hair. You know Isabella? Know her? The soothsinger smiled, those pretty blue eyes staring out into the dark. I can say I serve her, as loyally as any knight or maid-at-arms. I can say I have written songs for her, as beautiful as could make angels weep. But know her? He shook his head. What man can truly say that of Isabella, Silver Saint? I looked at Bellamy with his silly hat and his perfect stubble and his dreamer's eyes, and it struck me how young he was then. How young all of them were. Leastways you've been to the capital, Dior muttered, blowing on his hands and shoving them in his armpits. I've never even seen it. The soothsinger brightened then, handsome as a pocketful of princes. We shall see it together, mon ami. His voice grew deep and dramatic, hands sweeping the sky. When all this is done, I shall take you there myself. Good Sir Sauvage and Père Saaraki can visit the Cathédrale de Lumière, there to pray in the honey-warm glow of the light eternal. Mademoiselle Saoirse can bathe in the perfumed fountain beneath the Pont de Fleurs. Heaven knows she needs it. He winked at the boy, eyes shining. And you, me, and Chevalier de Lyon shall take in a show on the Rue des Méchants. You shall not, Père Raphael scowled. Why? The boy asked. What happens on the Rue des Méchants? Sex, I replied, taking a long swallow of my vodka. Chloe scowled, made the sign of the wheel. Bellamy tutted and tipped his ridiculous cap. That is not all that happens there, Silver Saint. Well, no, not all, I admitted. There's a great deal of gambling, a goodly dose of dreamweed dealers and poppy dens and burlesque. But there's also a tremendous amount of sex. In fact, I bet you'd not be able to fling a royale on the Rue des Méchants without hitting someone either openly offering, desperately looking for, or enthusiastically engaged in, God's sake, Gabrielle, we understand. A hot blush was pinking Chloe's cheeks, and I threw her a teasing wink. Do you really? I didn't think the books in the forbidden section were that risque, sister. Chloe aimed a furious scowl my way, signed the wheel. I chuckled, leaning back in my branch and wondering if I should have another smoke now, or stretch it out an hour more. Dior watched the flush die in the Silver Sister's cheeks, pouting in thought. Did you always want to be a nun, Sister Chloe? My old friend glanced up to the boy, breathed deep. Since I was a little girl. Did you... The lad cleared his throat, uncertain. I mean to say, have you ever... Careful, boy, I growled. You're sailing awfully close to the shores of a little island most call none of your fucking business. There are many kinds of love, Dior, Chloe said. If you're asking what I think you're asking. I gave up the love of men for the love of God Most High. Do you miss it? A woman who has never seen the night cannot miss the moons. All right then, do you not wander? Chloe glanced sidelong to me, both of us aware of how thin the ice she now trod upon was. But still I felt a flicker of cool anger as she spoke. Desire is no sin, save when we indulge it. But I'm sure Père Raphael would agree God's love sustains beyond all earthly appetite. True, the old man shrugged. Still, I miss it. 4 heads swiveled to the priest. 4 sets of eyebrows shot to the sky. I miss it like... The priest waved a vague hand, pushed his spectacles up his thin nose and glanced to the soothsinger. Help an old man out, Bellamy. Like the desert misses the rain? Rafa winced. A touch cliched. Like the dawn misses the dusk? Bellamy sat up straighter and snapped his fingers. No, like a large-breasted woman misses lying on her Shut the fuck up, Bouchette. Dior was looking at the priest with a wicked grin. Père Raphael, I was not always a servant of the cloth, Dior. The old man smiled fondly. I was once a young man like you. I even came close to marrying once.
What was her name, Father?
Bellamy asked.
Elsa.
The priest looked to the dark above, sighing her name like sugared smoke.
A huntress who sold vellum to Saint Guillaume. I was an acolyte when we met, my vows still unsworn. We fell in love, so deep and sudden I was tempted to leave behind all I'd studied for. But Elsa could see my suffering, torn between love of her and love of God. She told me no flower blooms that grows in two beds, and still I could not decide. So, one day she kissed me farewell, set out a hunt, and never returned to Saint Guillaume. I searched for her, months and miles, but I never saw my sweet Elsa again.
Bellamy sniffled, reaching for his lute. No flower blooms that grows in tube. Don't you fucking dare, Bouchette.
That's sad,
Dior murmured, looking at the priest.
I'm sorry, Rafa.
The old man smiled.
It was God's will. If I had married Elsa, I would never have been contacted by Sister Chloe, never have found you, Dior. And the good sister is correct. God's love sustains me where no mortal love could ever have endured.
He clutched the wheel about his neck in one wrinkled, liver-spotted hand.
This weak flesh melts all too soon, my child. But the love of the Lord is evergreen, and it shall see me to his kingdom eternal.
Seems a little sadistic, though, doesn't it? Rafa spared me an indulgent glance.
What does, Chevalier?
Giving you desires, then denying you the sating of them. Look but don't touch. Taste but don't swallow. Why make you want what you can't have?
To test our faith, of course. To judge if we are worthy of the kingdom of heaven.
But he's all-seeing, isn't he? All-knowing. God knows whether you're going to pass his test before he ever gives it to you. And if you succumb to your desire, he condemns you to burn. He sets you up to fail, then has the balls to question his own handiwork.
It is not for mortals to know the mind of God, Silver Saint.
The wise man knows you don't blame the blade, priest. You blame the blacksmith.
A parent's kindness is oft-times cruel. You have a daughter, do you not? I would wager the crown jewels to a heart royal. You love her more than anything under heaven.
Of course I do.
You ever deny your patience that which she wanted as child? The sweets she cried for before supper. A smack to her knuckles before she burned herself on the flame. The pain you inflicted came from a place of purest adoration, though she may not have understood it at the time. But you hurt her for her own good.
My stepfather beat the shit out of me as a child, priest, and all he'd ever taught me was how to hate him. I fixed Rafa with a glower. It's the lowest kind of man who raises a fist to his child and calls it love, and it's the worst kind of tyrant who demands you adore him above all others. I shook my head, looking the old man up and down. That wheel hanging around your neck won't keep you warm in the dark, priest. It won't ever love you back. And silver it might be, but one night, you're going to learn just how little it's actually worth. Dior looked at me then, blue eyes drifting to the silver on my skin. It seemed as if the lad were about to speak when...
Chloe!
I glanced up at the distant shout, eyes narrowed in the dark. I could see Phoebe loping across the snowy hillside, the lioness just a shadow on the grey. And behind her,
Seisha,
Dior called, sitting up on his branch. The slayer was waving as she dashed toward us, and I tucked away my map and bottle, dropped down from my branch and ran out to meet her. As she reached my side, Saoirse bent double, chest heaving like a bellows. The slayer looked as if she'd sprinted all the way from Alith. Troubles? The girl nodded, gasping to find her breath.
Yeah, Bonnie, Prince.
My belly filled with tiny, cold butterflies. Danton.
He rides,
Saoirse gasped.
but a handful of miles south. 12 men and horses.
Horses? Bellamy demanded.
I thought beasts of earth and sky feared the dead.
The blood, I told him. Drink 3 times over 3 nights and you'll be a slave to your master's will. No matter how much you fear him. Danton could have thralled 100 men and horse by now.
Near that many.
Saoirse straightened, met Chloe's eyes.
But plenty. Gabe,
Chloe asked.
Do we fight?
I looked to my old friend, standing wide-eyed in the snow with her ragged company. Slayer and soothsinger and priest and pet. In truth, I gave not a speck of shit for any of them save her. But last of all, shielded behind Chloe like she might protect him from all the hurts of the world, stood the boy. My bait. He'd brought Danton to me, just as I'd hoped. And with a mere 12 men at his side, I put my odds about even I could get my hand around that bastard's throat. I owed his famille blood. And the longer we ran, the longer Danton would have to build a force I couldn't hope to face. Stray wretched, sellswords, other high bloods seeking the Forever King's favour. Better to strike now with some fodder to throw, with a bandolier full of silver bombs in the faith of 2 true believers to blind him. I could protect Chloe. What matter if the others fell? What were these people to me? Nothing. Nothing and no one. But the boy, the bait, the blood. Washing across those open necks and sealing them closed. Burning in the gullets of those wretched and setting them aflame. I'd known the truth for years. There was no magic silver shot, no divine prophecy, no holy fucking chalice that would bring an end to this darkness. This was our here and our now and our forever. Wasn't it? Looking skyward, I found myself trying to remember what it had been like to actually see stars overhead. I could recall them dimly from my youth, cradled like diamonds in the midnight arms of heaven. All was blackness now, only the crescents of dim red moons to light my way. But for the first time in as long as I could remember, I wondered. Gabe, Chloe asked, desperate now. Do we fight? No, I sighed. We flee. Chapter 11. A Black Crown. Ride for the river! Wind whipping our skin. Sleet slashing our eyes. Jezebel was an engine of muscle and bone beneath me, the company at my back. I took the lead, riding as hard as the others could follow. The light from my hunter's lantern bounced and strobed, throwing mad shadows ahead. I could hear Chloe and Dior behind, Saoirse and Rafa coming next, Bellamy in the rear. Chill snatching the breath from our lungs, we rode. We rode as if all our lives hung in the balance, as if the devil himself rode behind us. Because of course, he did. And he was gaining. Grace 3 times the tongue of man or woman with the blood of the kith, and they will be a slave. But not some callow serf with broken back and battered heart. Some measure of unholy strength will be gifted, master to thrall, making them more than a match for any man. Horses and hounds aren't so different to humans, save the former tend to die with dignity and the latter with blubbery. I knew not where Danton had found his mounts or his men, but it mattered little in the end. He had both in abundance, a burly dozen, their thrall Susias running harder and faster than ours could hope to match. And behind, with all the insufferable arrogance of a bastard who believes in his bones that he was born to rule, came the youngest son of the Forever King, the Beast of Velen. He'd returned to the Hearth after I'd left, and he'd fetched his fucking coach. But rather than the corpses of murdered girls, it was now drawn by 4 swift Susias,
The horses' eyes flushed crimson, their mouths frothing blood. I hoped the folk of Dahaeth had given Danton what he wanted without resistance, that he'd been so keen to avenge himself on me, he hadn't stopped to wreak vengeance upon them. I hoped, but I doubted it. Riding off-road was too deep a risk in the dark. One rabbit hole or cruel branch under Chloe's horse, and all would be undone. And so we hammered down a muddy road, dying trees at our flanks. I glanced at the Silver Sister, the boy behind, the pair riding fierce as they dared. The fate of the world just a few feet away. "Why run, de Leon?" came a call from behind. "When I can follow forever." The bastard spoke true, and I knew it. At this pace our horses would break within a few miles, and on foot we could never outrun a high-blood. I'd no clue how far the river could be, and if Hayman's bridge was still standing. Chloe cried out, hand to brow. Her horse thundered on, but Dior had to lunge for the reins, clutching the small woman in his arms. "Sister Chloe, he—" Chloe gasped, wincing. "He's in my head." I turned in my saddle and saw him, like a shadow at morning striding behind you. His eyes were red and full as children's graves, sharp teeth and a butcher's smile. He leaned out the carriage window, hair swept back from his widow's peak. On the driver's perch sat a girl with dark skin and pretty green eyes, faint red stain at her chin. I recognized the serving lass from The Perfect Husband, refusing to remember her name. "Guard your thoughts, Chloe. Feel your head. Force him out." She clutched the 7-star at her throat. "The Lord is my shield, unbreakable." Danton's riders swept before him, now only a dozen yards off our backs. Farmers and masons, a few militia members among them, once men with lives and wives and dreams, now naught but slaves to his will. I held my pipe between gritted fangs as I fumbled for a phial of Sanctus. I'd no time to measure, tipping the whole lot into the bowl and spilling most, tamping it down with my thumb. I tried a half-dozen times to light my flint box, finally dragging down a ragged, burned lungful, feeling that potency unfurl, the beast in me awaken. And reaching into my belt, I drew my wheel lock, twisted in my saddle. Danton actually laughed to see the pistol in my hand. Against the skin of an ancien Vos, the shot would be less than worthless. And so I took aim, struck the trigger, black Ignis flaring as the muzzle flashed and the shot cracked. "Sorry, boy." Right between my target's big brown eyes. The lead horse dropped like a rock, brains smashed to pulp. As it collapsed, the horse behind it screamed and collided with its fellow, and I saw Danton's eyes grow wide, his smile fail as the horses collapsed in a tangle of snapping harness and bone. The lead spar crashed into the earth. The crack of splitting timbers rang out in the night, and Danton's carriage flipped end over end, that dark-haired lass with the pretty green eyes thrown like a rag doll. I turned away before she struck the earth, closed my ears to the sound of her breaking, telling myself over and over that it's always better to be a bastard than a fool. Her name. Better to be a bastard than a fool, I hissed. Her name was Naya. Several riders stopped to help their fallen lord, but the rest rode on, crossbow bolts hissing through the air. Rafa cried out as one struck his shoulder blade, and Saoirse cursed as their horse almost spilled. Bellamy twisted in his saddle, unleashed his own crossbow into the closest thrall. The man bucked, coughed blood, but stayed upright. A dagger flashed through the night, struck the fellow in his throat and sent him tumbling, another already in Saoirse's hand. "How far to the river?" Chloe gasped. "That's Hayman's Hill ahead." Reaching to my bandolier, I snapped the seal on a glass phial and hurled it. The silver bomb exploded, blasting thralls from their saddles in a blinding flash. But the others came on. And in the distance, among the riders who'd stopped to help him, "Fuck," I hissed. "Gabe!" "I see him, Chloe." "No, Gabe. Ahead. Ahead." We'd rounded the bend at Hayman's Hill, horses frothing, hearts pounding,
and ahead I saw a sheer dark bank dropping 10 feet into the black rush of the Delayan River. The mooring stones were intact, crusted with blooms of Maryswort. But beyond— "Mother Moons, the bridge is down," Saoirse roared. "Keep riding," I bellowed. "But Gabrielle, I'll hold them, Chloe. Keep riding." I pulled up on Jezebel's reins, slowing the dray and drawing my sword. Ash Drinker gleamed in my lantern light, a silver smile on her hilt and a silver whisper in my mind. She seemed more certain tonight, her voice steadier, closer to what she'd once been. No mercy begged, Gabrielle, and none bestowed. The first thrall reached me, a militia man with a long ashwood spear and suit of stout chain. I split the man's spear in half, sent his guts spilling into the dark. I heard Bellamy whooping, Chloe yelling, "Hold tight, Dio," the boys screaming as their horses plunged into the rapids below. 3 riders barreled past me and I took one off his horse, another's arm off his shoulder as they flashed by. I grunted as a sword pierced my ribs, cutting leather and meat and bone, twisting as it came.
"Much faster you were in thy youth, Gabrielle."
I lashed out at the man who'd stuck me, blood spilling warm and wet down my side. "Nobody asked your fucking opinion, Ash."
"You mayst use me as a walking stick if ye hast need."
The thrall gurgled as I drove Ash Drinker through his throat, twin arcs of blood fountaining into the sky as the blade scraped his spine.
"Ah, much better indeed. The snick and the snack and the red.
The swordsman clutched his split neck and collapsed into the road. But looking farther down it, I saw him coming again now, a black shadow, no smile on his face anymore, the beast he'd been named for surfacing as he bared his fangs and roared.
"De Leon!"
"Gabrielle!" Chloe wailed. "Face me, you callow wretch!"
"The first of 7, Gabrielle. First of 7. As Fabian took from ye, take like from him."
One scream in front of me, another behind. The vengeance that had dragged me northward into this lonely winter, or the promise of perhaps finishing it once and for all. One foe in sight, one friend in need. No choice at all.
"This time, I swear I—"
Ash Drinker fell silent as I sheathed her at my waist, slapping Jezebel's rump. The dray kicked up and bolted, her breath like a blast furnace. I thought she might have balked at the edge, that I'd have to force her into the plunge or simply leap from her back to the water below. But she charged toward that broken bridge as fearless as any horse I'd ever known. And as Jezebel leapt out into the breach, dauntless, plunging toward those dark rapids after Chloe and the others, I held tight to her mane and whispered, "I need to give you a better name, love." We plunged into dark water, all the world muted. The river was freezing, and I almost inhaled a lungful as the shock reached my spine. I crashed to the surface, slinging a whip of waterlogged hair from my eyes and dragging a shaking breath into bleeding lungs. I saw Jezebel beside me, reached toward her, trying to float with the flow when a thrall crashed atop me, his sword plunging into my shoulder, scraping my ribs. I roared in pain and clutched his throat, dragging us both below. He slipped his blade free, stabbing again, into my belly this time. But my thumbs had found his eyes by then, and they sank in, knuckle-deep, muted scream and a bird-brittle crunch rising over the rapid's roar. He stabbed me again before it failed him, that strength which he'd been gifted but to which I'd been fucking born. And then he went limp, the water warm around my hands. Kicking free of his arms, I lunged back up to the air. "Gabrielle!" Chloe's scream, ragged with terror. I searched the dark, spied her a little ways downriver, clinging desperately to her panicking horse lest her chainmail and sword drag her to her death. But her eyes were filled with purest horror. "Dio can't swim!" Oh, blessed face fuckery. I looked about, kicking upward for desperate vantage. I saw spitting spray and grinning rocks and tumbling black, but of the boy there was no sign. "Gabe, you have to—" The rest of Chloe's words were lost as I plunged below the foam. The blood hymn kept the agony of my wounds at bay, and I swam through sunken bows and a cold as deep as tombs. For the longest time, I saw nothing save the dark and the folly of all I'd done. But ahead, cresting the jagged edge of a long, sunk stone, I caught it, a flash of pale. Fangs bared, I lunged, kicking with boots full of water and pockets full of hope, and finally, seizing hold of a fine frock coat, midnight blue with silver curlicue. I surged to the surface with a ragged gasp. The rapids roared in my ears, the sword wounds in my belly and shoulder bled red into the rushing black, and my heart sang in my chest as I saw Dior gasp for breath. And then the boy realized where he was. Water all around, water beneath, and I saw panic clench his jaw, and he grabbed hold of my throat and dragged me right the fuck back under. He thrashed and bore us down, boots kicking my bleeding belly. We crashed into a sunken stone, something inside me ripping. I roared and tried to hold him, but his panic had him by the short and curly ends. His thumb found my eye, and his heel crashed into my bollocks, and I felt him slip from my arms. Half blind, I seized a fistful of ashen hair, dragged us back up in an explosion of half-drowned breath. "You kicked my balls, you fuck-eyed little pig dick." I can't," he gulped and gurgled as he sank again. "Stop arsing about and hold on to me." He tore at me a moment more, 2 fingers hooked in my mouth and his other arm wrapped over my eyes. But I was yet my father's son, a strength beyond strength in the curse he'd gifted me, and with the boy gasping on my back, I swam. The bank was too tall, the current too swift, and so we ran with it, along a rising shore, searching for the others. And then, like a hammer on my skull, I felt him. Lonely, dark, and nightmare deep, the weight of blood-soaked centuries on the backs of my eyes. I peered into the gloom above, and I saw him, smelled him, felt him, stalking along the high-flung bank like the father of all wolves. Clad in a long frock coat and silken frills, a blood-red hunter just a few feet and 1,000 miles from his kill. Danton Voss. The rapids rushed swift, but he flitted tree to tree, licking dagger-bright teeth and watching with large, liquid eyes. Dior saw him too, and I heard the boy gasp as Danton's gaze fell on him, hand outstretched. "Come here, Dior," the vampire breathed. "Listen to nothing he says," I warned, paddling backward from the bank. "Come to me." "He's Voss. He'll get into your head," I hissed, kicking hard to keep us afloat. "Think of nonsense. Think of nothing. Fill your mind with noise, loud as you can." The vampire held Dior in his black gaze, and I felt the boy tense like steel. But strangely, I saw Danton's eyes narrow, his fingers clench. Dior stared back, ashen white hair plastered across his eyes, but I could tell in a heartbeat that somehow he was the stronger. That for all the centuries in Danton's veins, the lad's mind was a locked room. "'Tis true, then," the vampire smiled, bewildered. "All true." I kicked away into the rapids, ever closer to the northern shoreline. Danton followed on the babbling river's edge, dark eyes swallowing Dior whole. "I've no wish to hurt thee," the beast vowed. "'Pon my royal blood, I swear it, boy. My dread father bids me spirit thee to his side. A black crown shall he place upon thy brow, and do thee homage as a priest to gods of old. Fear, pain, hatred, dread sovereign of all this shalt thou be. The forever king himself shall bow to thee, Dior. Dead tongues heeded are dead tongues tasted," I spat. "Worthless wretch," the vampire snarled. "I speak not to thee." One hand, pale as marble, still extended. "Come to me, Dior, and I will show thee a life undreamed of." I felt the boy tense on my shoulders, and for one terrible moment I thought he might let go. But instead, half-drowned, wheezing, he pulled himself up and spat like poison. "Fuck you!" The beast of Valen's lips twisted in a dark smile. "You must say, please, love." Danton lowered his hand. His eyes fell on mine, and I could taste it between us, all that blood unspilled. What we each had stolen, and then had stolen from us in kind. The vampire pressed tongue to teeth and spoke into the black rainbows between us. Thou shouldst have stayed buried, de Leon. We reached the northern bank, low enough to the waterline that we could stagger onto it. I helped Dior, dragging the boy through the shallows by his collar before dumping him on the shore. When I turned to face Danton again, he was gone. But his shadow remained, heavy and cold as the water and blood pouring off me in floods. The beast had forever, but he wouldn't keep me waiting that long. Still, he'd given me one more kernel, one more sign of how desperately important Dior seemed to be to these bastards. They want him alive. I glanced to the shivering rat at my feet. You all right, boy? I'm all right, he wheezed. Because you look like shit twice stepped in. Dior squinted up at me and coughed. We look nothing alike, hero. I almost laughed, shaking my head in wonder at his front. Most folk would spare a merci for the man who just saved their lives, Lachance. He dragged his sopping locks from his eyes, lips pressed thin, but he said nothing. That fucking coat nearly drowned you. Why didn't you rip the damn thing off? Told you. Dior coughed hard, spat. It's magic. I scoffed, looked up and down the river's edge. The night was black, the rapids' roar throwing chill mist into the air. But I saw distant movement, sighed with relief as I spied Jezebel wandering the bank. Her flanks were steaming, mane and tail soaking, but she seemed unhurt, tossing her head and nickering as she spied me in the shallows. Lucky bitch. Gabe, came a distant cry. Gabriel! Chloe, down here. I grabbed Lachance's magic collar, hauled the boy upright with one hand. We'd cut it close to the bone, but Danton couldn't pursue us till he found another place to cross the river. My greatcoat was rent from those sword blows, blood dribbling over my leathers, but the wounds were slowly stitching closed. My pipe was safe at least, nestled snug against the curve of my... Oh, shit, I hissed. Dior blinked, his arms wrapped tight and shivering. What? I spun on the spot, heart sinking. Oh, you saints-buggering, cat-gargling, twat-goblin. What? Dior demanded. I knew not how it happened. Perhaps it had been cut away when that thrall stuck me with his pig sticker. More likely I lost at wrestling with this idiotic little turd as he tried to drown us both. But the how of it made no difference at all. I'd lost my bandolier. And with it had gone my black Ignis, my spare silver shot, my few remaining silver bombs, and worst of all, God spunks in my spuds once again. I clawed the waterlogged locks from my face and sighed. My Sanctus is gone. Chapter 12. Old Monarchs, New Sovereigns. We've lost most of our weapons, all our food, and every horse we had save Jezebel. Chloe sighed, head in hands. You should really think of a better name for a Gabe. We were gathered in the shallow belly of a sandstone cave, somewhere in the hills north of the Delayan. Dawn had broken like a bridal chalice at a wedding feast, bringing all the same ill fortune. The weather was running straight to hell, and our only meal was the mushroom Saoirse had scrounged. Phoebe had managed to find us at least, the big cat purring like an earthquake as her mistress scratched her behind the ears. We'd got a fire going to dry out our freezing clothes, but that was the extent of our good news. And the bad news was piling up like bodies to the sky. I lost my 7-star, Chloe whispered, hands to her throat. Of all things. My Sanctus too, I spat. My flail. Silver bombs, shot, everything. Bellamy looked about the cave with a hopeful smile. I saved my loot, at least. So fucking help me, Bouchette. Rafa was stripped down to his sackcloth leggings, shivering with cold. There is nothing for it now. We must go to Saint-Guillaume. Chloe dragged another damp log onto the flames, trembling in a thin, dark shift.
Trekking to Saint-Guillaume adds weeks to our journey, Rafa. If we head for the mare...
We can't travel all the way to the Nordland on foot, sister. Bellamy stood at the mouth of the cave, wringing the words from his doublet. And Saint-Guillaume is a distillery. I know not about the rest of you, but I, for one, could use a good stiff drink.
We can follow the river northwest, the old priest said. The monastery rests atop a cliff where the Delayan meets the Volta. We'll be protected by the water at least. That path will take us through Fedena, Saoirse warned. The forest of sorrows.
The slayer had stripped down to her saint's day clothes, utterly unashamed of her nakedness. There were phase spirals carved into her skin, stained with red pigment, one twisting all the way up her sword arm and encircling her right breast, the other down her left hip and leg all the way to her ankle. She was sharp muscles and scarred bare skin, and I could feel a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth as Rafa furiously looked anywhere but at the naked girl while still trying to address her politely.
What about the forest concerns you, Mademoiselle Saoirse?
The girl looked about the company, face underscored by flames.
My clan hear grim tales of the southern Weald. A dark rises in the once green places of the world. Dreaming nights past but no longer. We take our lives in our hands entering Fedena.
We give up our lives completely staying here, I said. Danton will return.
He knows our destination.
Chloe shuddered, wrapping arms about herself.
He took it from inside my head. Blessed Mother Maid, I can still feel him.
Spare your back the lash, Chloe, I said, patting her shoulder. A vampire that old is a power almost beyond measure. It'd take real training and pale blood in your veins to keep him out. But at least we now know the beast wants the boy alive. And if he believes we're headed north, Saint-Guillaume may be a wiser road. He's a fierce tracker, true, but the river and Weald may throw Danton off our trail.
Chloe shook her head, quietly furious. The knowledge we need to end Day's death is in Saint-Michon, Gabe. And we will get there, sister, Rafa cooed. But Saint-Guillaume is holy ground. We can regroup there, strike out from a place of strength. We must tread cautiously now with this evil at our back. Upon our shoulders rests the fate of all the world of men. What about the world of women?
Rafa glanced at Saoirse, then quickly away.
It's the same world, my child.
Really? The slayer scoffed.
I'll just go take a piss standing up, shall I? I suppose anything is possible.
Saoirse stood, glanced about the fire.
There's another path we can walk. Another destination we might seek. Solid as mountains and safe as the mother's arms. What do you mean, Saoirse? Bellamy asked. We could shelter in the highlands, the slayer replied, among my kin. We've the knowings of magics that were old before your God was born. God was not born, my child, Rafa said. He has always been. My folk tell it different. My folk tell it... Enough! Chloe snapped. We are not going to Saint-Guillaume, and we are certainly not trekking to the bloody highlands. We avoid the forest, head northeast until we reach the mare. Saint-Michon is our road. One capitaine, one course.
The sister glowered across the fire, a curtain of sodden curls about her eyes. I wondered at the bloody single-mindedness that seemed to drive her, even blind her. She'd devoted the best years of her life to this, true, but she wasn't seeing reason. Mayhaps we should let the boy decide, I said. Chloe glowered at me, but all other eyes turned to Dior. The lad crouched beside the flames, skin prickled with cold. Soaked as he was, he'd refused to take off his shirt and breeches, shivering like a lamb as he huddled close to the flames. He looked at me, eyes trailing the silver ink on my skin. The lion at my chest and the angels on my arms, the Mother Maid, the saints' rose and doves. But he made no reply. He is the Grail, Rafa said. If God should take the steerage of our path. What say you, boy? I demanded. Dior swallowed hard, looked toward Chloe. He felt he owed the sister a debt. He didn't want to gainsay her, that much was plain. He was enamoured of Saoirse too, I could see that, sure and true.
But beneath it all, there was that street smartness to him, a gutter edge. He could see the wisdom in old Rafa's words. We needed food, horses, sanctuary. And when he spoke, his voice didn't shake. I had to spare the little bastard a grudging nod. Whatever else he was, liar, thief, ungrateful little shit, Dior Lachance was still no coward. We head to Saint-Guillaume, he said. Chloe pursed her lips and shook her head, but finally she sighed. As you like it. We rested till noon, then pressed into the worsening snows. I wanted distance from Danton before night fell, but I'd another reason to get us off the shoreline, the one I was fretting on more each moment. For whatever reason, Dior seemed to draw the dead like a corpse draws crows, and the sooner we got moving, the sooner we'd run into Wretched. 12 hours since my last smoke. I'd one more file, a holdout of fledgling's blood in my boot. But once that was gone, I'd be hellbound. And while it was only a faint itch now, I knew the itching would soon become scratching, then clawing, and Redeemer help me if it got beyond that. Chloe and Rafa rode on Jez, clinging to each other for warmth, while Dior led the horse into the deepening wood, chattering to Bellamy all the while. Saoirse and I walked on the flanks, Phoebe ever scouting, and though I still found the Slayer a surly cuss, I had to thank all 7 martyrs for that she-lion of hers. The beast was often gone for hours at a stretch, but ever she'd return, sometimes with a scrawny rabbit in her jaws, other times with news, which Saoirse always knew the telling of. I wondered if it were instinct or something deeper between them, some bond scribed in old-world witchery, like the spirals on Saoirse's skin. 3 days later we crossed a crooked stream. Saoirse whispered a prayer to the Mother Moons, and we entered Fidena. At first the Forest of Sorrow seemed no different from the other woods of the world, which is to say, a stretch of old trees, being slowly choked by a pale, unwelcome lover. In the years following Day's death, most of the green places of the Empire had withered, starved of the sun that had once gifted them life. But that wasn't to say nothing grew in Eladane anymore. There's no end of successors waiting for old monarchs to fall, and in the breach left by those towering giants in their robes of whispering green, a new king had risen. Fungus. Luminous flowers of maryswort. Long, strangling tendrils of asphyxia. Bloated pustules of beggar belly and jagged, crawling runs of shadespine. These were the new sovereigns of the forest, the grand lords of decay, building castles on the rotting tombs of the kings who'd come before. Mushroom and toadstool, mouldweave and white spore, running thick across the ground or flowering on the still-standing corpses, so thick you could barely see the shape of the tree beneath. Ishe, Saoirse spat, stalking the thin and muddy road. Eh? The Slayer glanced my way, shook her head. 'Tis what we name it, Silver Saint. Ishe, the blight, twisting and ruining all that was once green and good. I glanced around and shrugged. They're just mushrooms, girl. The Slayer scowled. Keep calling me girl, and you're going to wake one morn with your lollies in your mouth dilly on a spirit. Every contortionist dream, Bellamy smiled, stomping along in the chill. You've nae ken what you speak of, the Slayer said, and still you speak. That's one of my most endearing qualities. My throat seized tight as bright red pain lanced through my belly. I staggered to a halt, hissing as it spread through my veins like fire. Gabe, Chloe asked, are you all right? Fumbling in my greatcoat pocket, I took a long pull of my last bottle of vodka, finishing off the lot. Tossing the empty, I drew a deep breath and nodded. Never better. It was a lie, of course. It had been almost 2 days since I'd smoked, and the holdout file in my boot was a quarter empty now. My skin crawled with invisible lice, and I was sweating in the brittle chill. But I couldn't risk another smoke yet. I'd no idea how long we'd be marching through this accursed wood, nor when I might find more leech blood. Vampires had been a blight on my existence as long as I could remember. But now that I needed one, we hadn't seen a single wretched since that attack at Windvale.
It was almost like someone up there hated me.
Great fucking Redeemer.
Chloe pursed her lips.
Blasphemy, Dio.
No, the boy whispered.
Look.
Ahead of us I saw a pale shape moving across the path. At first I thought I might be dreaming awake, that the thirst was throwing phantoms on my eyes. But no, there it was, moving through growths of stools and white spore, proud as a lord. A stag. The weather was still warm enough down in Sudhaim for medium-sized game, and beasts like rabbits and foxes lingered in the north. But I'd not seen an animal this magnificent in years. He stood as tall as I, sharp muscles and tan hide, a grand crown of antlers on his brow. Bellamy immediately had his crossbow out, the rest of us falling still as stones. Thirsty as I was, the thought of cooked venison almost banished my agony entirely. The soothsinger took careful aim. I held my breath. His crossbow sang, and the quarrel flew true, striking the beast right in his throat. "Ha!" Bellamy cried. "Did you see that?" The soothsinger fell silent as the stag swayed on its feet, turning to look at us. And at the sight of it, he almost dropped his bow.
"Great fucking Redeemer! Blasphemy, Bellamy,"
Chloe whispered. The left side of the beast's body was covered in pale growths, pustules linked by a lattice of cobwebs. Its left eye bulged from its socket, bloated with what might have been blood. The stag shivered, gore spilling from the quarrel in its neck. Rearing up on its hind legs, it threw back its head and screamed. But as its mouth opened wider, it split apart entirely, chin and jaw and, holy God, even its throat unfurling like the petals of some awful flower to form a horrid, tooth-filled maw. And its scream was a little girl's, a human girl's. I drew ash drinker, bellowing over that godless howl. "Shoot it again!" The soothsinger fired, a crack shot, the arrow thunking into that bloated eye and bursting it like a blister. But the beast only lowered its head and charged, crown of antlers scything toward us. Saoirse lifted kindness and Jezebel reared up in horror, and Rafa and Chloe both tumbled from her saddle. I roared warning as the beast came on, that awful screaming filling my ears. I'd faced the horrors of the dark before, but nothing of this thing's ilk, and in truth, I'd no idea how to kill it. But in a blood-red flash, a blur of fang and claw flew out of the rotten scrub like a spear up onto the charging stag's back. Phoebe's weight made the beast stumble, the stag screaming louder as the she-lion's fangs sank into the base of its skull. The beast veered sideways, crashing into a twisted oak, that little girl's scream rising in pitch as Phoebe bit harder, shaking as she bore down her prey, and with a final twist of her head, snapped the stag's neck clean. The thing thrashed a moment more, legs kicking feebly as it gargled its end. And then it lay still. Phoebe shook her head, the she-lion coughing and trying to spit, as if the beast's very blood tasted foul. Chloe picked herself up, shaken, eyes on the fallen horror.
"Great fucking Redeemer.
Blasphemy," we all chorused. We stood around the fallen stag, silent and horrified. Up close I saw the growths covered much of its body. Its sable hide was actually more like moss. Those pustules spread across its skin, and it smelled like mouldering leaves, threaded with a deeper stink, not unlike the wretched. A perfume of death and rot.
"Ishe,"
Saoirse murmured.
"The blight."
"You've seen this before?" I asked, holding my cramping gut.
"In my dreams,"
the slayer replied, glancing about.
"Nae so bad down here. But up in the northern weald, near the highlands, and in the old forests of the world, the blight holds grim sway. Faen and fae, bough and branch, all corrupted. And here it grows."
"And this blight, it started with Day's death?" She looked at me sidelong.
"Why do you care, Silver Saint? Why do you?" "Because I'm bound to, by blood and breath, mothers and moons."
I nodded, understanding at last why this heathen slayer was dragging her ass about with a bunch of one-faithers and a supposed descendant of the Redeemer himself. Agesh. Aye. Saoirse traced the tattoos on her face. My oath is sworn to end the blight, by the spirit of the Regan Moor and the Old Mothers, carved in my own moon's blood upon my secret skin. And until my vow is fulfilled, nae man can kill me, and nae devil shall dare try. I glanced at Dior, the boy patting and cooing to Jez to calm her. And I take it little Lord Stick-Up-His-Arse is the secret to ending this blight? Saoirse dragged a braid from her eyes, still scowling. Dead shall rise, and stars shall fall, weald shall rot to ruin all. Lions roar and angels weep, sinners' hands our secrets keep, till godling's heart breaks Herne's eye, from reddest blood comes bluest sky. I shook my head and sighed. Always a fucking poem, isn't there? Rafa had picked himself up off the ground, brushing the snow from his furs. He was a holy man, a believer who held no truck with ungodliness. Still, he was a scholar too, with all a scholar's wisdom burning in those dark eyes. You see, Silver Saint, even those who worship false faiths believe we can end this darkness. These prophecies are scribed in the bones of this world. Words of power, words of truth. When the sun shines bright in the sky once more, all this suffering shall end. And Dio is the key, Chloe said, squeezing the boy's hand. I looked down to the infected stag at our feet. The dream of roast venison was long abandoned, and only faint horror remained, keeping company with the thirst in my veins. Perhaps this blight was the reason no wretched entered these woods. Maybe because people didn't come here anymore, there was no prey for cold-bloods to hunt. Whatever the reason, the ache in me was spreading like burning poison. When I looked to Chloe, my eyes couldn't help but drift to the arteries, pulsing swift below the line of her jaw. When Bellamy stepped up behind me, I couldn't help but hear the song of his heart, lub-dubbing under his rasping breath. My teeth were sharp against my tongue, my throat ashen. Let's get the fuck out of this forest. We trekked onward, not daring to forage anymore. We lit a fire, beacon be damned, and slept only a few hours a night, all of us unnerved. The dark was full of whispers, the sound of soft feet. Phoebe never roamed far, and I hadn't heart to tell the others about the silhouettes I saw creeping around the edges of our firelight. But though they followed, watched, nothing actually moved on us. We were interlopers here, unwelcome, but the forest of sorrows seemed content to let us leave. I rationed my sanctus, keeping myself just above the precipice, my mood souring more each day. Those spiders have human hands. Shut the fuck up, Bouchette. That tree, its face looked like my mother's. Shut the fuck up, Bouchette. Is it me, or are the feathers on that bird tiny tongues? Shut the fuck up, Bouchette. Atop Jezebel, bowed against the cold, Père Rafa sighed. The Book of Vows speaks that we are not made more by the God above us, but by the friends beside us. Yet, in this case, Bellamy, I must concur with our good Chevalier. Please, for the love of God, shut up. The forest about us deepened, the strangeness with it, and after a fortnight our tempers were frayed to single threads. We were almost out of food, and I was down to my last peck of Sanctus, just a few blood-dark flecks in the bottom of my phial. But at long last, we emerged from the weald onto a snow-capped tundra, a long plain of undulating grey before us. Phoebe bounded through the snow like an overjoyed puppy. Rafa clutched his wheel and turned his eyes skyward. Dior only sighed. If I see another tree in my fucking life, I'll die happy. To the south, the Delayan River could be dimly seen, a thin strip of silver in the noontime grey. And in the distance ahead we saw a sight that birthed a collective sigh of relief. A series of hills, once barley fields, now thick with potato scrub. A long road wound up to a tall peak, and atop it, like the laird lady of all the surrounds, stood our goal. It was tall walls and good stone. It was stout gates and civilization. It was food. It was fire. It was liquor. It was sanctuary. At last. Rafa smiled and made the sign of the wheel. San Guillaume. Chapter 13. Sorrow and Solace. San Guillaume was a monastery, but it was still passed for a fortress in a pinch. The structure crowned a steep rise, unassailable save by the thin road winding up to its walls. On either side, the ground dropped away in sheer cliffs, the Delaine River branching away from the Volta at the fork and flowing toward the sea. The walls were pale limestone, battlements crusted with grey snow. Murder holes looked out like dark eyes on the ascent beneath. Around the walls stood a sea of shanties and tents, common folk seeking shelter in the monastery's shadow by the look. San Guillaume stood, silent and imperial, a monolith to God's majesty in this wilderness. But I knew as soon as I caught the scent on the wind, something is wrong, Rafa murmured. We quickened our pace, the ache in my belly and in the back of my eyes worsening as the smell of stale blood thickened. Drawing nearer, I saw that those tents and shanties were all empty, and dark shapes hung on the walls, wagon wheels lashed to the battlements with iron chain. Upon them, nailed upside down so that their souls would be steered toward hell, hung the bodies of a dozen men in the same pale robes as old Rafa wore. The songs of fat, sable crows hung on the wind with the stench of death. The priest breathed deep, eyes welling with tears. What devilry is this? Gabe, Chloe whispered, drawing her silver steel. I hauled ash drinker from her sheath, my grip tight. There are 7 quarts of blood in a full-grown man. Did you know that? That I did, I murmured. Although it depends on whether one uses the Eladeni on the Nordland quart, I suppose. The commonly accept... Ash, I growled. Eyes open, eh? I have no eyes, she whispered. I glanced to Saoirse as she slung kindness off her back. Phoebe was a bloody shadow at her side, the lioness's hackles rippling as we drew up to the gates. They were broad, ironclad, carved with the circle of the wheel. But they creaked open at my touch and the Slayer and I exchanged a grim glance. Rafa, Chloe, I said, stay here with Dior. Phoebe loped inside, silence itself, and Saoirse and I followed with Bellamy behind. Stepping into a broad bailey that was quiet as graves, I could taste soot, rot, strong spirits. Buildings rose either side of us, the arched vaults of a library to the west, dormitories and distillery to the east. Ahead, the bailey opened into a broad, round garden, now snow-clad and silent. The great circle of a cathedral stood at the heart of it, all limestone and thin stained-glass windows. Beautiful mosaics depicting the lives of the martyrs were set in the stone at our feet. But they were stained now, old blood soaked into the tiles. A monastery? Ashtrinka asked. Or a mausoleum? More bodies. Dozens and dozens, most dressed in monks' robes. They'd been dead a week or so by the look, left to rot where they fell. The floor was thick with rats, black-eyed and plump. Crows sat upon the bodies, pecking at treasures in half-frozen troves. More men were strung up on the walls in here, inverted like those poor bastards on the battlements. Blade work, Bellamy reported, kneeling by one of the bodies. The men on the walls looked flayed to the bone. I spat the taste of death off my tongue, my belly aching. Tortured and left to bleed out. What in God's name happened here, Gabriel? A massacre. Silver Saint. I looked to Saoirse, standing on the battlements above the gates. The slayer was pointing to the bodies and bloodstains on the bailey floor. It wasn't until I climbed the stairs beside the gatehouse that I understood what she saw. From the ground it appeared a simple carnage, but from on high, there was a method to this madness. Stomach turning, I realized the corpses were arranged in a pattern, a grim signature in dead meat.
Flower and flail, flail and flower.
I nodded. Nail, Angel of Bliss.
This is the work of the Holy Inquisition,
Bellamy whispered.
Oh, dearest God.
I glanced downward at the moan, saw old Rafa in the gateway, dark skin blanched with grief. He stumbled into the bailey, holding the wheel at his throat so tight I thought the silver might bend.
Oh, Heavenly Father, what hell is this?
He ran to the closest corpse, the rat scattering. Falling to his knees, he turned it gently, a long shuddering moan slipping over his lips.
Oh, no. Alphonse.
He turned to another body, just a boy by the look, and Rafa's face crumpled like old vellum in a tightening fist.
Jamal! Jamal!
He seized hold of the body, rotting and lolling in his arms.
What is this? What madness is this?
Rafa! Chloe ran to the old man's side, horrified. The priest clutched her, spittle on his lips as he began to come apart at his seams.
Oh, Rafa. Chloe, this is Jamal. He writes poetry. Oh God. Oh God.
Dior stood at the gates, sleeve pressed to his lips. A bitter wind blew in from the valley below, the boy's magic frock coat billowing about him as he met my eyes. And he knew it as sure as I did, as sure as the dark sun sinking toward the horizon must set. Every single person in this monastery had been slaughtered. And somehow, some way,
This is because of me,
he whispered. The slayer took the boy's scarred hand.
Don't see that flower.
And as Dior met Saoirse's eyes, I saw tears welling in his lashes with the truth none could deny. Saoirse, I murmured, stay here and watch the others. I'll look for survivors. Rafa began howling, gut-deep animal sobs. I shared a glance with Chloe as she pressed the old man to her breast, hushing and rocking him like a mother might. The atrocity of it all was etched in her eyes, bloodshot and brimming, and my jaw was clenched as I lifted Astrinka and strode into the library. The door was burned to char, old smoke in the air. Ashes danced about my boots, windows blacked with soot. My heart sank, some part of me aching worse than I had at the sight of those slaughtered men. The sword in my hand whispered, silver and full of sorrow. Blasphemy. Books. Thousands of books. Brass-trimmed codices and woodblock cuts. Vellum scrolls and parchment tomes, each illuminated by loving hands. And they'd been hurled like dross to the library floor and there set ablaze, every one of them, burned to fucking ashes. I knelt by the charred pile, flipping through ruined pages. The knowledge of geniuses, holy men and heathens, thousands of truths and thousands of lies, each of them a story worth the telling. And now there were nothing but soot in my mouth as I whispered, a life without books is a life not lived. Searching the other buildings, I found only bodies and the leaving of lives undone. Plates with half-finished meals, a partly woven wreath in a monk's cell, never to be completed. I trudged out of the empty cathedral, my thirst stabbing at the relentless scent of old, wasted blood. Fountains carved in the likeness of angels spilled brackish water into long ponds. Beyond the cathedral, a tall wall ran along the lips of the cliffs. Beyond it, a drop waited, perhaps 150 feet, down to the frothing rivers below. Rafa stood atop it, looking down into those grey, freezing waters. As I walked to the battlements beside him, the old priest met my eyes. He clutched the wheel strung about his neck, rubbing the silver between his fingers. His face was harrowed, cheeks wet with tears. I said not a word. I'd none in me for horror like this. And then, music. It began soft at first, a few notes echoing on blood-stained stone. But the chords slipped together into a bar, and the bar wove itself into a tune, and soon I stood silent and amazed as that smattering of notes reached into the awful stillness and filled it. Young Bellamy was sitting up on the wall playing his lute. But not just a song, a spell, begun in the string-struck spiral of a melancholy refrain, but ending, shivering upon my skin and loosing the anchors on the whole of my heart. It was a song I'd never heard like of, a song that might make stones weep and the wind cease its sighing for fear of missing one gentle, soul-sick moment. It was ache and longing, fulsome and wanting, each swell and shift sweeping you higher as it spoke, through no tongue of man or way as weak as words, a truth beyond telling. A sorrow-sweet circle, like the pearl-white crescent of angel wings, curving upward toward crescendo and then down, soft and softest, back to those same few ember-warm notes that began it all. It whispered at the edge of hearing, and it pressed lips smooth as silk to your aching brow, and told you that though all things must have their ending, so too must then end darkness, and here, now, in this bright and blessed moment, you were alive and breathing. Bellamy struck one final chord, like the warmth of a kiss lingering after the lips have left your own, and he hung his head and was still. Chloe sat with face upturned, weeping. Rafa and I had followed the song back to the Bailey, entranced, Dior mopping his lashes on his sleeve. Even Saoirse was pawing at her eyes. And reaching up to my cheeks, I was astounded to find them wet. But somehow, no sadness in my heart. 7 martyrs, I breathed. That was beautiful, Bellamy, Chloe whispered. Merci, Sir Sauvage. Does it have a name? Bellamy's fingers trailed along his silver necklet, lingering on the 6th of the musical notes strung upon it. A soothsinger must pen 7 songs to be considered a master by his peers in the opus grande. 7 songs through which they might speak the truth of the world. That was my 6th. Sorrow and solace. I shook my head, looking Bellamy over with new eyes. And your 7th? The young man smiled, gently putting his lute away. I have not found it yet, Silver Saint. That is why I left my Augustin and my Empress Divine. To sing the truth of the world, I must see it first. And when I find that song, to her arms I shall return. A strange silence fell then, windswept, yet somehow warm. And into it, Dior spoke the question burning in everyone's mind. What are we going to do now? Chloe and Bellamy looked to me. Rafa stared yet at the carnage around us. There are no horses in the stables, I sighed. But there's some food yet unspoiled in the refectory. Vodka in the distillery. Things will look less dark with something hot in our bellies. I glanced at Chloe. Mayhaps you and Dior could help Rafa cook a meal, sister. Chloe met my eyes and nodded. Busy hands, busy minds. She walked across the carnage to Rafa, standing still and silent. Taking the old priest's arm, she murmured, and he blinked as if remembering where he was, allowing himself to be led away, beyond the arched oaken doors and out of sight. Bellamy came down from the walls. Saoirse joined me as Phoebe drifted out of the gate like smoke. I laced my collar up about my face, looked from soothsinger to slayer. Let's get burning. Chapter 14. Lyathi. The stink of charred meat was thick on my tongue. We'd set the bodies burning a few 100 yards down the hill, smoke drifting skyward into thickening snows. I was throwing the last of them on the pyre. A boy, maybe 12 years old, when Phoebe came bounding back up the road. The sun hadn't yet fallen. The lioness moved in a soft blur through the long shadows, all golden eyes and rust-red fur. Saoirse knelt in the frost as the beast loped up to her and circled once, growling, tail lashing side to side. The Slayer's eyes narrowed and she looked at once to me. "Strafe coming." "Danton." She shook her head, slung her axe off her back. "The other one." I looked down the hill, jaw tightening as I saw a faint spot of blood red stalking toward us through the falling grey. "The monastery is holy ground. Both of you, get back inside, now." I glanced to Saoirse, flashed her a small smile. Pretty pleased, with sugar on top. The Slayer scoffed and we retreated back through the gates. Bellamy stood on the battlements with a tallow-soaked quarrel loaded in his crossbow and a burning barrel beside him. I waited with Saoirse just inside the open gate, armed and ready. The bodies were gone, but the scent lingered, the knuckle-deep clawing of old blood on the back of my throat. The thirst was a constant pain now, my fangs grown long in my gums. But I pushed thoughts of blood aside as best I could, watching that figure come on like wolf to wounded deer, until she stopped but a few dozen yards from the walls. The high blood stood in the dying light, locks of dull midnight blue parted about her face, running thick to her waist. She wore her long red frock coat and tight black leathers, silken shirt parted from her pale chest. Her face was obscured by that porcelain mask, black lips and dark cold lashes. She was slender, tall, just a maid when she was murdered. But her eyes were bleached with time, a dead thing's eyes, drained of all light and life. Looking to Bellamy on the wall above, Saoirse and me waiting just beyond the threshold, she flipped her frock coat hem back and gave a formal, strangely masculine bow, like gentry at court. Her voice was soft as shadows, marred by that slight slurring lisp. "Good evening, monsieur, mademoiselle, chevalier." I glanced to the sun on the still warm horizon. "Not yet, it's not." The vampire looked past me to the buildings behind. "Where is the child?" "You've got balls, bitch. Coming to holy ground with the sun yet up."
"The one who comes behind us will not be so polite as to ask at all, but we will repeat ourselves once."
Those pale eyes fixed on mine.
"Where is the child?"
Phoebe bared her teeth in a soft snarl as Saoirse rested kindness on her shoulder.
"I dare ye step across that threshold to look for him, leech."
The vampire didn't blink, but my eyes were now fixed on the sword in her hand. The weapon was gently curved, long, graceful as its mistress. When I'd seen it in the dark by that watchtower near the Umdir, I thought the blade had simply been soaked red with the blood of the wretched she'd killed. But now, with bones burning and tongue parched, I realized the sword wasn't just drenched in blood. It was made of blood. Her blood. "Who are you?" I demanded. The vampire bowed again, deeper this time.
"You may call us Liathe."
High in the reaches of a lonely tower, a swiftly scratching pen fell suddenly still. The last silver saint drained his glass to the dregs as the historian of Margot Chestin, first and last of her name, undying empress of wolves and men, blinked once. Jean-Francois's voice was still sweet as smoke, but a fury boiled beneath his honey-smooth tones. "Liathe." Gabriel leaned forward to refill his glass. "Oui. I knew you were a fool, de Lion. Yet the mind still boggles to know you name me leech, whilst having kept company with the queen of them. To think of—" "Careful, cold-blood. You want the truth of this tale. Best let me have the telling of it. What you know and what you think you know are two different beasts entire." The vampire scowled. "As you like it." Gabriel raised his goblet. "Awfully generous of you."
"You may call us Liathe," the vampire said, bowing, "though we suspect you care less for who and more for what, and we have no time, even for so small a thing as why. Danton was his scant hours behind us. He has been tracking you since the Delayan, and every maggot-ridden foul blood for miles has been gathered to his pale banner. And when he arrives, at the edge of night, the beast will murder you all and take the cup in his father's name. The child has but one chance to survive.
Lyathi combed a long black lock from colourless eyes.
Us.
Saoirse scoffed.
So concerned with your well-being, are ye? We have guarded your steps for weeks now. An Inquisitor's cohort out of Sulilam laid low by our hand. Another from Leon. The bloody band who committed the carnage upon which you stand has eluded us. But since word of the ruckus you caused in Lashame reached the Tower of Tears, the entire Inquisition has been brought to bear against your little company.
She tilted her head, eyes narrow behind her mask.
Why do you suppose you have seen neither hide nor hair of them?
I sniffed hard, spat thick. I can smell your bullshit from here, leech.
We have eternity.
The cold blood sighed, tossing her silk scarf over her shoulder.
And yet, not a moment more to waste on nonsense such as this.
Well, I'd invite you in, but holy ground and all.
Law the Fifth?
She slurred. I nodded, fangs glinting. Even the dead have laws.
Bloody sword in hand, blood-red frock coat flowing about her, the vampire slowly walked up to Sanguine's gates. And despite the knowledge that this bitch couldn't enter, I still drew ash drinker from her scabbard with a crisp ring of razor-sharp metal. The monster's eyes flickered to the dark star steel, the jagged edge where the blade's tip had snapped free. Never trust a woman who hides her face, Gabrielle.
Never mistake a monster for a woman, Ash.
Aye, beware this one.
I needed no warning, sure and true. I could feel the power in this thing, that bloody blade and the darkling magic that had made it. Questions to which I had no answers were whispering in the back of my mind. But no matter the age, no matter the potency, no cold blood could set foot on sanctified ground. Such was the law of Almighty God himself. Lyathi brought the toes of her knee-high boots to the monastery's threshold. She looked about her, eyes running the length and breadth of the gate. Chill wind blew a strand of midnight blue across her mask and she brushed it behind her ear. And then she stepped right across the threshold.
What the fuck?
I breathed.
Witchery,
Ashdrinker whispered. I looked to the blade in the monster's hand, those unanswered questions ringing louder in my head. And I gave one voice, eyes on the vampire as I whispered, Sanguimancy.
So out of his depth.
Lyathi looked at me with something close to pity.
'Tis a wonder you can still breathe at all, Gabrielle.
Saoirse raised her beautiful axe and Bellamy lit the arrow loaded in his crossbow, Phoebe growling as she circled the vampire's flank. Lyathi seemed completely undaunted by any of us, looking instead to the refectory doors Dior was hidden behind.
You play a game you cannot win, Lyathi told us, soft and poisonous. Bring us the child now, and we will allow the rest.
The vampire stepped back as Saoirse swung her axe, the blade skimming barely a whisker from her chin. Silent, swift, Lyathi sidestepped Phoebe, the lioness's claws catching that blood-red coat and shredding it like paper. I shouted warning as the vampire struck back, her bloody blade scything towards Saoirse's throat. The girl raised her axe to block, but the vampire's blade simply flowed around the girl's guard like liquid and reformed on the other side, leaving a splash of red on the haft as it kept cutting right for Saoirse's neck. The girl's eyes widened. She bent backward, that bloody blade slicing two of her braids neat as a razor. Overextended, Saoirse squealed as the vampire's boot crashed like thunder right between her legs, sending her tumbling across the blood-stained tiles. Bellamy fired. but Layathi sliced the burning arrow from the air. Ash Drinker hissed and the vampire swayed, Phoebe leaping at her legs again. The monster moved, sinuous and swift, rolling aside and back up to her feet as that crimson sword flashed toward my chest. But I raised Ash Drinker, blood and blade ringing like steel as I blocked her strike.
Well, well,
Ash whispered. I caught a glint of surprise in the Coldblood's eyes. Her blade had flowed around Saoirse's axe like water, but Ash Drinker had stopped it dead. And the smug bitch staggered as my riposte caught her right across the cheek of that painted mask. Porcelain shattered, the Coldblood flashing backward, coat flowing about her slender body like smoke. Her mask had broken away, only her eyes still covered, and I looked in horror at the thing beneath. The skin on the lower half of her face was gone. She had no bottom lip, sharp teeth sitting in blue-grey gums, mangled flesh clinging to pale bone. Under her silk scarf I could see the muscles of her neck exposed. It was as if someone had grasped a fistful of her throat and torn the flesh away in one long strip up and over her chin. I saw fury break through the ice of her eyes as she looked at the broken mask on the stone at her feet.
"You dare!"
she snarled. Bellamy fired another burning arrow, and again the vampire moved like water around a river-smooth stone. Layathi brought her wrist up to her mouth, fangs piercing her marble skin. Blood welled from the wound, bright and beautiful as the vampire flicked her wrist and spoke a word, inverted, thrumming with power. And before my wandering eyes, that sluice of ruby red formed itself into a long flail, as solid as the bloody blade she still carried. The scent of it gripped my aching belly, my hunger surged as Layathi spoke. "You should have stuck to chasing, but—" Phoebe roared and pounced at the High Blood's chest, but Layathi was the swifter, twirling beneath yet another burning shot from Bellamy and lashing out at me. I fended off a half-dozen sword blows, groin, chest, throat, but that crimson flail caught me about my forearm, and I felt myself swept off my feet, flung across the courtyard and smashing a fountain to dust. Still wrapped up, I roared as she slung me again, down into the floor, teeth rattling in my skull as I shattered the mosaic beneath me. "Fuck's sake, shoot her, Bouchette!" The soothsinger fired again, striking close enough this time that the flaming shot sheared through a long lock of midnight hair.
"God damn it, she's too fast! Cut thyself free, ye bloody fool!"
I lashed out with Ash Drinker, severing the bloody flail in a spray of ashes. The High Blood sent me sailing backward, black stars bursting as I struck the wall and crashed to the floor. Layathi ducked another flaming shot, that skinless face snarling as Phoebe finally sank her claws in. The lioness tore long slashes through the Coldblood's leathers, the pale flesh beneath, and Layathi struck back with her fist, pounding Phoebe's head into the stone. The big cat buckled, groaning. The vampire raised her blood blade. Saoirse's mouth opened in a scream. "Phoebe, move!" as the blade flashed down like the bloody hand of God, Layathi gasped, staggering backward. The vampire stared bewildered at the 4.5 feet of star metal protruding from her chest. Ash Drinker quivered, shaking from the force I'd put behind the throw, enough to shatter the monster's ribs and burst out through her back. Layathi's flesh sizzled like sausage on a skillet, and she staggered, her own bloody blade slipping from her fingers and splashing in a long crimson puddle on the floor. She looked up at me, wobbling now to my feet. "You—" Layathi groaned, hands smoking as she closed them about Ash Drinker's hilt and dragged the sword from her blackened chest. She let my blade fall to the stone with a bright clang, fingers burned to charcoal twigs, dead eyes boiling as she spat ashes. "We should kill you for that, you ungrateful." "Know my name, ye sinners, and tremble," came a fierce cry, "for I am come among thee as a lion among lambs." A silver bright light sheared into the courtyard, and Layathi flinched like she'd been slapped in her mutilated face, charred hands held up to her eyes. Turning, I saw Chloe and Rafa both stalking across the stone, the sister brandishing her silver steel sword, the priest holding his wheel, burning with a light that was almost blinding. "Leave this holy place," Chloe shouted, raising her blade in both fists.
Layathi spat through bared fangs. Wretched fools, you! In the name of God and the Blessed Mother Maid, Rafa roared, I say be gone.
The vampire hissed at the priest's command, backing away from that searing light. Her chest was split wide, mask shattered, ribs and hands still smouldering from Ashdrinker's kiss.
Rafa cried again, I said be gone, devil,
wielding his wheel like a sword. And just as when we'd fought at the watchtower, Layathi's body seemed to tremble, exploding into 1,000 blood-red moths, now whirring and spinning up into the pale snows. I bent double, spitting blood. And as I watched, that storm of tiny wings rose up through the feeble sunlight and scattered into the gloom. Phoebe stood on unsteady legs, the lioness shaking herself head to tail and snorting blood. Dior came barreling across the bailey, skidding to a halt at Saoirse's side.
Saoirse, the boy demanded, grabbing her hand. Are you all right? It's kicked me in the cunny, she hissed.
Who the hell is that devil? Dior demanded.
And how in God's name did she enter holy ground? Rafa asked.
She was a blood witch. Chloe looked at me, green eyes wide.
Gabe, could she?
But the good sister's voice failed as I shook my head. I thought the same myself at first. Some foul art dark enough to break even God's law. But looking at the bloody stone at my feet, the stink of burning bodies still hanging in the wind, I'd realized the simple truth. There's no magic at work here, just murder. Bellamy stood above, crossbow in shaking hands.
What do you mean?
I looked around the bloodstained belly of Saint-Guillaume and sighed.
I mean, how can this ground still be sanctified when it's been soaked with the blood of God's faithful? How can it remain hallowed when defiled in the name of that very same God?
The Inquisition, Rafa whispered.
In murdering the monastery's brethren, flaying and burning and torturing them, those fools profaned this place, soaked it in the blood of innocents and holy men.
I shook my head, retrieving Ashdrinker from the stone.
Saint-Guillaume is sacred ground no longer. And the doom rides toward it on black, black wings.
Saoirse dragged herself to her feet, wincing.
That bitch said the beast of Villain will be at her throats by nightfall. If she spoke truth.
Chloe looked to me, paling under her freckles.
How can we hope to stand against Danton without God beneath our feet?
We could put those feet to use, Bellamy suggested.
We could run. Cowards never triumph, Bellamy, the Slayer growled. They don't die very often either, Saoirse,
Chloe noted. I scowled back down the hill. The one path we have to flee by will lead us straight into Danton's arms. That bastard could track a piece of hay through a stack full of needles. And if he catches us in the open at night time, he'll carve us up like springtime lambs. We've no choice but to make a stand here.
Said Danton has gathered every wretched for miles, Bellamy protested. We barely held back a few dozen at Windfale, and that was without a high blood leading them. We've trapped ourselves like bloody rats.
I looked around the group, saw Bellamy's fear seeping into them like poison. Dior's jaw was clenched, all colour gone from his face. It was his decision that had brought us to these walls after all. Chloe was pacing, dragging one hand back through her curls as she looked to the walls behind us. The sheer cliffs, the hopeless drop into the river 150 feet below. Bellamy spoke again, voice trembling with fear.
We should never have come here, mes amis.
Hold your nerve, Bouchette, I growled.
My nerve?
The lad scoffed, almost laughing.
Did you see that monster? She carried a blade made of blood. She turned into a storm of fucking moths. Perhaps such horrors are commonplace for a silver saint, but I'm only a soothsinger. I'm not even a soldier.
Soldier? I sighed. Let me tell you about the soldiers I fought with, Bellamy. All those great battles you sing about. The heroes who fought at Tuve and Bay Sita, Triobaili and Coste. They were boys for the most part. Teenage boys just like you. Stonemasons and carpenters, farmers and fishermen. They fought because they didn't have rich fathers. They fought because they didn't have a piece of parchment with the Emperor's seal to save them. They fought because they had to, and they'd nothing to look forward to afterward, most of them. All there'd be at the end of it was alive. But before every battle I ever fought, I'd look at the faces of those boys, and in their loyalty to each other, in their courage at the sight of those horrors, I tell you, sure and true, I used to see the face of God. I walked to the monastery wall and thumped my fist against it. We have strong stone around us, Bouchette, liquor in the cellars and water to be blessed, holy wheels and silver steel. I looked around the group, fire in my eyes. We don't need soldiers to win through this. We need only stand together.
There is, Silver sent. Père Raphael smiled, clutching his wheel tight. There is.
Dior squared his shoulders and nodded. Chloe put her arm around the boy and squeezed tight. Even Saoirse stood a little taller. Bouchette, I want you fetching as much water as you can. Rafa, get to blessing it. Saoirse, start hauling liquor from the distillery. There's barrels of it, pure and strong as sin. Chloe, Dior, I want you looking for tallow, wood, bedding, anything that will burn. We don't have long till sunset, and I want to be ready when His Majesty arrives. I looked at the soothsinger in the lingering still. You've still got your 7th song to write, Bellamy. You're not dying tonight. The company set about it. Dior headed to the kitchens, Saoirse to the cellar, Bellamy following Rafa, still looking shaky. Only Chloe remained. She stood 1.5 feet shorter than I, clad in chainmail and silver steel, hands on hips as she smiled. You always did give a rousing speech, mon ami. You haven't lost your touch since the Battle of the Twins. I shrugged, turning away so I didn't have to watch that vein pulsing just below the line of her jaw. Your last song, always pick a crowd pleaser.
Last song?
Still refusing to look at her, I murmured so none might overhear. When Danton arrives, keep Dior close. I'll cut you a way out if I can.
What happened to standing together?
Fuck's sakes, open your eyes, Chloe, I snarled. I don't... We're pinned down. Cliffs at our backs, and God knows what coming at our front. Most of the folk in this company can't fight worth a damn, and the ones who can won't be halfway enough. I've had nothing to smoke for days, and Danton won't strike until it's night. All his power, all his strength brought to bear. Odds are about perfect we're all going to die. She licked at dry lips, glancing down the hill. Do you truly think we've no hope? Keep Dior close, I repeated. You see a break, fucking run. Chloe chewed her lip, fear finally breaking through that rhyme of eternal optimism. She'd always been a believer, always felt we were meant for greater things. And swallowing hard, she nodded to herself, slipped her gauntlet off her hand and offered me her wrist. Here then. My jaw clenched, pupils dilating. What the hell are you doing? I know it's a sin, she breathed, trembling, but I've given 17 years of my life to this, and the whole empire hangs in the balance of it. So, Gabe, if you need the strength... My fangs were bright and sharp against my lips. My heart suddenly dashing itself against my ribs so hard it made me gasp. My veins were fire, that thirst rising on crimson wings. To have it offered freely, when it was all I could do to stop myself just taking it. Chloe, get away from me. Gabrielle, get the fuck away from me. She stumbled back as I roared, her mouth open in shock. I knew what I must look like. Eyes flooded red, canines flashing, the thing in me so close to breaking loose I could feel it clawing through my skin. But not here. Not like this. I'd promised. Chloe stood aghast as I backed away. She seemed smaller then, closer to the girl I'd once known. There was still fire in her eyes, faith, fury. But there was fear now too. The fear that comes with knowing the world is much bigger than you could ever be, and that there are simply some truths you'll never understand. I'm sorry, Gabe, she whispered. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. I'm sorry I took you from Astrid and Patience. I should never have done that. Hanging her head, she slipped her leather gauntlet back on.
There are a lot of things I shouldn't have done, I suppose. But I did them all for the best, because I believed in Dior, in you, and I still do. There is nothing I will not do to see this done.
Staring toward the falling sun, she sighed.
But I'm sorry.
I closed my eyes, saying nothing as she walked away. The beast in me crashed against its bars, howling for me to follow, to take, to swallow just one mouthful, just one fucking drop. And the awful thing of it was, I knew deep down Chloe wasn't a fool to offer what she had, that I was weak and starving, and I'd need all my strength if ever I hoped to make it through this night alive, let alone best the prince of forever. But I'd made a vow. A promise whispered in the dark, cold as tombs and black as hell. Never again. Never again. Jean-Francois ceased his writing, dipped his quill into the ink at his side. A promise to whom, Sylvain? But Gabriel only shook his head. Patience. Cold blood.
Chapter 15. A Prince of Forever. We prepared as best we could in the time we had, which is to say, terribly. I'd fought a half-dozen sieges before, but never with so little. We had holy water in abundance, and that was welcome news. An elaborate pump ran down the cliff to the depths of the Volta, used by the monks for their daily needs. Bellamy turned the crank as fast as he was able, while Rafa called down blessings on the water, and the courtyard fountains besides. I'd found a little chemist's workshop in the distillery, scattered phials of salpetre and sulphur, enough to mix up a few handfuls of black Ignis at least. Saoirse hauled barrels and bottles up from the distillery below. It smote my black and shriveled heart to waste liquor as sharp as this, even if it was fucking vodka. But still we soaked the battlements and forecourt around the gates, sluicing the stone with the stink of high-grade spirits, adding a sprinkle of sawdust from the monastery's coopery for punch. We used all they had, emptying every drop. And yet I saved myself a single bottle, downing it all to dull the pain of my ever-growing thirst. The dark sun was setting now, only a few minutes of feeble light left before night fell like a headsman's blade. I glanced around the company, broken glass in my belly. Saoirse and Rafa looked steady, Bellamy and Chloe a little shaky. Dior was stone. Right, I said. If that Lyathi bitch spat any kind of truth, Danton has gathered every wretched for miles to his side. They'll go where their bloodlord wills them, which means they won't come mindlessly this time. Saoirse, you and I keep them off the walls as long as we're able. But when they break through, and they will, Bellamy lights the spirits with his bow, and we fall back to the cathedral. It's not holy ground, but most of the windows are too narrow to crawl through, and there's only 2 passages in and out. Dior chewed a ragged fingernail, then spat. Maggot trap. You what? I asked. It's a grift I thought up with my friends back in La Chamée, the boy mumbled. You get a pretty girl, have her flash around a heavy purse in a seedy tavern, leave after 1 drink. Some prick's bound to follow with intent of relieving her of her coin, probably more besides. But the girl leads the fellow down a blind alley, where you and your crew are waiting. And you roll him hard and take everything he's got, then go to sleep content you stomped a bastard who deserved it. Dior shrugged. I called it a maggot trap. And you did this for recreation? Rafa asked. We did it to eat. But there's nothing wrong with enjoying your job. In military terms, it's called a bottleneck, I said. The boy sniffed. My name's better. As you like it. I sighed, waved to the circular building behind us. Now, bad news is, after dousing the battlements, there was only enough vodka left to soak 1 passage into the cathedral, the westward one. Good news is, in a nice enclosed space like that, and with time to evaporate, spirits that strong will burn like a trencherman's fart in a candle shop. So, when you fall back through the westward door. The wretched will follow, and Dior will be waiting with the spark. And after that,
Chloe asked. With fortune, we thin their number enough for me to get my hands on Dant. I gasped, bending double as a spasm of pain ripped through my belly. I could feel my nails stirring at the tips of my fingers, my fangs in my gums. The thirst was all I knew for a moment, the warmth, the scent of the company around me, the thudding pulse of that luscious hot crimson beating just below their skin.
Gabe,
Chloe asked.
Are you alright? I'm fucking wonderful.
You look like puddled shite, Silver Sint. Saoirse lifted kindness, her face grim. Leave the bonny prince of forever to me. It's not my fate to die today. Nor tomorrow neither. Bellamy nodded, grim.
I will not go to my grave with my song still inside me. Blessings to you all, Chloe said, watching me with wide, worried eyes. May God and Mother Maid and all the martyrs bring us victory over this evil.
I looked to Dior, my stomach still burning. You be ready for my signal, boy.
I'll be ready, hero.
I looked to Rafa. Do me a favour, father.
Ask it, Silver Sint.
If you should happen to meet our maker tonight, kick him in the cock for me. Saoirse, Bellamy and I took to the walls, wreathed in the stink of evaporating vodka. Rafa and Chloe stood in the Bailey's guttering torchlight, Dior hidden in the cathedral. The cliffs at our flanks meant there was only one path by which Danton could approach, but as darkness deepened, thick and frozen, I'd no clue if we had strength enough to stop him. And the thirst, great Redeemer, I was so fucking thirsty. Remember, I hissed, retreat through the westward passage into the cathedral, the doors for the dead.
Poetic,
Bellamy muttered.
If we live through this, there's a hell of a ballad in it.
Saoirse's jaw clenched, her grip tightening on Kindness's haft.
They come.
I looked into the dark, saw a multitude swarming up the hill. Fangs bared, I drew my sword from her sheath, that silver dam on the hilt ever smiling at me.
Good fortune, Ash. Die not on me now, Gabrielle. We've bastards 7 to slay, to slay.
They charged toward Saint-Guillaume, dark figures rushing through the falling night. I counted 100 or more wretched, but against our little company, they may as well have been an army of thousands. And somewhere in the dark their grim general awaited. I couldn't see him yet, but I could feel him, like a shadow at my back. I'd fought things like him most of my life, and still, a part of me found the thought of Danton Voss utterly horrifying. Not frightening, mind you, just horrifying.
Why?
Jean-Francois asked.
Gabriel shook his head.
I used to wonder what it was that drove people like him to become the monsters they became. If it was a consequence of all that time, maybe. The need to indulge ever darker desires, just to stave off the crushing boredom of forever. But you live long enough, you look into the mundane murk of people's souls often enough, you see Danton didn't really become anything. He just had the shackles of consequence removed. Give someone the power to do anything they want, and they'll do exactly that. That's the horrifying part. The only thing holding some folk back from the worst atrocities they can imagine is the fear they might not get away with it. His wretched came on, half rotten and all silent. I watched them, tipping my last few flakes of Sanctus into my pipe. Inhaling red smoke, I closed my eyes, listening to the feet coming through the snows, feeling tiny snowflakes melting cold upon my skin, the faint notes of death and blood in the air, Saoirse's leathers, Bellamy's fear.
Gabriel!
The song of the wind above and the waters below, the weight of the sword,
De Leon!
I opened my eyes, found Bellamy staring at me, incredulous as the enemy came on ever closer, dead eyes and rotting tongues, and,
Should you not be silver-clad? If never before, we need the aegis now. At the siege at Tuve, your faith burned so bright the dead were struck blind. At the battle of Bay Cid...
Have you not figured it out yet, Belle? Saoirse asked.
Figured what out?
The slayer glanced at me and sighed. What worth all that pretty ink? What use a conduit for faith, if a man has no drop of faith left inside him to give? And then the dead were on us, and there was no more time to talk. Some crashed into the gates and began battering. Others flowed up the stonework like water. I lit an Ignis bomb and tossed it over the wall, the powder igniting, nails and scrap metal ripping through the cold bloods. Saoirse and Bellamy rose up, letting fly with holy water and burning crossbow shots, and Wretched began to fall. But others yet were climbing, dead eyes and hungry mouths, and soon enough they began spilling over the walls. It was blade work then, and miles of it, running back and forth across the high walk in a desperate attempt to stem the tide. Bellamy backed off along the eastern walk, no longer shooting flame for fear of igniting the liquor beneath us, Saoirse and I cutting into the dead. A wizened old man, a skinny lad, a rotten mother with a belly still swollen from the babe she'd been carrying when she was murdered, all fell under Ashtrinker's edge. But an ill feeling was growing in the back of my mind, darkening with every moment. Where the hell was Danton? Bellamy gasped, hand to brow. I can feel him in my head. Force him out, Bell, Saoirse cried. I can't. Mother Moons, where is he? Gabriel! I turned at Chloe's scream, heart sinking. And there I saw him, like a shadow, perched behind us atop the western battlements. A host of Wretched were scrambling up the stones around him, dozens of them. And with sinking heart, I realized the dead had used their unholy strength to simply crawl around the cliffs on our flank, completely avoiding the fire traps we'd laid. Clever bastard, I whispered. Back! Rafa raised his wheel, burning silver in the dark. Back now! The foul bloods began spilling down into the bailey, but Chloe and Rafa stood tall, the sister brandishing her silver steel, the wheel in the priest's hands burning like flame. Phoebe pounced upon the first Wretched to touch the courtyard stone, tearing it apart as Chloe sliced another off at the knees. I cut down a foul blood on the wall, roared to Saoirse. We're outflanked! Fall back! Bellamy lit his crossbow shot, raising his bow. He was in my head. He... Light it, Bouchette! Saoirse leapt off the battlements to the stone below. The gates began to buckle, more Wretched spilling up over the walls as Bellamy fired at the high walk under my feet. The liquor and sawdust burst into flames, bright and seething. Wretched fell, flesh catching like tinder, a few hissing in agony as they crashed among their fellows below and set more ablaze. But yet more came on, a relentless starving flood. And so I turned away, eyes upon their general. Fire rising at my back, I charged along the western high walk, set to slay this dark shepherd and watch his sheep scatter. Danton! He turned to face me as his flock spilled into the courtyard below. Clad all in black, frock coat and ruffled sleeves, cravat stained with the blood of the last poor Wretched killed. The strength of murders centuries deep unfurled in his veins and coiled behind his eyes. Lay but one hand upon him, Gabriel. He raised his sabre, met Ashtrinker on his blade and turned her aside. I was dimly aware of Bellamy on the eastern walk, firing flaming shots into the courtyard below now. Silver light burned in Rafa's hands as Chloe and Saoirse fought side by side. But I had eyes only for my enemy. Our blades sang as we crashed across the high walk, fury twisting my lips into a snarl. Danton's blade sliced my arm and I felt not a thing. Another blow carved my cheek to the bone and I didn't even blink. You look thirsty, half-breed, he hissed. You look frightened, leech, I spat. I like the new nun, a little shorter than the last one. How does she taste? His strike sent me skidding back across the boards, fangs bared. No, tell me not, he smiled. I shall learn for myself soon enough. I heard Chloe scream, Bellamy cry out. More Wretched had flanked us, cresting the eastern walk now. The soothsayer was struck from behind, dropping his bow. The dead came at him from both sides, and in desperation he slung his loot off his back, dipped that beautiful bloodwood into the burning barrel beside him, and started swinging it like a club. "Back, you bastards! Back!" They were overrunning us now. Too many. Too clever with this leech lord pulling their strings. Desperate, I threw myself at him, Danton's sword piercing my belly and bursting out my back as at last, my hand closed about his throat. "Yes." Danton seized my wrist, my fingers brushing his skin. I lunged, snarling but bloated with the kill, lips red, eyes flooded. The bastard was just stronger than I. And as I felt my bones grinding beneath his grip, I realized how terrible my folly was. I was starving, weak, and he the son of a forever king. Shoulders crowned with all knight's mantle, all his strength, all his power at his command. "Not tonight," he smiled. My wrist snapped like a twig. The blade inside me twisted. I heard Rafa roaring Bellamy's name. "Run! Run!" The soothsinger crying out as his burning lute broke across one corpse's shoulder, and a multitude of dead bore him down. The necklet he wore snapped, musical notes spinning into the night as they sank their teeth into his skin. "Bellamy!" Chloe cried. I gasped in anger as Danton flexed, lifting me off the ground, his sabre hilt pressed against my belly, his blade buried in my bowels. "Blood is owed thee, de Leon, and blood shall be An axe crashed into the side of the vampire's neck, landing with the song of splintering stone. Danton snarled, and turning on the spot, he slung me with all his strength. I heard Chloe's scream as I slid off his blade and flew across the courtyard, weightless, tumbling, crashing into the mosaic floor and smashing it like glass. I felt ribs break, tasted blood, black stars in my eyes. Saoirse faced Danton on the battlements, the slayer tearing kindness from the vampire's skin. Her blow would have lopped an ordinary head from its shoulders, split a tree to its roots. But the beast of Velen was an ancien Ironheart, his flesh like stone. Still, his throat was shattered, cracks spreading across his skin like veins through pale marble. And fury lit his eyes as Saoirse slammed her shield into his face and her axe into his belly. The high blood staggered as the slayer came on, furious, fearless. They crashed atop the high walk as Chloe reached my side, bloody silver steel in hand, crying, "Gabrielle, get up!" She dragged me to my feet, my left arm broken, Ashtrinka barely clutched in my other hand. Above us, Rafa had gone to save Bellamy. Wheel held out, the wretched hissing and scattering as the priest reached the soothsinger's bloodied body. My ribs were grinding under my skin, blood in my mouth. But I watched Saoirse twirl, strawberry blonde braids spinning in the air about her as she swung kindness at Danton once more. "Nae man can kill me, vampire." The slayer grinned, feral, face spattered with his blood as she buried her axe into his shoulder. "And nae devil would dare try." Danton's hand closed around Saoirse's like a vice, her fingers pinned tight on the haft of her axe. "No man nor devil, I," the vampire said. He batted her shield aside, drew back his other hand. "I am a prince of forever." And lashing out with clawed fingertips, he tore out Saoirse's throat. Blood sprayed, crimson, brilliant. Phoebe looked up from a wretched's torn body, the lioness roaring as her mistress staggered. Chloe reached out across the gulf toward Saoirse, screaming, Rafa watching in horror as Danton threw back his head, laughing as twin fountains of the slayer's blood gushed across his skin. Saoirse stumbled to her knees, leathers drenched red. Her hands were pressed to her sundered throat, her eyes wide with disbelief. Phoebe roared in impossible fury, bounding up the high walk stairs toward her mistress. Rafa had his wheel raised, screaming as he retreated toward the cathedral. "Chloe! Back! Get back!" Turning, I saw that the gates had crumbled, wretched charging on through. Yet more dropped off the east walk atop me, claws and fangs tearing my skin. As I fought, desperate, punching and stabbing, I heard a scream of animal terror, and something heavy flew past me, smashing the oncoming wretched aside. Jezebel! Whipped into a panic by the dead and the flames. The dray had kicked free from the stables, charging like a spear now, through the wretched and out the broken gates. I couldn't fault her for fleeing, thinking at least one of us might make it through the night alive. But she had bought me precious moments at least, enough to climb to my feet and stagger back toward the cathedral. Good luck, girl. Should have given you a better name. Chloe hauled me backward, hacking with her silver steel. I followed, gasping, swinging ash drinker and taking a wretched head off its shoulders, slicing another's hands free of its arms, and with a twist, splitting its torso from its hips. I stumbled, pushing Chloe away from me. Get to the cathedral! I hurled my last ignis bomb at the gate, rewarded with a deep roar as the spirit-soaked stones caught fire. Chloe joined Rafa in dragging a bleeding, blood-soaked Bellamy toward the doors for the dead. The young soothsinger was holding his torn throat, whispering, I will not go to... Phoebe, I roared, get back! But the lioness paid me no heed, moving in a blood-red blur along the west walk. Danton lifted his head from Circe's ruins, drenched in the slayer's blood. Reaching up, he tore kindness from his shattered shoulder, the axe wicked sharp and beautiful in his hand. And as Phoebe leapt at him, bloody claws and fangs bared, the beast of Verlaine hurled that axe with all his unholy strength. The blade sheared through the air, whooshing as it came, ever not gleaming upon the blood-stained steel, as it tumbled over and slammed into Phoebe's chest. The she-lion roared and spun mid-air, crashing to the boards, a long trail of gleaming gore in her wake as she skidded along the high walk. Oh shit, I whispered. The lioness came to rest at Danton's feet, her mistress's axe buried in her ribs. She tried to rise, claws scrabbling at the polished tip of Danton's boot. The beast of Verlaine seized the lioness by her throat, hauled her up to dangle, limp and twitching before him. And with casual brutality, he wrenched kindness free in a gout of blood and flung the fated blade off the cliff at his back. And raising Phoebe high into the air, he hurled the lioness into the courtyard below, her body shattering on the stone. I could barely walk, arm and ribs broken, guts hanging from the slice in my belly. Rafa and Chloe dragged Bellamy through the doors for the dead, me behind, all Danton's wretched on our tails just as we planned. I could smell sharp vapour. Praying Dior was ready for our little maggot trap. Staggering against the cathedral doors, I turned to watch as Danton leapt down from the walls, soaked in Circe's and Phoebe's endings. He smiled at me, black eyes and a mask of crimson. Fool ye misthink me, de Leon, to fall for so simple a ploy. He lifted a hand, like a conductor before some unholy orchestra. And at his unspoken command, the wretched veered away from our pursuit. Instead of following us mindless through the western entrance, they surged eastward, toward the dawn doors. Smashing against them now, timbers splintering as they spilled inside, a starving, clawing flood of dead meat rushing into the tight corridor beyond. And Dior Lachon stood at the end of it, a lit cigarette in hand. Bonsoir, maggots, he whispered. The boy flicked the smoke into the liquor-soaked still and slammed the door behind him. Vapour exploded, white-hot and roaring through the corridor. The cathedral doors were blown inward, Dior thrown to the stone as a long gout of flame scorched the air over his head, burning corpses, flailing, falling, incinerating Danton's wretched in an instant. Gabriel leaned back and cracked his knuckles. Just as I planned. Jean-Francois ceased his writing, raised one eyebrow. You said the western corridor was the one set to burn. That's what I told the others, Gabriel shrugged. You don't live for centuries by charging in blind. I knew Danton would get inside one of their heads before he struck us. But the ability to read minds isn't so useful when those minds have been filled with lies. So, save for Dior, I told my comrades what I wanted my enemy to think. The historian tapped his lip, gave a grudging nod. Rather clever, de Leon. Danton didn't think so. The beast of Velen roared in rage, fangs bared as he stalked across the courtyard. His forces were in charred tatters, but the prince himself was barely scathed. And though Ashdrinker hung bloodied in my hand, I'd nothing left inside. "Back, Gabriel, back now, back now." And so I turned and staggered into the cathedral's belly. It was circular, surrounded by pews, a stone altar at its heart. Stained glass windows ringed the space, only a few inches wide, save one, a life-size portrait of Saint Guillaume in the northern wall, tome in one hand, burning torch in the other. Rafa, Chloe, and Dior were knelt around Bellamy, the boy's hands soaked with blood. The soothsinger's throat and wrists and thighs were all torn, Dior pressing red hands to the wounds. "Belle," he pleaded. "Bellamy." The soothsinger's eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. And though the Redeemer's blood had saved him once before, might bring a soul back from the very edge of death, in fact, that same blood seemed of little use once the soul had flown. And looking into Bellamy's empty eyes, I knew. "No," Chloe whispered. "No." "Rafa," I gasped, staggering into the room. "Oh God," he breathed, looking over my shoulder. Danton stood behind me, swathed in shadow. The priest rose to his feet, face grim and spattered with blood. And though he stood years past 60, his back bent and skin wrinkled, Rafa seemed a fucking giant then. Beyond the faith in him I saw fury, burning like heaven's fire as he raised the wheel in his hand. Light flared, silver bright, and I staggered past the priest, falling to my knees in a puddle of Bellamy's blood. The thirst roared within me, and for a moment, just for a second, it was all I could do not to press my face to the stone and lap it up, like a beggar to breadcrumbs. Dior rose up from Bellamy's corpse, spitting at Danton. "You fucking bastard!" The boy took a step forward, held in check by a desperate Chloe. "Dior, no!" The beast of Velen loomed before us, backlit by the glow of burning corpses. Old Rafa stood tall, dauntless, bathed in the power of his god. They watched each other, priest and vampire, light and dark, flame and shadow, each the other's match. "Impasse," Danton breathed. "To a fool's eyes," Rafa replied, "and you certainly have those." The vampire smiled, red and sensuous. All I could see of him was his face, vulpine, that black widow's peak swept back from his brow, and his hands, ghost pale and blood-stained, as he reached up and straightened the cravat at his throat. "I see them in thy mind, priest, with these fool's eyes." Rafa refused to answer, standing with his wheel burning before him. But Danton drifted around the edge of the glow like a hungry wolf circling ancient firelight. "All those dead brothers," he whispered, "Alphonse and Jean-Paul, old Tarek and little Jamal, flayed and left for the crows. If thou hadst not set out in search of the Grail, if thou hadst but stayed here among thy little books, thy tiny words, the Inquisition would never have been unleashed upon thy brethren." The vampire sighed sadly. "They are dead because of thee." But the old man shook his head defiant. "Speak not their names. Speak not a word to me. I am deaf to all but the voice of the Lord our God. I am his hand upon this earth, and my faith in his love shall waver not an inch at the deceits of a wretched worm like you." The priest stepped forward, and I watched him wonder as Danton wavered. "Go back," Rafa spat, his voice rich with righteous fury. "Go back to the abyss that suckled you, to the loveless father that birthed you, and tell him he may send 100 sons to test me, and I shall best them all. The Lord is my shield unbreakable. He is the air in my lungs and the blood in my veins. And you have no power over me." The beast of Velen narrowed his eyes, slicked back his hair with one bloody hand. "Thou hast nothing to fear from me, priest." "Nothing at all, vampire." Danton smiled then, dark and poisonous. "Then cast thy wheel aside." Rafa blinked, his gaze shifting from the monster before him to the holy circle burning in his hand. I looked between them, bleeding, broken, dread uncoiling in my belly. "Rafa," I whispered. "The Lord is thy shield unbreakable," Danton hissed. "Surely, then, he will not allow a wretched worm to touch thee. So throw it aside, priest. Face me upon even ground. Show me true power. Show me a God who will not let his beloved servant die." "Oh, Mother Maid," Chloe breathed. Rafa glanced back to the sister, eyes meeting hers. And then and there, the old priest made his mistake. If he had done it, if he'd cast that wheel away and stood undaunted, unafraid, I've no doubt in my mind Danton would have broken like glass. The wheel was just a thing. It was Rafa's faith that mattered. But the priest hesitated. He doubted. He feared. And the glow in the wheel began to die. Just a flicker at first, like a shadow across the black sun. But the priest's eyes grew wide. A tremor passed through his hand, and he looked up to the vampire and saw him, not cowering now, but standing tall, a hungry smile on ruby lips. "Stay back," Rafa cried. "In the name of God, I command you." And hollow, drenched in blood, Danton threw back his head and laughed. The vampire took one step forward and Rafa one step back, and with each step, the light in that wheel dimmed further and further still. Chloe moaned in terror, Dior cursing softly as that pale light died, and my heart sank as I saw the last of our hope die with it. The beast of Velen reached out and closed long, clawed fingers around the wheel in Rafa's hand. Pale flesh, sizzling on silver, Danton closed his fist, and the metal crumpled. Rafa opened his mouth, perhaps to pray, perhaps to curse, but the beast's other hand snaked out, seizing the priest's shoulder, and as Rafa cried, "Save me, God!" the vampire opened his maw and sank his fangs deep into the holy man's throat. "Rafa!" Chloe screamed. "And no!" Dior roared, and mouth filled with blood, teeth gritted, I dragged myself to my feet. Our last bastion had fallen, the priest groaning as the kiss took hold, lifting his arms and throwing them like a drowning man to driftwood, about the shoulders of the thing that was murdering him. Chloe raised her silver steel, screaming in rage, but I grabbed her, stopped her from throwing herself onto that same pyre. "Chloe, he'll kill you." I looked about us, to Saint-Guillaume's window in the wall behind us, and with the arm that still worked, I hurled ash drinker, shattering the glass to splinters. "Go!" Dior grabbed Chloe, dragging the sister away, me limping behind. The boys scrambled through the window, pulling Chloe through, and I left a trail of blood as I hauled myself after them, shredding my skin. Chloe was gasping for breath, eyes wide with terror and madness as I picked up ash drinker. "Fly, Gabrielle!" and slipped the blade back into her scabbard. We had nowhere to run, yet I grabbed Chloe's hand and run we did, dragging Dior away from the broken window where Danton now stood, drenched in Saoirse's and Phoebe's and Rafa's blood. "I told thee I could follow forever, de Leon." We backed up the stairs to the monastery walls, the high walk running the edge of the cliffs. The drop loomed behind us, jagged rocks like teeth, 150 feet down into lightless black. Danton was on the stairs now, smiling, a single breath away. We have to," Chloe whispered. "It's too high," the boy breathed. "The rocks. I can't swim." I gritted my teeth. "Take my hand, boy." And gripping tight, wincing in agony as Chloe seized my broken wrist, I dragged them both up onto the battlements. The dark opened its arms below us, Dior's eyes wide with terror, Danton coming at us like a black wind. Kicking off the railing, I jumped far as I could, Chloe holding one hand, Dior the other. Out into the wind-swept night, weightlessness and vertigo, the scream rising in Chloe's throat suddenly cut short as a pale hand reached into the brink and seized the collar of Dior's fine magic frock coat. The boy wailed as Danton's fist closed tight, jerking us to a halt. I roared in agony, wounds tearing, broken bones grinding. Chloe shrieked, both our hands slicked with blood. My muscles screamed as we hung, suspended in a chain, Chloe holding on to me onto Dior, and Danton onto us all. My hands were full, There was naught I could do as, with a triumphant smile and the strength of bloody centuries, the beast hauled us back up. In a second, it'd have us. In a second, it'd be over, everything for nothing. And in that second, Chloe looked up into my eyes, burning with familiar fire. "Dior is all that matters, Gabe." And letting go of my hand, she plunged down into the dark. "Chloe!" Dior roared. No time to think, no time to mourn, time only to reach up, broken hand and bloody fangs, taking hold of that ridiculous coat and the waistcoat and shirt underneath, and seizing a fistful, agony flaring down my shattered arm as I ripped seam and thread, silvered buttons spinning into the night as, magic or no, the coat slipped away from his arms. My weight dragged him down, Danton spitting a black curse as he staggered back, left only with a torn coat of midnight blue and silver curlicue in hand. Rushing wind in my ears, a screaming boy in my arms. And down, down into the dark we fell. Chapter 16. The One Thing. When I was a lad, I used to play a game with my sisters, Amélie and Célène. It was named Elements. You close your hand, count 1, 2, 3, then form your hand into a shape. Fist for wood, fingers upturned for fire, flat palm for water. Water beat fire, fire beat wood, wood beat water. Having fallen 150 feet into it is now my official position that water beats just about anything. It felt like stone as we hit it. I'd been punched by Ancien of the Blood d'Evoque, taken silver bomb explosions to the chest, been inside a chemical still as the mad bastard who ran it blew it sky high. And I tell you now, I've never felt anything like it. If I were an ordinary man, I'd have been dead. Story finished. Song sung. But broken and bleeding as I was still pale blood. And like old Master Greyhound used to assure me, as he cut me to ribbons every night at Spa, pale bloods don't die easy. The impact was deafening, rocking my brain inside my skull, turning black to blinding white. I lost consciousness, I'm sure of it. But only for a second. The cold snapped me back into my body like a bowstring. All was freezing black, above and below. But as I opened my eyes, tumbling into the water, I saw him. Ashen hair adrift around his face, hanging limp as a boned fish. And hurting as I was, still I lunged, slipping my good arm around his waist and kicking desperately, piercing the surface with a ragged, bruised bone gasp. "La chance!" I roared. "La chance!" He made no reply, eyes closed, head lolling on his neck. But miraculously, somehow, he was breathing. I looked around, desperate, bellowing over the river's rush. "Chloe!" No sound, no sign, nothing. If I dove below to look for her, the boy in my arms would drown. And if we stayed in this water, he'd freeze along with it. And so, roaring her name one last time, eyes burning, I held Dior tight and swam north across the Volta, broken arm trailing at my side. Away from those cliffs above the slaughterhouse of Saint-Guillaume, the poor wretches Danton had butchered. I'd warned them all. Chloe too, but still, I had to push it from my mind. The sight of Saoirse being ripped ear to ear, Bellamy's eyes wide open, blinded forever. And Rafa, that poor bastard, dying with Danton's mouth on his throat and the name of the god that had failed him on his lips. I swam, bloody water behind me, every muscle screaming. My only solace was a familiar weight on my hip, ash drinker, slapping my leg as I kicked toward the shoreline. I'd lost them all, but I'd kept my sword at least. And as a sodden cough racked his frame and a feeble groan spilled over purpling lips, I knew I still had la chance. He groaned again, near senseless. "Hold on to me, boy." His eyelids were heavy and he clung weakly to the arm I'd wrapped around his chest. But though I could tell he was terrified of the water about him, though he knew if I were to let him go he'd sink like a stone, even with the cold he didn't tremble. Whatever else, Dior Lachance was never a coward. We reached the shallows, and I found my footing, slinging the lad over my shoulder. He was still senseless from the fall, ash-white hair hanging lank over his face. I'd ripped every scrap of clothing off him from the waist up to free him from Danton's clutches, and I knew the little bastard would freeze soon enough. So, staggering up the wooded bank, I thumped him against an old rotted tree, and wincing at my still shattered wrist, I shrugged my greatcoat off my shoulders. And then I saw it. The one thing that would change everything. Dior was coatless and shirtless, but not entirely naked. Chloe's bandage was still around his throat, but another bandage was wrapped about his chest many times over. At first I thought the boy might have been wounded, the bandage some holdover from an older battle. But then, beneath the wrappings I saw them, bound uncomfortably tight but unmistakable. Jean-Francois blinked, glancing up from his tome and snapping his fingers. Breasts. Oui, Gabriel nodded. Jean-Francois smiled all the way to his dark eyes and clapped as if delighted. Dior is a girl's name as well as a boy's, Silver Saint. Do tell, vampire. The historian laughed uproariously, slapping his knee and stomping his feet. You never suspected? But your dear Chloe told you that falling star had marked the Grail's birth. That's why he wouldn't take off his shirt to dry it. That's why Saoirse referred to him by a feminine endearment like flower. He wasn't a 14-year-old boy. She was a 16-year-old girl. Oh, de Leon, you are priceless. How much the fool did you feel? The Silver Saint reached for the wine, muttering, No need to rub it in, prick. Jean-Francois chuckled and returned to his tome. I stumbled back, greatcoat in hand, rocked onto my heels. I looked Dior over, eyes roaming the shoulders, the waist, the jaw. I'd thought her just a lad. Androgyne, perhaps. Pretty, oui. But the way she spat, swore, smoked, swaggered. Great Redeemer. The little bitch had me fooled. And then those blue eyes fluttered open, widening as Dior realized that fancy coat and silken shirt were gone. Pale hands flashed up to cover her chest. Some feeble attempt at modesty we both knew was doomed to fail. The girl looked up into my eyes, horror, indignity, fear. Fuck, she said. My, I replied. Face, we chorused. Chapter 17. Remembrance. Jean-Francois was still chuckling, the vampire shaking his head as he wrote in his accursed book. The cell about them was chill, silent, save for the gentle scratching upon the page. Dipping his quill again, the historian frowned, realizing his ink bottle was almost empty. Méline, he called. My dove. The door opened immediately. The thrall, with her long chains of auburn hair, stood at the threshold, a puppet summoned by invisible strings. She was a beautiful woman, Gabriel realized, wrapped in black corsetry and lace. The blood she'd suckled from Jean-Francois' thumb had healed her entirely now. Only the faintest scar marked the place where he'd bitten her wrist. But still, Gabriel could smell it, faint traces of rust and autumn's fading. He pictured the woman on her knees before him, kohl-rimmed eyes gazing up at him as she brushed those auburn locks back from the pale promise of her neck. His blood thrummed southward at the thought, leaving him hard and aching in his leathers. Master, she asked. More ink, my dove, Jean-Francois said, and something to drink for our guest. Gabriel emptied his glass and nodded. Another bottle. Wine? Dark eyes drifted to the bulge below the Silver Saint's belt. Or something stronger. Gabriel's eyes flashed. Another bottle. Jean-Francois glanced to the thrall, and Méline dropped into a smooth curtsy, feet whispering as she retreated down the stairs. Gabriel counted the number of steps again, listening to the faint song in the chateau below. Laughter, still echoes, faint screaming. The night was past its deeping now, and he could feel the distant promise of dawn on the horizon. He wondered if they'd let him sleep, He wondered if he'd dream. The hope of the empire entire, Jean-Francois mused. The last scion of the line of Essan. The cup that held the blood of the Redeemer himself. A 16-year-old girl. Gabriel poured the last few drops of money into his glass. Plot twist. And Danton had no hint of this revelation either, I take it. I imagine his pursuit would have been rather more single-minded had he known the truth of things. Despite his age, the beast of Verlaine ever favored the pretty demoiselle. Chloe knew. Gabriel shrugged. Saoirse too. But Sir Sauvage kept the girl's secret buried deep enough that Danton didn't pluck it from her thoughts the night he chose to visit them. He never bothered to rummage around in Saoirse's head, and Dior's mind was always a closed room to the dead. And so Danton toyed with you instead, Jean-Francois tutted, allowing your little famille vendetta to distract him from simply plucking his prize and instead watching it slip, literally and metaphorically, through his bloody fingers. I wouldn't describe the vendetta between me and the boss as little, Chastain. The blood feud between me and Fabienne's brood had been brewing half my life. And so, Jean-Francois steepled slender fingers at ruby lips, watching the man opposite with hunter's eyes. We return. Back to the beginning. And Saint-Michon. Gabriel sighed, looking at the empty glass in his hand, wondering if he were numb enough, cold enough. He could feel them both, the endings to the tales he'd begun, like old scars on tattooed skin. He wondered which would tear wider, bleed harder, and for a brief, moons-touched moment, he considered the glass in his hand, the blade he might fashion of it, not enough for a vampire's skin, surely, but enough for his own. Not across the stream, but up the river. The shard digging deep, letting that accursed blood flow. But such thoughts were folly, and he knew it. Knew it from bitter experience and long, lonely nights. Watching the wounds close over before his tear-strung eyes, the curse in his veins not allowing him to die, to sleep. To sleep and never dream. Mélinée returned, footsteps soft on the stairs. She stepped through the door she'd left unlocked, golden tray poised on one manicured hand. The damask of her skirts rustled like falling leaves as she swept into the room, and Gabriel could feel the warmth of her body, hear the music of her pulse as she placed a fresh bottle of Monet upon the table between him and the historian. She sank to her knees then, head bowed, hands upturned like a priestess before the marbled statue of a god of old, and Jean-Francois plucked the fresh bottle of ink from her open palms. Merci, my dove. Do you desire anything else, master? The vampire reached out, running one long, sharp fingernail ever so gently down the woman's cheek. Her breath caught in her breast as he hooked his claw beneath her chin, lifting her face so she could meet his eyes. Oh, my darling, he whispered. Always. Her lips parted. A trembling sigh slipped from her mouth. But the vampire withdrew his hand the way God withdraws a blessing. Leave us now. I am your servant, master. The thrall rose on shaking legs, curtsied and retreated from the room. The pair were left alone again, killer and monster, an ocean unsaid between them. The vampire watched Gabriel refill his glass, the wine dark as blood yet holding none of its promise, brought brimming to the edge. Leathered wings cut through the night skies beyond the window. The twin moons hung in the heavens, dipped crimson. We must return there eventually, de Lyon, Jean-Francois said. Back to the 7 pillars and the Scarlet Foundry and the walls of the Gauntlet. To wise Master Greyhand and cruel Seraph Talon. To treacherous young Aaron de Coste and your final hunt together. You had been sent out onto the frozen roads of the Nordland, Silver Saint. A voss of ancient blood had been behind the malady in Skyfall. An Ironheart of immeasurable power was already east of the Godsend Mountains, when the Forever King himself was still massing his endless legion in Talost. There is a secret buried within your vault here, de Lyon. A secret soaked in darkest blood and whispered with holy tongues.
and I would like to unearth it before you are too befuddled with wine to remember. But that's the problem, vampire. Hard as I try, much as I wish. Gabriel looked to the bleak night outside, hands curling to fists, ears ringing with the song of silver trumpets, tongue tingling with a taste of fruit forbidden. I remember everything. Book 5. The Road to Hell. And the heavens grew red as heart's blood, and the tempest cracked the sky, and the rain was like to the tears of all the winged host fallen, those priests of gods false and covenants broken, numbering all the fingers upon hell's burning hand, did stand in bleak amazement. And the Redeemer raised his eyes to his almighty Father's throne, and his heart did stain the bones of the earth, and with voice akin to thunder he cried, By this blood shall they have life eternal. The Book of Laments, 7:12. Chapter 1. Truth Beyond Truth. Your sister's name is Selene, but that is not what you call her. Seraph Talon sat across the fire from me, dark eyes on mine. The cave about us was small, warm, the blaze reflected in Master Greyhand's stare as he looked on. My brow was knitted as I met Talon's gaze, my head filled with as much noise as I could conjure. Black hair, the thin man declared, stroking his moustache. Black eyes, a troublemaker, an instigator, hence you call her Hellion. Shit, I whispered. I broke our staring contest, sighing as I massaged my temples. My head was aching, my heart low. Despite my best efforts, the seraph had once again plucked the images and truths out of my head after only a minute or so. You're improving, my spud-witted little shit-bucket, Talon declared, but not enough. If I can still pierce your defences, an Eldervoss will shatter them in a bloody blinking. Work at it. I have been working at it, Seraph, every day since we left Saint-Michon. Day and night, then, Greyhand growled. When we find our prey, you must be ready. I kept my face stone, but inside I scoffed. When we found our prey? Great Redeemer, we'd been on this hunt for months. Seraph Talon, Aaron, Greyhand and me. A stranger company I'd never known. After setting out from Saint-Michon, we'd headed northwest to the Godsend Mountains, following a month-old trail through a vista of chill black peaks and dying trees. Winter hadn't truly bitten when we set out, but now the snows fell heavy, the roads lonely and bleak. As we travelled, Frere Greyhand had used gifts of the Blood Chastin to track our quarry, murmuring to wise old owls and conferring with sly foxes as we bedded down. Many of the beasts had no clue about our prey. Others whispered of different monsters, dark shapes rising in the southern weald and Faken stalking the moors with knives of gleaming bone. Still, a precious few had spoken of a woman, dark thing, dead thing, riding lonely roads in the company of other shadows, heading north, always north. And like good hounds, we'd followed. We'd visited the bustling town of Armwood and found a tale akin to Skyfall. The daughter of the alderman murdered, a bevy of high-born gentry fallen to a wasting sickness. The nest we'd burned out was small, a single fledgling who knew nothing of what it was. In the crossroad hamlets of Ben-Om and the silver mining town of Tolbrook, we heard similar tales. And slowly we'd begun to paint a portrait of the thing we stalked. This pale huntress who filled children's graves wherever she walked. This Marianne Lungua, Ravenchild. She was beautiful, all mentioned that, and ever first. A grace so perilous that men and women alike couldn't help but adore her. She hunted among high society, all flattery and silken finery, striking like a spider at their sons and daughters as she departed. A half-dozen kept her company. The first, another cold-blood who masqueraded as her son,
a dark-haired, gilded youth named Adrian. 5 other men attended the pair as servants. In Tolbrook, Lunqua had informed the alderman she was surveying a claim in the hills above the town, just as she'd done in Skyfall. In the high-walled keep of Seerfort, the charming Madame and her handsome son had been treated to a tour of the garrison by an enraptured capitaine, whose daughter was later found murdered in her bed. We had no real certainty as to why this vampire was stalking towns along the Godsend, but she was doing so with intent. And we were always a few steps behind. The rivers were crusted with ice now, winter's deep approaching on cold feet. We were camped beneath a snow-capped peak named for Eloise, the angel of retribution. A little farther north loomed the mountain named for Raphael, angel of wisdom. And in the valley between lay the next stop in our months-long search, the richest silver mining town in the province, and, as fate would have it, a high seat of Aaron's stepfather, the barony of Coste. We were on bitter terms, Aaron and me. I was still sure the bastard had tried to have me killed back in Saint-Michel, and got poor sister Aoife murdered in the process. I was ill at ease with the idea that we were journeying to his former home, that I'd be laying my head down among his people. For his part, Aaron treated me as shitty as he always had, watching me across the fire at night with silent menace. But, as we travelled closer to his birthplace, I'd expected our lordling's mood to brighten at least a little. He'd always spoken of his mother fondly, and I thought he'd be joyous at the thought of reunion. And yet, the nearer we drew to Coste, the darker his mood became. That night before we arrived, we were camped in a cave on Raphael's eastern flank. Our socius were clustered at the entrance, snow clinging to their shaggy coats. Talon had been schooling Aaron and me in matters of mental defence along the road, and while I didn't like the seraph in my head, I knew vampires with the blood voss could read the thoughts of lesser men. Better Talon, in my mind, strengthening it, than one of them pillaging it. Our lesson done for the night, the seraph held his hands to our fire. Great Redeemer, it grows cold enough to freeze the blood in a man's veins. I rubbed my aching brow, glanced northward. And the rivers in their beds. Aaron met my eyes, nodding also. We may have been at odds like fire and ice, but in one dread we were of accord. The Forever King will march from Talhost soon. Probably, Greyhand grunted, yet not a certainty. Patience is a quality that ancient vampires have in abundance. Fabian Voss will march when he is ready. We should be doing more, Aaron scowled. Not just chasing ghosts and shadows. An elder Voss is not east of the Godsend at trivial purpose to cost, Talon growled. In thwarting Lunqua, we thought whatever part she plays in Fabian's design. We settled into silence, staring at the flames. I understood we needed to be as patient as our quarry, but like to cost, I felt we'd been stalking Marianne Lunqua forever. The threat of the Forever King's Legion hung over the Nordland like a headsman's axe now. The Emperor's armies were split between the city forts of Avingborg in the north and Scharenfell in the south, and we still didn't know where the blow would fall. Blessed Mother Maid, I growled. It's cold as a bog hag's tit in here. Seraph Talon's eyes glittered under the black arcs of his brows. Smoothing his long moustache, the little man rummaged in his saddlebag, produced a silver flask. Taking a deep swig, he offered it to me. I could smell the vodka from where I sat. Mercy, no, Seraph. Come now, frail blood. The little man waved the flask in my face. Kindness spurned is ire earned, so saith the Lord, and the testament's named drink no sin. It's not the sin of it, Seraph. I've just no wish to follow in my stepfather's footsteps. He was a devil on the drink. Aaron reached for the flask in Talon's hand. Mine also. I blinked at that, studying to cast across the flames as he took a long, slow pull. Our lordling had only ever spoken of his mother, never the fellow who raised him. My stepfather was a soldier, Greyhand declared. Loved a drink. I remember he got right slovenly one eve, lost his key, So, when he finally dribbled home, he dragged himself through the window, crawled into bed with what he thought was my mama. It turned out to be the magistrate's house, and the dame in question, his wife. Chuckles rolled around our fire. Even Greyhand managed a whisper of a smile. The magistrate was not pleased. But what about his wife, Master? I asked. Greyhand fixed me across the fire, deadpan. You'd have to ask her, cub. I laughed again, spitting onto my whetstone as I sharpened Lion Claw. When I was little, Mama got so fed up with my stepfather's drinking she hid his clothes so he couldn't hit the tavern. He put on her church dress and went anyway. Just marched down the street in her Priadi best, proud as a lord. I remember it was white, had blue flowers on it. Sounds fetching, Greyhand nodded. He did have fine ankles, I admitted grudgingly. Sarah of Talon took another long swig, then handed his flask back to Aaron. Do you remember that haunt down in Beaufort, Greyhand? With old Yannick? How could I forget? My ears perked up at that. I'd known Frere Yannick only as a broken man, put out of his misery in the Red Rite that first night I'd arrived in Saint-Michon. But I always loved hearing the stories of old silver saints, tales of horror and glory and blood. You two hunted together? I asked, looking between the men. I was not always a seraph of the order, shitblood, Talon growled. I earned my aegis when you were still a tadpole, paddling about in your godless father's jungle sack. It was many years ago, little lion, Greyhand said. I was only newly sworn. A dusk dancer had been stalking the Beaufort docks for months. Old Abbot Dulian sent the three of us down there to put a righteous end to it. Talon nodded. The more a dusk dancer takes the shape of his beast, the more the beast leaves its mark on him. This bastard was an old one, wolf-born and hideous. Even when he wore the skin of a man, he had a wolf's eyes, wolf's tail, wolf's feet. So we developed a taste for street walkers, luring them into the shadows with a promise of coin, and then gutting them like lambs. We decided to use bait to lure him out, so we drew straws and old Yannick found himself in a wig and backless dress, smothered in horse perfume and parading up and down the fucking jetty like Ha Royale's strumpet. Greyhand shook his head. Finest legs I've ever seen on a man. They worked too. Not even that bastard dusk dancer could resist. Mark me now, frail blood. A good hunter uses the appetites of his prey against them. Want is a weakness. Greyhand sighed as he stared into the fire. I miss that mouthy old dog. It was Yannick who named me Greyhand. He was a good hunter, Talon nodded, and a good friend. My master shook his head, and I saw sorrow in his pale green eyes. But Yannick made the right choice. I pray Almighty God and all 7 martyrs grant me the same courage when the thirst calls and my time comes. I could still remember the horror I'd felt at old Yannick's ending, ritually murdered by the abbot and thrown to the waters of the Mare before the Sanguira. The red thirst could consume him. It was a silver saint's death, a man's death. But looking at the 7-star in my palm, I found myself pondering that same pale blood curse in my veins. No matter how much Sanctus we smoked to stave it off, I knew the Sanguira would eventually drive all of us to madness. And before that, each of us would have to make Yannick's choice. Better to die a man than live a monster, I murmured. Talon nodded, grim. Varys, Greyhand said, stirring the fire. Truth beyond truth. We sat with the sound of crackling logs, Greyhand and Talon now staring wordless into the flames. The silence stretched on, Aaron drinking deep from the flask, mute and sullen. I finally spoke again to break the uncomfortable quiet. Why did old Yannick name you Greyhand, Master? A tale not worth the telling, little lion. You know the stonemasons in Saint-Michon have a wager. Whoever learns your real name wins a whole week's coin without labour. Gambling is ungodly. At last I heard, it was only 3 days' worth.
It seems your legend grows in the telling, I smiled.
Legends always do, little lion, and ever in the wrong direction. But a man who sings his own song is deaf to the music of heaven. How shall I hear the word of God if I am in love with the sound of my own voice?
I could feel Greyhand's quiet confidence, his unshakable faith. He'd no need for mortal accolade or to strum his own lute. His service to the Almighty was enough, and sweet fucking Redeemer, I envied him that humility. But Talon spoke, eyes on our master.
I'll tell the story then. Yannick shared it with me one eve over a cup of wine.
Ah, such impeccable sources, Greyhand scoffed.
Drunken gossip around the tankards of Saint-Michon.
But Talon spoke regardless, his voice dropping as he leaned into the tale.
This was back when Greyhand was still an apprentice, see. Tale has it, he and his master were attacked by 5 cold-bloods deep in an old ruin near Loch Shee. His master, Michel, was slain in the ambush and Greyhand retreated. But at dawn, he returned alone, nothing but his sword and faith to guard him. And when he emerged from that pit, the ashes of those 5 leeches were caked so thick on his fists, you couldn't see his skin. So,
Talon nodded to our master.
Greyhand.
He scowled. I note a marked lack of denials, master, I said.
What point denial, when the gossips have already made up their minds? When next you tell the tale, Seraph, have me slay a dozen. Makes the number rounder.
'Tis a heavy burden, master, I smiled, to be a hero.
Hero, he scoffed. Mark my words, young blood. You don't want to be a hero. Heroes die unpleasant deaths, far from home and hearth.
I looked into the flames, thinking about what I was, the fate that had befallen old Yannick, and the madness that awaited us all. Greyhand spat into the fire, flames hissing.
Enough idle chatter. We reach Cost tomorrow. What should your fellows know of the town that birthed you, initiate?
All eyes turned to Aaron as he took another sip, grimacing as he swallowed. Again, the notion that I was stepping into this bastard's birth den felt like a stone in my belly.
Cost is the richest town in the province, Aaron said. Its fortune made in silver and iron. The Baron is favoured at court, friend to Emperor Alexandre. My brother Jean-Luc is capitaine in the Golden Host at Avimbourg. My mother is Imperial Majesty's second cousin. And then there's me.
We've gained ground on our quarry this last month, Greyhand said. It may be our raven child awaits us within the walls of Costa, and the feast of Saint-Maximilien falls in 2 days. No doubt the town will be indulging. Aaron sneered. The Baron de Coste is never one to miss a chance to feast.
Be of good cheer then. Our quarry is a bon vivant, lured toward the finer things like a bowerbird to shine. If she lurks in Coste's shadows, she should have occasion to be drawn into the light. So sleep now. Fear no darkness.
Greyhand threw a warning glance to me.
And dream not of heroism, but of faithful service to the Lord your God.
We settled to bed. I listened to the crackling fire and tried not to think about the cold, the serpent sleeping across the flames from me. I knew not what awaited us in Coste, nor whether Aaron would try to finish what he'd started in Saint-Michon. But I could sense our prey was near. I'd let impatience get the best of me during our hunt in Skyfall, and I was determined not to fail again. But despite Greyhand's warning, still I dreamed of glory. Glory and a smile framed by a beauty spot and locks of raven black hair. Chapter 2. Unwelcome Guests. We arrived in Coste the next day, just as the sun was sinking to sleep. The city was a grander affair, even than Skyfall. A beautiful sprawl of dark stone and pale roofs carved at the banks of a magnificent waterfall. Winter hadn't yet turned the falls to ice, but they were almost there. Huge sculptures of frozen water hanging over the drop, glittering like diamond.
The great city was split in two, 3 bridges crossing the freezing river. A princely keep sat on a ridge above it all, flying flags of a quartered green field, graced with 2 crossed warhammers, the crest of the Famille de Coste. As we rode through the mighty gates, the whole city was ringing with song, despite the chill. Jean-Francois wordlessly tapped his quill, raising one brow. Gabriel sighed. The feast of Maximilien the Martyr is the grandest piss-up in the Eladani calendar. Less solemn than First Mass or Wheels Day, the feasts of the Redeemer's birth and death, it's one of the most important festivals of the year. Maximilien de Augustin was a warlord who, depending on who you believe, either received his commands direct from the mouth of Almighty God, or was just goat-fuckingly insane. Either way, he raised an army and seized control of Eladane, Nordland, and Osway in the name of the One Faith. He was killed in battle by an arrow to the eye, which you'd think would be the sort of thing Almighty God would warn his chosen one about. But his sons went on to conquer the Sudeum and Talhost, finally uniting the warring kingdoms into a single empire under the banner of the Wheel. They forged the 5-fold throne, carved out the Augustin dynasty, and named dear old Papa the 7th martyr. Folk have been getting bowel-bustingly shit-faced on the anniversary of his death ever since. Aaron pulled his tricorn low as we rode beyond the walls, collar laced high so none could see his face. Some folk were suspicious at the sight of us, making the sign of the wheel as we passed. Others stared with want in their eyes, sensing the beast beneath our skins. But most were into their cups and paid little mind. Coste was the biggest city I'd seen in my life. 30,000 people called it home, and most were in the streets that night. If a vampire hid among this multitude, it'd take the finest hounds to sniff her out. But I fancied us that and more. Riding through those gates, I was struck by how strange a turn my life had taken. 9 months back, I'd been sleepwalking, a blacksmith's boy with no clue of the future rushing at him headlong. And now, here it was, swathed in black and etched in silver. I confess I'd never felt so alive. A young lion at hunt, nose to the wind. And though I caught no hint of our quarry yet, if nothing else, I was awake. We took the winding roads up the hill, past overfull taverns and rollicking bawdy houses. Aaron nodded to the keep above. My stepfather throws a feast for his lords every year on this eve. Those halls shall be crowded with Coste's finest tonight. So you're planning to wait outside then? I growled. Stay up all night writing that one, did you, peasant? I flipped him the father's, and de Coste slapped his neck as if swatting a bug. I was fully aware it was foolish to be spitting at each other at a time like this, but I also knew I might find myself alone with Aaron watching my back tonight, and after the attack he'd orchestrated on me in the stables, I'd no trust he wouldn't put a knife in it. Stop your squabbling, Greyhound growled. We are at hunt tonight. I waved at my greatcoat and sword. If intent is to lie in wait among the sheep until the wolf shows teeth, it seems unwise to dress as shepherds. Talon nodded. We do stick out like 4 leather-clad thumbs. I'm certain suitable attire can be acquired from the master of the house. Aaron rubbed his jaw and sighed. So, I suppose we'd best go speak to him. Our horses' shoes rang on the cobbles as we climbed the road upward, and the light had well failed before we reached the keep. The portcullis was raised in welcome, the drawbridge lowered. Torches burned on the walls, lighting chill mists in the bailey. I could see men-at-arms, well arrayed in steel finery and tabards of the house. The flag of the Famille de Coste flew proud on the walls, spit and shine on every surface. An officer of the gendarmes came out to greet us, clad in heavy mail. Before de Coste had even pulled down his collar, I saw recognition in the man's eyes. Master Aaron. Well met, Capitaine Daniel. How is your son? Passing fair, my lord. Merci. The man looked among us, and I could tell from his mix of fear and soft loathing that he knew exactly what we were. "What brings you home after so many months, Master Aaron, and in such company?" "I have need to speak to my mother." "She is preparing for the feast, my lord. I fear she cannot—" "I fear manners have slipped in my absence, Capitaine." The blonde lordling sat taller, that familiar mix of arrogance and confidence oozing from his pores. "Unless it has become habit in Chateau de Coste for the manor-born to be questioned by the help." "Forgive me, my lord, but your father left word if ever you were to—" The man's voice failed as Aaron leaned closer, a predator's gleam in his eyes. "Send word to my mother. I wish to see her, Capitaine." The man's face slackened, his eyes dulled. "At once, my lord." "See our horses stabled. If you've men sitting idle, set them to the watch. Mortal peril comes to your master's house this night, Daniel, and it wears no silver on its breast." I watched Aaron slipping into the role of the noble son as easy as putting on an old coat, reminded of all the things I disliked about him. He spat orders to those men like he was their better, and I'd no doubt he believed it, of them and me. This prick was a snake. No matter if we were on the hunt, I was damned if I'd give him chance to bite me again. 10 minutes later we stood in the grand entrance hall of Coste Keep, surrounded by fine tapestries and marble statues. A broad staircase led upward, and to our left I could see a beautiful ballroom, bedecked in finery and buzzing with servants. Long tables were being laid with pale linen, and beyond, a quartet of soothsingers practiced above a dance floor, inlaid with bloodwood and gleaming mother-of-pearl. If the wealth of Skyfall had left me queasy, the opulence here was sickening. I couldn't imagine what it must have been to grow up in a place like this. No wonder de Coste acted as if the mother-maid sucked his cock dry before morn meal every day. "My son!" Aaron looked up, and I saw all tension melt from his frame. A stately woman stood on the landing, clad in a beautiful emerald gown, a spectacular powdered wig propped atop her head. She was perhaps 40, powdered pale, her eyes the same bright blue as Aaron's. "Mamma," he whispered. "Aaron," she cried, sweeping down and into his arms. Tears shone in her lashes as she held him tight, twirling him on the spot as if they danced. "When did you arrive?" "Just now. You remember Master Greyhand? These are my comrades, Mamma, Sir of Talon de Montfort and Gabriel de Leon." The Baron graced us all with a perfect curtsy. "Any comrades of my dearest are welcome within these halls. But praise Saint Maximille and the mother-maid, I thought not to see you again so soon, my son. What have I done to deserve such a blessing?" "What, indeed?" came a low, rasping voice. I turned to the stairwell above and saw a man watching the reunion with narrowed eyes. The Baron de Coste was arrayed in a green frock coat of finest cut, silken hose and shirt. He radiated cold authority and dripped wealth from every gold-trimmed finger. But no amount of leaden paint could mask the burst capillaries scrawled on his cheeks or the strawberry plumpness of his nose. Growing up around a drunkard makes a lad an expert at spotting others, and I marked the Baron for a lush as soon as I laid eyes on him. He wasn't the kind who'd grown bloated with it, rolling to his cups like a whale through the surf. No, Aaron's stepfather was the breed whose disease eats him from the inside out. The Baron de Coste was a well-dressed skeleton, glowering at Aaron with undisguised contempt. "How comes it you visit on this of all nights, bastard?" He looked over our number with a soft sneer. "And what in the name of Almighty God possessed you to bring a bevy of half-breed swine to my door?" "Baron de Coste." Greyhand bowed. "Well met again, Signor. I apologize for—" "I have as little use for your apology as I have for your company, half-breed," the Baron said. "You were welcome in my halls when last you visited, only because you took this mongrel off my hands. Am I to understand you are returning him?" "We are here at our abbot's behest, Baron," Talon bowed. "We have reason to believe you may have an unwelcome guest at your feast this evening, Several, it seems.
A vampire, Aaron said. One we've stalked for months now.
I saw DeCoste's mother tense at that. But the Baron himself seemed unimpressed. Well, it cannot be the one that despoiled your mamma, bastard. Your rapist father was sent to his well-deserved hell years ago. The same that awaits you, I expect.
A woman, Aaron replied, undaunted. An ancien steeped in murder, who has stalked the edge of the godsend for moons now. Your guests may be in danger.
He looked at his mamma.
You may be in danger.
DeCoste turned his eyes back to the Baron. His jaw was clenched in defiance, and he stood taller, striking the pose of the proud young lord. But though I was again reminded of all the things I hated about him, I could see the little shit's pose for what it was now. A facade to hide the fear within. A fear I could sense in him, sure as breathing. Despite all he was, Aaron DeCoste was afraid of his stepfather, afraid and utterly hateful. The Baron looked us over with paper-cut eyes. His lip curled. Well then, I suppose you'd best come in.
Chapter 3. Trouble of a Different Flavour. The great keep of the Baron DeCoste was filled to the brim, his peacocks and hens all on parade. Knights in green tabards and lordly finery, feathered caps and velvet crushed. Dames and demoiselles with lead-pale faces, and cheeks rouged with blood, swathed in yards of old damask and chiffon and crepe. And then there was us. The Baron had graciously loaned a change of wardrobe, but he'd outfitted Greyhound, Talon and me as servants, rather than guests. I wore a simple black doublet and tight pale hose, my hair tied in a long plait. The only weapons I could conceal beneath were my silver steel dagger and 2 silver bombs. Greyhound was posing as a footman, watching guests as they arrived at the Baron's door. An archer soared the skies above, the falcon ever assisting his master. Seraph Talon was dressed as one of the house gendarmes, patrolling within the keep should Lunqua seek entrance in secret. Aaron was arrived as gentry, of course, arm in arm with his mother. And I was right there in the ballroom with him, serving fucking drinks. I watched the pair as they swept around the room, my eyes lingering on the Baronne DeCoste. She clearly doted on her son, despite Aaron's being the offspring of her violation. Watching her, I thought of my own mamma, and of my father. Who was she to him? Lover or victim? And in the end, what did that make me? The smoke of Revra and white poppy hung in the air, entwined with the perfume of gilded ladies. Minstrel song mingled with the tune of gold-dipped fingers on crystal, of cruel laughter and cutting jabs. Wine was as rare as spun gold so long after Day's death, and yet it flowed like water. I felt I swam in a bloody river, surrounded by hungry reptiles. But of Marianne Lunqua, there was no sign. Terribly tedious, don't you think? I blinked at the smoky voice, turned to find a pretty demoiselle regarding me with bored expression. She wore green silk, her corset pulling her curves into a perfect hourglass. Her long hair was the gold of autumn leaves, her eyes blue as old skies. What's tedious, mademoiselle? All this. The girl waved about us. The same old people having the same old conversations. It's just the same as it was last year, and the year before. She watched me through long dark lashes. Except for you, of course. I proffered my tray. May I offer you a drink, mademoiselle? The girl took a glass but raised one brow. Come now. You're no more a servant than I. You arrived with Aaron and those others earlier today. The sour-faced man, and the thin one with the oily moustache. Who are you? I was wondering the same of her,
but turned my eyes to the floorboards as a good servant might. "Nobody of consequence, mademoiselle." She sniffed. "I'll be the judge of that." With one more glance for me, the young lady turned on polished heels and drifted into the throng. I shook my head, eyes returning to the crowd. Baron de Cost's ballroom was full of folk like that, all of the cut and colour I'd expected. The blushing ingenue, the handsome rake, the drunken lord and the smiling snake. My hand drifted to an inner pocket of my doublet, right over my heart, to the Saint's Day gift folded there. The portrait Astrid had drawn me. I was surrounded by beauties in old velvet and satin, corsets of whalebone and necklets of gold, and the only girl I found myself thinking of wore simple novice white. I missed her. The feast was done. The revels begun, couples sweeping about the dance floor to beautiful song. The Baron de Coste sat among his lords, barks of laughter cutting the air like rusty knives. Hours had passed and still not a hint of our quarry. But now, looking across the room, I realized I might have trouble of a different flavour. Baron de Coste stood among a bouquet of high-born dames, holding court. Aaron had found his way free of his mother's side, and was now sitting at a round table, surrounded by beautiful young women. They flocked to him, silken and smiling, spellbound by the return of the handsome golden-haired lordling. But looking at the flush in his cheeks as he downed another goblet, there was no doubt about it. De Coste was getting shit-faced. I couldn't fucking believe it. Here and now. Spitting a soft curse, I walked across the dance floor to hover beside his table, silent and glowering. "Ah, splendid." One of the demoiselles raided my tray, taking all the remaining drinks and nodding toward the kitchens. "Fetch more, garçon, and be swift about it." De Coste looked up at me and smiled. "You heard Mademoiselle Monique, peasant?" I'd half a mind to drag the spoiled shit someplace private and kick some sense into him. But for all the apparent futility of it, we were still at hunt. And so, instead of making a scene, I gave the silken gathering my best courtly bow, which isn't all that courtly, mind, and my best crooked smile, which I'm assured is crooked as an Ossian tax collector. "Pardon, mesdemoiselles, but I have a message for Lord de Coste from the Baron." The ladies looked at Aaron in question, and after a dramatic roll of his baby blues, the lordling begged leave and sent them away. I waited till the flock was out of earshot, then sat beside him, a polite smile painted on my face as I spat like I'd a mouthful of piss. "Have you taken leave of your fucking senses?" Aaron gulped another mouthful. "What troubles, frail blood?" "We're at hunt, and you're so sodden you can barely stand." "The hour grows late and still no sign of Lunqua. Methinks the viper smelled the hounds on her tail. So I'm having a fucking drink." Aaron's eyes roamed the revellers about us, then sidelong to me. "You look ridiculous in those stockings, by the way." "Sweet of you to notice, shitheel." His sneer widened. "If it's of comfort, my cousin noticed too." I followed Aaron's eyeline, noting a clutch of pretty young femmes watching me over their fluttering fans. Among them I saw that autumn-haired girl again, gazing at me with careful blue eyes. Looking about the room, I saw others staring at us too, the predator in our blood ever drawing attentions towards us. These folk knew not what we were, but something in their hearts told us we were not their kind. "Veronique has been gawping at your shapely calves all evening." Aaron raised his goblet, and the autumn-haired girl raised hers in kind, smiling sweet. "Expect a proposition when her father gets too drunk to notice. I adore the little bitch. Famille is famille. But her sort do so enjoy tumbling with the help." "Her sort?" "Poor little rich girl." Aaron sighed and glanced about. "All of them. Such clichés." I gritted my teeth as de Coste finished his wine, eyes on his stepfather. The Baron de Coste was regaling his lords with a bawdy tale, and the noblemen roared with laughter on cue, like trained pups. Aaron shook his head in disgust. Especially him. I've no wish to cause alarm. I nodded to DeCoste's empty goblet. But from my vantage, you and your stepfather strike an awfully similar pose. Careful, frail blood. Aaron glanced at me, his voice dark with malice. You've no idea what it was to grow up under that bastard's roof. Silk sheets. Servant's hand and foot. I'm sure it was pure torture. Know me so well, do you? I know you exact, DeCoste. You spit at these folk behind their backs, and yet you're worst of the lot. The noble-born bratling above everyone and everything. The only folk you treat worse than the ones around you are the ones beneath you. Would it shock you to learn, then, that my first love was a commoner like you? Talk about fucking cliches, I scoffed. Just because you decided to slum it with, watch your mouth, Aaron slurred, slamming his fist down. A few of the gentry turned to stare as the glassware on the table jumped. Aaron gave them a princely smile and raised his glass until they turned back to their own business. I loved Sasha, he hissed, as the ocean loves the sky. His gaze returned to the Baron, glittering with rage. And one night my noble stepfather caught us together when he was in his cups. And in his rage at finding me trysting with some low-born trollop, he took up his tankard and beat me almost to death. But there was no almost for Sasha. I looked at the Baron aghast. He killed her. I might have died too, if not for the blood in my veins. That was the night Mama told me what I was. So don't you dare compare me to that bastard de Leon. Ever. I stared at Aaron. This jealous, high-born prick I so despised. I thought we'd nothing in common save the pale blood curse. And yet it seemed, in one more way, that Aaron and I were of accord. We both hated the men who'd raised us. Still, I could find little compassion for him. This prick had gotten Sister Aoife murdered for his jealousies. Instead of sympathy, I felt only fury at his hypocrisy. Be that as it may, DeCoste. If Greyhound comes in here and sees you getting rat-arsed, he'll knock you out of your fucking shoes. So concerned for my well-being. Aaron reached for another goblet. I'm touched. I snatched the wine away. I give no fucks for your well-being, you stuck-up prick. But we're at Hunt here. Your clumsiness could spell the death of me. Oh no. Wouldn't that be just terrible? You'd like that, eh? If our prey saved you the trouble. I know your mind, bastard. Aaron rolled his eyes. God, what are you bleating about now? I hissed, the accusation slipping loose before I could stop it. I saw you. Saw me what? Again, I knew it was foolish to unearth his trouble now, but I was furious. And if this cur had it in for me, I wanted to know it for certain, for him to know I knew. The night I was attacked in the stables by Lacour and those wretched, I spat. The night Aoife was murdered. I saw you sneaking out of the armory like a fucking thief. The same armory that Lacour escaped from moments later. Coincidence? I saw my words strike home, a sliver of perfect rage piercing Aaron's eyes. For a moment I honestly thought he might reach out for the silver steel knife in his doublet. I could see it on his face then, sure as God was my witness. This bastard wanted to murder me. But then, we felt her.
Chapter 4. Ravenchild. It crept on me like sleep at the end of a quiet day, a chill prickling the back of my neck. Aaron felt it too, looking toward that passel of demoiselles. And among them a figure stood now where none had before, as if conjured from the shadows themselves. She was silence. She was dead leaves fallen. She was a blood-red stain spilling slow across the dance floor and making my heart fall still. The drip of hot wax upon your naked skin. The first flicker of a lover's tongue into your open, wanting mouth. She wore crimson,
a long and sweeping gown of lace and corsetry, like a bride all dipped in blood. Her skin wasn't just painted pale like the women about her, but white and smooth as finest alabaster. Her hair was the red of burning flame, flowing over her bare shoulders and past her slender waist. And she looked about the dancers on the edge of the ballroom's flickering light, and her eyes were black as the pits of hell. Almighty God, I breathed. I'd seen high bloods before, oui, but never the like of her. She drifted among the revellers, bewitching those she turned her attentions upon, passing through others like smoke. Nobody had announced her arrival, and I was struck with the notion that perhaps she'd always been there, waiting, watching. It was impossible to look away from her, but dread filled my belly even as I stared. This thing looked at the folk about her with a dispassion and cruelty that only the understanding of forever can bring. When she saw us, she didn't see people. She saw food. And I beheld a pale maiden, came a murmur behind us. Her eyes were black as midnight, and her skin as cold as winter, and in her arms she bore the nightmares of every sleeping babe, every shivering child, come ripe and fulsome unto the waking world. And her name was Death, Aaron whispered. I glanced at Greyhound in the shadows behind us. His pale green eyes were fixed on the newcomer, flooded red by the pipe of Sanctus he'd apparently already smoked. The Book of Laments hardly does her justice, does it? Nor the tales we'd heard on the road. I glanced back to the vampire, my mouth dry as ash. Great Redeemer, I've never seen the like. Ancien, Greyhound nodded. No quarry under heaven more dangerous. Silently we watched the monster seeping through the crowd, and all the world about her seemed colourless. A pretty fop dropped into a bough before her, a fly inviting a spider to dance. The vampire laughed, allowed the gent to sweep her out onto the floor, utterly oblivious to the peril he was in. Not just his flesh, but his very soul. Aaron and I rose to our feet as Talon joined us. The Seraph's cheeks were flushed as he watched the vampire dance, his eyes also blood-red. Almighty God, what a monster. Forcing confrontation here. Aaron gazed around the ballroom, looking first to his pretty cousin, then to his fair mamma. We put every person in this room in danger. They are already in danger, I replied, eyes still on our quarry. The cost is right, Talon said, breathing quick. Now I lay eyes upon her. We can provoke no fray here. To dance with such a devil in a crowded hall invites massacre. What plan, then, Seraph? Greyhound asked. Our Marianne is here to hunt, Talon replied, blood-red eyes still on the vampire. We wait, we watch, and when the spider chooses a victim, we follow her back to wherever she spins her web and fall like hammers of God when the sun rises. I frowned at that. We just let her take one of the guests. Is that not a sin? Greyhound glanced around us, uneasy. De Leon raises a point, Seraph. A good hunter uses the appetites of his prey against them. Want is a weakness. Look at her, Greyhound. This monster is too dangerous to confront in the dark. She'll be less dangerous if we drive her to bed hungry, surely? I asked. Showing our hand here puts everyone at risk, shitblood, Talon spat. We must not miss when we strike this blow. Losing one sheep tonight will spare the lives of thousands later. Almighty God will forgive us our trespass. I glanced at Greyhound and saw the notion sat just as ill with my master as it did with me. But Talon was a seraph in the Ordo's hierarchy, and Greyhound only a frere. Master? The seraph has spoken. You will do as commanded, initiate. I could taste iron in my mouth, cold dread pooling in my belly. But I disobeyed Greyhound on the hunt once already, in Skyfall. I dared not do it again. We, Master. Do you think she's marked us? Aaron asked. Not yet, Greyhound murmured. but standing here like flies around a corpse only invites it. DeCoste, head outside where the footmen gather. The cold-blood arrived in a hand carriage, hauled by one of her thralls, an Ossian fellow with a dark beard. Turn on those Elon charms of yours and see if you can glean the location of their abode. Press soft. If they know we've sniffed them out, they'll not return home. Aaron nodded, his tongue still slightly slurred. Gentle as lambs, master. De Leon, watch near the entrance. The Seraph and I shall mark the flanks. Talon grabbed my arm as I moved away. Remember, mongrel, this thing is an elder Ironheart. If she even looks your way, mind the lessons I taught you. Think of toil, of tired feet and a domestic's drudgery. Build a wall of it and hide your secrets within. By the blood, Seraph. I slipped off through the crowd, carrying my empty tray. In truth, I felt sick to my heart. I knew this creature was deadlier than any foe I'd faced, that if we struck at night when she was strongest, she could butcher us all. But the idea that we were baiting our snare with one of these poor painted fools was a stone in my belly. I watched the cold blood circle the room, enchanting all about her. These folk had no knowing of the evil among them, instead drawn toward it like moths to flame. But standing watch by the entrance, I noted another, surveying the ballroom just as I did. A dark-haired youth, a few years younger than I in appearance, clad in black velvet and pearl thread. The one who posed as Marianne's son, I realized. Adrien. He was beautiful, timeless. And as our eyes met, I felt the press of his mind into mine, gentle as a first kiss. It was the strangest sensation, as if cold fingertips brushed my scalp, pushing through the jelly-soft dome of my skull. I crowded my thoughts as Talon had taught me, throwing up complaints about sore feet and the boorish manners of the noble-born. But the thing's eyes flickered to my doublet, the weapons beneath. It could tell something was amiss. Perhaps not what I was, but certainly that I was no mere sheep. He looked to the dance floor, dark eyes fixed on the one who'd made him. And though Marianne Lunquois' demeanour changed not at all, I saw her exchange a swift glance with her spawn. Something passed between them, and her black eyes fell on me, and I felt her see me, as if I were stripped naked and bare before God himself. Without a word, Adrien was gone, slipping off through the crowd like a knife. I looked to Greyhand, to Seraph Talon, not knowing whether to pursue or stand my ground. Marianne was moving now, a young girl spellbound on her arm, sweeping toward the doors as the guests parted before her like water. My master had told me to do nothing but watch. Talon had given express order to follow our quarry to ground. I wanted to prove myself worthy. I wanted to be a brother of the Silver Order, and I knew after my disobedience in Skyfall, the revelation of my strange blood gifts, I was already dancing on a precipice. But I watched this monster approach, and I saw the lass in her embrace had hair the gold of autumn leaves. Aaron's cousin, Veronique. I thought of my sister Amélie then, of my vow to Astrid that if I could spare one more mother the pain of what mine had suffered, I'd do it gladly. I didn't want to be a hero, nor a fool, but neither did I want to become as monstrous as these things we hunted. Veronique was barely 15. Amélie would have been that age now. Perhaps I could have turned away, done what I was fucking told just once if I didn't know her damn name. But this girl's whole life lay ahead of her. Or no life at all. "Help me, God," I whispered. "Help me, please." I felt a heat then, burning and silvered in my hand and upon my chest. And looking down at my palm, I saw my 7-star had begun to glow. I clung to that spreading warmth, filling my head with prayers to the Almighty. The leech drew closer, and I knew if I stood in her way, she'd shatter me like ice. But I could feel the breath of God upon my neck, silver burning in my skin. Reaching into my doublet, I drew my silver steel dagger, loosed my collar, and I stepped into the vampire's path, palm out, burning with cold, blue-white light. "Stop. In the Almighty's name." "De Leon," Talon roared. "Damn you, boy." The vampire narrowed her eyes. The music failed, folk about me gasping. In the pale light blazing from my hand, at my throat, Lunqua somehow seemed not so beautiful anymore. The monster spoke, and I was unsure if her voice rang only in my mind. "No power hath the Almighty over me, child." Where before I'd felt the soft press of the boy thing in my mind, now I felt a hammer blow, rummaging in my thoughts. I pushed back, trying to force her out as Greyhand and Talon came on through the crowd. The vampire took one step toward me, and the light in my palm flared so bright it made her flinch. Veronique blinked hard. The spell over her eyes burned away as she shrank in the monster's iron grip. "Release her," I spat. "By the blood of the Redeemer, I command it." I could see the dark fury in Lunqua deepening as she took another step toward me. This was a creature old as centuries. I was an insect beside her. And yet with God beside me, I stood 1,000 feet tall. Light blazing before her, Talon and Greyhand rushing at her back, the vampire flung Veronique at the wall like a rag doll. I cried out, diving and snatching the lass from the air as the force slammed us both backward into the stone. The vampire moved in a blur, smashing onlookers aside and crashing through the ballroom windows. Shattered glass rained to the floor as Greyhand and Talon flew after her into the night. "Murder!" came a cry. "Murder, by God!" I shook my head to clear it, blinking about me. I saw one of the house gendarmes staggering into the hall, the body of a serving lass in his arms. The girl was dead, drained, pale as ash, twin punctures at her throat. The crowd about me gasped in horror. Nobody of consequence, eh?" Veronique moaned in my arms. With a moment to check on the bewildered lass, I pursued my master and Talon, flying through the broken window. I could see Aaron by the carriages, struggling with a tall bearded man. Greyhand charged through the bailey, past bewildered soldiers, Talon behind, both swift as hawks with the sacrament they'd smoked. Running to Aaron's side, I slammed my dagger's pommel into the thrall's head, allowing the lordling to lock up the man's arm and hurl him into the ground. I saw Aaron's doublet was soaked with blood. Clumsy with drink, the lordling had earned himself a stabbing. But he seemed more furious than pained. "Damned bastard," he spat, putting his boot to the thrall's head. "Are you well?" I gasped, looking at his bloodied clothes. "Unknot your gizzards, you quivering peon." He winced, pressing his chest with one bloody hand. "What in God's name happened in there?" "Lunqua spotted me. That's to say The cost met my eyes. "Oh, Mother May, de Leon, you fucking didn't." My stomach sank. I'd no regrets, but I knew my disobedience had landed me hip deep in shite again. I heard a rush of footsteps, felt someone seize my throat. I was slammed back into the carriage, black stars bursting in my eyes. A fist struck my stomach, another blow cracked the side of my head so hard it almost popped my jaw loose. Blood in my mouth, I collapsed to the cobbles, crying out as a boot collided with my ribs. "You shit-blooded little ass grubber," Talon spat. "I should have dragged you to Heaven's Bridge when I had the chance. You just cost us our fucking quarry." I pulled myself up to my elbows, spitting blood. "I just saved a girl's life." "And ended untold others." Master Greyhand's stoic mask was abandoned, his fangs grown long as he loomed above me, drawing his silver steel sword. "What did I tell you, boy? What did I say would happen if ever you disobeyed me again?" Feast-goers had gathered out front of the manor house. Aaron looked to the steps, saw his cousin among the throng, her silken dress torn, her autumn hair in disarray. The Baron and Baronne themselves looked on as Greyhand raised his blade. But God had stood with me as I stared down that monster. He'd willed me to save that girl's life. Surely he'd not abandon me now. Dull moon's light glinted on silver steel, all my life flashing before my eyes. And as the sword began to fall, Aaron stepped into Greyhand's path, Master, stop. Greyhand held still, glowering as DeCoste pointed to the unconscious thrall. This bastard spilled where they nest, an estate near Fools Bridge on the Silver Lane. If we move with haste, we can burn them out before they escape. Presuming their return there, having now been discovered, Talon spat, and presuming Lunqua does not tear us to pieces before ere the sun rises. All the more reason to spare this idiot. Aaron glanced to his cousin, back down to me. At least for now. We'll need every blade we can muster to best this foe. Greyhand and Talon exchanged blood-red glances. I saw my master's grip on his sword tighten. He was so close to letting that blow fall I could taste it. But in the end he glanced to the gentry and soldiers about us, then to Aaron, standing now his way. You'd best pray God that Anicia DeCoste is right, de Leon, Greyhand growled. Because if this monster and her brood elude us, every murder they commit thereafter is a stain upon your soul. And whatever happens tonight, when we return to Saint-Michon, there will be a reckoning. Mark my words, boy. You will never hunt as my apprentice again. I hung my head, nodded slow. Oui, master. Greyhand sheathed his sword. Talon turned back to the keep, eyes red as blood. Gather your gear, brothers. We have a leech to kill.
Chapter 5. The Age of the Fall. I lay on a rooftop in the Silver Lane with Aaron, both of us peering over the roof's ridge. The cobbles below were packed with feast-goers, their music and laughter muted by the rush of the nearby waterfall. But the estate across the way was pitch dark, all too silent. Archer sat on an iron weather vane nearby, watching me like a hawk. Jean-Francois quirked his lip. A falcon, watching you like a hawk? Truly, de Leon, your wordsmithery is a marvel to behold. My story, Coldblood. I'll tell it how I like. Gabriel finished off his wine and wiped his lips. And for your information, wordsmithery isn't a real word. Nor is fuckassery, but you hear no complaints from me. Strange. I swear that's exactly what I just heard. Now, can I tell my tale or no? Jean-Francois sighed. As you like it, Silver Saint. Gabriel topped up his glass, tapping his chin. So, we'd no knowing if Lunqua or her brood had returned here after the keep, but we had no other trail to follow. Aaron kept his eyes on the estate, stuffing his pipe with the sanctus entrusted to him by Greyhand. Guilt was gnawing at me as he lit his flint box, dragged a deep draught into his lungs. I wondered again if our master was right, if my disobedience had saved one life only to cost hundreds more. But moreover, I was harbouring another guilt besides. I knew it made no sense for DeCoste to have stepped up to my defence if he were behind the attack in the Saint-Michon stables. If Aaron truly wanted me dead, he could have just shut his mouth and let Greyhand's sword fall. Despite how bad I wanted it to be true, maybe I'd been wrong about him. Perhaps someone else had set Lacour free. Or perhaps she'd just broken free herself, as Talon always claimed. So why the fuck had Aaron been sneaking around the armory that night? When the lordling opened his eyes, I saw them washed red, irises almost swallowed by his pupils. I nodded as he handed me the pipe. Merci. You're welcome, peasant. No, I mean, for standing up to Greyhand on my behalf. Merci, DeCoste. Aaron's eyes were back on the house, his breath coming like a racehorse's. But the sanctus seemed to have sobered him up, at least. You're an idiot, de Leon. A stubborn ass who thinks he knows better than men who've hunted these monsters for years. And that vanity is going to get you killed. He glanced my way briefly. But you saved my cousin's life. Famille is famille. Now hurry up. They're already moving. Aaron spoke truth.
I could see the dark silhouettes of Greyhound and Talon converging on the wrought iron fence surrounding the estate. And so I drew a boiling red dose into my lungs, momentarily overcome with the rush of it, the thrum of it, uncoiling along my edges and filling every inch of me. And then we were moving, past the astonished merrymakers, burning torches and silver steel in hand as we reached the estate doors and blew them in like storm winds. Bloodstains on the carpet, spatters on the wall. A dead servant lay on a chaise longue, our torchlight glittering on crystal chandeliers as we swept through the house. Greyhound and Talon were silver-clad, tunics and greatcoats stripped off, but I could see no light in their inkwork, nor feel any heat in my own aegis. Greyhound descended into the cellar while Talon combed the lower level. Side by side, Aaron and I climbed the grand staircase. We split up, fanning out across the landing. I burst into what looked like the master boudoir, saw an elderly woman in the bed, red spatters on silk sheets. I knew she'd been slain earlier, that there was nothing I could have done to prevent this carnage. But the monsters who'd murdered these people were still at large. With every passing moment, the certainty that they'd eluded us was growing, and guilt over the ones they'd killed tomorrow night, the nights after, weighed heavier on me with every step. I heard a cry from Aaron, a thumping crash. I spun on my heel, dashing down the hall and bursting into a luxurious study. DeCoste was on the floor, wrestling with a broad Sudeami man. The fellow was twice Aaron's weight and obviously a thrall. Even with a dose of Sanctus in him, DeCoste was struggling. I put a kick into the big man's head, locked up one of his arms as Aaron seized his throat. And looking into the fellow's eyes, DeCoste hissed, "Be still now." The thrall groaned, trying to throw off the compulsion, but by then, Greyhound and Talon had arrived. The man was brought to heel, Talon and I leaning on his arms as Greyhound sat atop his chest, his silver dagger to his throat. "Get off me, god pig," the man roared. "Where is your mistress?" Greyhound growled, pressing with his dagger. "Speak." The man hawked a mouthful of spit into Greyhound's face. Our master broke his nose with his dagger's pommel, glanced at DeCoste. "Find her." Aaron nodded, kneeling beside the thrall's head. The man tried to close his eyes and turn away, but Aaron held him still. "Tell us where your mistress is." At the same time, Talon put his hand across the man's brow, eyes narrowed as he forced his way into the fellow's thoughts. I felt that familiar jealousy, seeing blood gifts at work while I stood there, useless as balls on a priest. The thrall bucked and hissed, the blood from his broken nose lighting up the thirst inside me. He tried his best to resist. If Aaron and Talon were mere inquisitors with something as mundane as a rack or wheel, I'm certain the thrall would never have broken. But in the end, the blood won through. "The bridge," Talon said, looking up. "They're at the Falls Bridge." "Why?" Greyhound demanded. "Why not simply flee?" "Because you're too late," the thrall roared. "All that needs be known is known. The master comes, you fucking god pigs, and blood and fire shall mark his passing." Greyhound's fist crashed into the thrall's jaw, leaving him slack and senseless. "This riddle makes no sense." "We'll learn the truth of it," Talon spat, "when we bring this unholy beast to ground." The four of us flew into the streets, barreling down packed thoroughfares. Aaron led us like an arrow, past dancing revellers and wandering lovers, toward the river cutting the city in two. Grey snow tumbled from the skies. Archer cut the dark with a piercing cry. Aaron slipped his coat from his shoulders, tearing off his tunic and leaving his tattoos bare. I stuffed Astrid's portrait into my breeches and followed suit. All four of us were silver-clad now, but the Sanctus kept the chill away, the thought of what was to come rushing like fire through my veins. As we reached the Falls Bridge, I glanced at Greyhound and saw that glow in the silver on his skin, the telltale sign that evil was near and God rode with us. The waterfall was a rushing roar now, but above it, I heard laughter in the crowd ahead. My heart was pounding a hammer song as we pushed through the mob and finally, miraculously, saw our prey before us. The vampire we'd stalked since Skyfall. Marianne Lunqua. The Falls Bridge was dark stone, the railings lined with brass statues of saints and angels. She stood among them, all in red, her child Adrienne at her side. A mob of drink-sodden feast-goers were gathered about her, cheering as she opened her hand like some corner magician and released a white raven into the air. The bird was beautiful, cutting down into the freezing spray and back up into the night. 3 cages were lined up along the rail, 2 already empty. Squinting into the sky, I saw more birds winging westward over Raphael's Peak, and my heart sank in my chest as I realized what they were. Messengers, I breathed. A sharp cry split the air, and a thrall with a battle-axe came at me through the crowd. I met the blow with Lion Claw, the mob about me screaming. Blood sprayed as I struck back, kicking the fellow in the chest and tumbling him across the cobbles. A swarthy lad with lank hair was hewing at Talon with a broadsword, Aaron whipping out his wheel-lock and unloading into the face of a Sudaemi man, charging him with punching daggers. The crowd roared again as the shot rang out, Greyhand bellowing over the panic. "Fly! For the love of God and the sake of your souls, fly!" The crowd scattered as I plunged my sword into the big thrall's belly. All the world was moving as if in a dream, the sanctus rushing in my veins. The thrall's axe cracked the cobbles as I stepped aside. His jaw broke loose as I buried my pommel into his face. As the blood and teeth flew, I wondered if this man even understood what he was doing. If the poison he'd swallowed from his dark mistress's wrist allowed him the luxury of fear or regret, or simply made him a slave to her ancient will, dying for the only God that mattered. But die he did, gasping his last at the end of my sword as the Maximia's Day revelers fled screaming, leaving only us and 2 monsters in the middle of the Falls Bridge. Grey snow swirled about us in freezing eddies. Grey water rushed below us, over that frozen edge. Marianne Lunqua opened her hands again, releasing yet another white raven into the night, and I saw a small scroll of parchment tied to its leg with a bow of black ribbon. Her cages were empty now. Her stare too as she turned to us, perilous and beautiful. Long flaming hair framed her face, somehow untouched by the howling wind. Her skin was white and hard as marble. And perhaps it was a trick of the light, but looking to the cobbles beneath her, it seemed she cast no shadow at all. "Too late art thou, O children," she said. "All that needs be known is known, and now he shall know it too. Rejoice." The child gifted me a dark smile. "The age of the fall has begun." I glanced to the white ravens soaring westward, and I knew with awful certainty where they were headed. Who he was. The lion on my chest and the 7-star in my palm burned with divine heat, warming my blood. And frightening and otherworldly as these 2 were, I could see the way their eyes narrowed as we closed about them. The way the boy's lip curled as a soft hiss slipped between his fangs. "Long nights hast thou harried my steps," the woman whispered to Greyhand. "Felt thee, like lips gentle on back of my shivering neck. And here thou art, my beautiful hunter." She held out her arms. "Kiss me." "The Lord is my shield, unbreakable," Greyhand spat. "He is the fire that burns away all darkness. He is the tempest rising that shall lift me unto paradise." The Freya stepped forward, and the vampire edged back. Her chin was lowered, lashes fluttering as if somehow delighted by the pain that holy light caused her. Her ruby lips curled in a smile that was almost affectionate. "I know thee, Silver Saints, Talon de Montfort, Aaron de Coste, Gabriel de Leon." "Listen to nothing she says," Talon warned. "If the keeping of thy names have I, wouldst thou not know mine?" She ran her hands over the pale swell of her breasts, down to her hips as she smiled at Greyhand. "What name shalt thou whisper otherwise, Aramis Charpentier, when I love thee?" "We know your name. Lunqua? Ravenchild? Hardly the deepest of riddles, Voss." The monster smiled, sly and wicked as she spoke the creed of her line. All shall kneel, good Frere. She moved then, murder quick into Greyhand's light. Though the glow narrowed her eyes, curled her lip, still she struck, swift as a thunderclap. Greyhand gasped, bending backward as diamond-hard fingernails whistled past his throat. Her other hand struck him in his chest, her flesh sizzling, sending him sailing back across the bridge as if he were made of feathers. I cried out as my master struck the railing, smashing the stone to dust and collapsing to his knees. Greyhand was back on his feet in a blinking, charging toward Lunqua. But the boy was moving too now, fast as a serpent's tongue. He drew a wicked dagger from his doublet in one hand, a wheel-lock pistol in the other. I cried out as he struck the trigger. Aaron whipped sideways as the shot hit him in the chest. And then the boy was flying at me. He slipped beneath the silver bomb I held, silhouetted in the explosion behind him. I danced backward, keeping him at bay with lion claw as Seraph Talon charged Lunqua's back. Muscle memory kicked in, the countless hours of sparring entwined with the blood hymn in my veins. But I fought high bloods now, the foes I'd heard so much of but had never truly faced. They moved hurricane swift, and even though the light from our ink made that beautiful dead boy grimace in pain, still he came on. I hurled another silver bomb, swung my blade. I put all I had behind the blow, but though Lion Claw found Adrian's neck, his flesh was stone, and his knife quicksilver as he struck back, too fast to follow. I staggered, hitting the flagstones, blood in my mouth. Adrian's shadow fell over me, and I saw death reach out its hand. But the flesh at his wrist cracked like glass as Aaron's blade crashed atop it, and Adrian hissed, slipping aside from the burning brand to cost thrust toward his chest. Aaron struck again, silver steel sliding along the boy's cheek, trimming his dark locks. The vampire flashed backward, one hand to his bloody face, the other still holding his bloody knife. DeCoste stood guard over me, eyes lit by his burning torch. A bleeding hole was torn in his chest, angels of the host burning silver on his arms. "Are you well?" he hissed, eyes still on the glowering boy. I looked down at my belly, realized Adrian had stabbed me a dozen times. "Not really." "Take your time, peasant," DeCoste smirked, spitting blood. "I'll have this dance." Aaron charged the vampire, the pair moving like water and pale shadow in the silver light. Looking behind us, I saw Greyhand and Talon still entwined with the Ancien, just a blur. The stink of Ignis and silver caustic hung in the air, silver bombs roaring, flails and blades gleaming. The woman moved between them like a bloody knife, the red of her dress and hair and lips the only colour in the silvered glow. "Back!" Greyhand roared, cutting the air. "Say please," she smiled, cutting his arm with those wicked claws. "We are the light in the night," Talon cried, lashing out with his flail. "We are the fire that rages between this and all worlds ending. Kiss me then, hunter, and see who of us burns." Lunqua tore one of the brass statues loose from the railing, brandished it like a club. Greyhand was knocked aside, senseless and bleeding. Bringing back her arm, Lunqua hurled the statue like a spear. Talon cried out as the angel struck him, crushing him against the railing with enough force to kill any mortal man. I dragged myself upright, blood filling my boots, lion claw slack in my hand. Talon was on his knees, but Greyhand was back in the fray, coming at Lunqua like a thunderbolt. And so I staggered back to help Aaron. For all his bravado, he was outmatched against that darkling boy, and wounded as I was, another sword might tip the scale. DeCoste thrust his blade into the vampire's side, and I heard a sound more like cracking stone than splitting flesh. Jarred from his grip, Aaron's silver steel fell to the cobbles. Adrian's riposte ripped a red gash up the boy's ribs, through the weave of roses on his chest. Clutching the awful wound, Aaron stumbled to his knees. "Close your eyes," he whispered, and the dead boy only laughed. Adrian lunged at DeCoste, the dagger speeding toward Aaron's heart, and then I was on him, crashing into the vampire's chest and sending the both of us tumbling across the bridge. We hit the cobbles hard, a gong ringing in my ears as my head cracked the stone. "Insect," Adrian spat, turning on me. "Cattle." I gasped as gore-slick hands closed about my throat, Adrian's flesh sizzling on the silver as he smashed my head back against the stone. I thrust my left hand into his face, rewarded with a wail of pain as light flared, as the warmth of God flowed up my arm and into my heart. The thing flinched backward, hissing, and in a desperate stab I lunged upward and kicked him away into the shattered railing. The boy flailed, arms pinwheeling as he tried to find his balance. Bleeding, his ribs torn to the bone, Aaron snatched up his fallen sword. The lordling hissed in his rage, fangs bared, and with one final blow to Adrian's chest, DeCoste sent the monster backward over the rail and into the freezing river below. I knew vampires couldn't cross running water, but I'd no idea what happened if they were submerged in it. Adrian began screaming, thrashing, as if he'd been tossed into a river of burning lye. The current swept the monster toward the falls, alabaster flesh running to soup and washing off his bones as he was hurled over that frozen brink. "Adrian!" came a scream. "No!" I turned toward Lunqua, saw her eyes filled with fury. Greyhand took advantage, calling out to heaven as he brought his blade in a whistling arc across her throat. It was a blow that would have split an anvil in two, and the vampire's flesh shattered like ice. And she was an Ironheart, ancien of the Blood Voss. And I saw now the terrible peril Greyhand was in. By risking his death blow, our master had left himself off balance. Bone-white fingers closed about his throat, sizzling on the silver. Her claws tore into the side of his head, ripped his ear clean off his skull, broke his jaw, popped his right eye like a rotten egg. "Master!" I shouted, running forward. The vampire seized Greyhand's wrist, flinging him down onto the stone so hard the flagstone shattered. Greyhand cried out, blood on his lips. Lunqua slung him like a bag of rocks. Once, twice, twisting as she did so. I heard bone breaking, saw Greyhand's red eyes wide with agony. And then he roared, head thrown back as the vampire thrust her heel against his chest and leaned away, tearing his sword arm out at the root. "Holy God," I breathed, skidding to a halt. Talon staggered upright, bleeding from the eyes and ears. His shoulder was broken, chest staved in, left arm bloody at his side. DeCoste and I joined him, gasping for breath. Aaron's skin was pocked with a half-dozen wounds, blonde hair plastered to bloodied cheeks. Greyhand lay broken on the cobbles as the vampire turned to us, tossing my master's severed arm over the railing and into the river below. "What do we do, Seraph?" Aaron wheezed. Talon shook his head, teeth red with blood. I don't." "We can't abandon Greyhand," I whispered. "The three of us can take her." The vampire laughed then. Her skin was spattered crimson, eyes searching mine as she raised her hand and licked the blood from her blackened fingers. "Take me?" The snow landed on her skin as if she were a statue. Her dress flowed about her like red smoke. She came to a halt at the edge of our light, beautiful and terrible, and she spoke with a voice that quickened my blood. "I am never taken. I only take. Such is the province of a prince of forever." My heart dropped in my chest as realization sank home. "Lunqua," I whispered. "Raven child." "His child," Talon breathed. I saw the seraph's face, growing paler, Aaron's bloodied sword tremble in his hand. We'd known the monster we hunted was powerful, but we never imagined. This thing had been old when the Empire was young, the red sovereign of centuries of slaughter. And I whispered then, my voice quaking, the name of this beast we'd hunted since Skyfall, this vampire who now hunted us. Lor Voss. Chapter 6. Where Mortal Girls Fear to Tread. Lor Voss, favoured daughter of the Forever King. I remembered the tales I'd heard of her around the fireside. A terror of the night, a true ancient. When the walls of Verlaine had fallen to her father's endless legion, Lor had gathered every infant in the city, snatching them from cribs and wailing mothers' arms like some horror from a tall fireside tale. She'd opened them up like Saints' Day gifts and poured their blood into the fountain in Verlaine Square. And then she'd fucking bathed in it. The wraith in red. My hand was raised before me, Aaron's also, and our inkwork burned with a holy glow, keeping the vampire at bay. But I'd only one silver bomb left. Our wheel locks were empty. With Talon so badly wounded, Aaron and I only initiates, we stood little chance against a monster of such dreadful power. Greyhand watched from where he'd fallen, the three of us huddled in our circle of light. No heroes, he whispered. Run! Talon wheezed through bloodied lips. I fear this foe is beyond us. The cathedral, Aaron nodded behind us. Holy ground. We can't leave Greyhand, I hissed. Thou shouldst leave him. Lor turned her eyes on me. As ye left her. My belly twisted as I felt the vampire push her way into my head. I tried to keep her out as Talon had taught me, but my defences crumbled under the weight of countless years. I see her, frail blood, Lor whispered. That sweet daughter of Lorson, floating beside thee like a shadow. I smell her, dripping like blood from thy guilty hands. If thou hadst but been there, ye might have protected her. If thou hadst but gone with her into the woods that day, as she asked thee, thy sister Amalie might still be alive. Lor's eyes bored into mine, and her voice was a knife in my chest. Instead, she met me. My belly thrilled with rage, fangs stirring in my gums. You fucking lie. Lor Voss tilted her head. Do I? Don't listen, Aaron warned. Dead tongues heeded are dead tongues tasted. Ah, oui, the vampire breathed, circling our light. Aaron the Ghost, noble blood pumped by a coward's heart. Dost thou fear me, boy lover? Just as thou feared thy stepfather when he found thee entwined in thy love's bed, sweating and spent. I saw DeCoste tense at that, fists clenching. Thy pretty Sasha loved thee, pleading on both knees before the Baron, and thou didst nothing to intercede. Instead, ye threw thy love to the wolf to save thyself his bite. Silence, Aaron hissed, fangs glinting. That's not true. It's not my fault, Papa, Lor wheedled, hand to her breast. I didn't want it. Sasha made me, Papa. Sasha forced me. Silence! Aaron raised his sword, the light dimming as both hands closed about the grip. Only the radiance from my own palm remained now, and the ink on our chests and arms. The circle shrinking, her eyes narrowing. DeCoste, stand your ground, Talon cried. She wants you to fight her. Stay in the circle. In God's light we are stronger together. Lor only laughed. Think thee, thy God shall save thee from me? Talon winced, fangs bared. Get out of my head, bitch. We are thy punishment, Seraph, and thy God shall not spare thee. He abhors thee and everything thou art. Her head tilted, lips curling. And I would make thee love me, Talon de Montfort. I would promise thee pleasure no chaste and holy brother could dream of. But I see it now, behind thy blood-soaked eyes, upon thy blood-soaked hands. The vampire smiled. Thou art already ours, pale blood. Thy little Aoife could testify to... And that was it. I cried warning, but Talon just fucking snapped, charging in, Aaron beside him. And though I stepped forward, light blazing, still Lor Voss opened her arms. She slipped aside Talon's flail, moved swifter than a humming fly past Aaron's sword. Her right hand tore through the seraph's guard, twisting his good arm so brutally the bone burst through his skin. Her other hand collided with his belly, claws tearing deep. She threw Talon backward, loops of entrails spilling from the gaping wound. Aaron lunged with a bellow to the Almighty, aiming at the wound Greyhand had already begun. And at last, the blade broke through, sundering that marble finish and opening Law's neck wide. But the Prince of Forever struck back, and I cried out as those diamond-hard nails tore through Aaron's face, opening the lordling's cheek to the bone. I heard DeCoste's ribs shatter as a blow struck his chest, sending him sailing back across the bridge. DeCoste! Gabrielle! I turned toward the vampire, once more circling the outskirts of my light. I was alone now, in an ocean of darkness. I remembered Skyfall, the blood of little Claude de Blanchette boiling under my hand. But if that gift was still mine, I'd no clue how to conjure it. Law's eyes were fixed on me, framed by flame-red hair, lips parted ever so slight. She ran her tongue along her teeth, bloody fingertips across the gaping wound at her throat, roaming down the hourglass of her body and pressing hard between her legs. I feel the want in thee, frail blood. I feel the fear. I know what thou didst to thy poor Ilse, thy terror, that ye might do the same to thy dear Astrid. But no weak and feeble flesh have I to break upon thy stone. Thou canst hurt me, Gabriel, as much as you want. She was hideous. She was evil incarnate. But God help me, she was beautiful and dark as the end of all days. I swallowed hard, thinking of Ilse's blood pulsing into my mouth, the perfume of Astrid's blood in the air. Law prowled back and forth before me, but I swear I could feel her behind me, hands running down my bare chest, my belly, lower and lower still. She looked at the pocket where Astrid's portrait was folded, biting her lip and shivering as her teeth cut deep, blood on her mouth. Let me kiss thee, Gabrielle. Let me kiss thee in places mortal girls fear to tread. I looked to my comrades, the fallen swords and broken bones. I could have run, turned my back and fled to the cathedral, even now tolling the turn to San Maximia's day. But to retreat was to leave my brothers to their deaths. It shall be bliss, Law promised. I shall be the goddess ye die for. And looking at those bright red lips, those slender hands and bloody curves, I wondered again what it might be like to die in pleasure instead of pain. How it might actually feel to have those teeth slip into my skin, taken instead of taking. Kiss me. Just once, Gabriel. Kiss me. I felt my hand falling to my side. The light about me fading, only the lion on my chest burning now, dim and water-thin. The vampire's smile widened and she stepped closer. Her throat was shattered where Aaron and Greyhand had driven their blades into her flesh, and I could feel the chill off her skin, smell the blood and death and dirt as she enfolded me in her arms. Her lips drifted close and closer to mine. My whole body thrilled at her touch. And mouthing a prayer to the Almighty, I struck the fuse on my final silver bomb and pushed it through the wound in her neck. The explosion tore through her body, blasting me backward. Silver fire scorched Law's flesh, turning marble to ebony. Her shoulder and throat split apart, a blow no ordinary cold blood could have withstood. But though she staggered, still that unholy bitch didn't fall, face twisted with pain and fear as her beautiful silken dress caught fire. I dragged myself upward as the flames took hold, and Law began to scream as I skidded to my knees at Greyhand's side. My master was unconscious, but still he breathed, and I slung him over my back as Law whirled and shrieked, tearing at her dress before she became a pillar of flame. Next I ran to Talon, the seraph gasping with agony as I hauled him up. Come on! At last, I reached DeCoste, his face ripped bloody, his chest shredded. Lifting him under one arm, Talon beside me and Greyhand over my shoulder, we ran. Down cobbled streets, past terrified townsfolk, and finally, out into the grand square. And there it stood, midnight tolling in the belfry, a circle of marble and Gothic spires, reaching up to the heaven that had perhaps not yet abandoned us. Cost Cathedral, I kicked open the doors, staggered onto holy ground. Talon slumped across the threshold, his stomach a torn and bleeding mess. I lowered Greyhound to the floor, propping Aaron against the wall and pressing my hand to his bloody brow. "Dacoste," I whispered. "Do you hear me?" "I hear thee." My belly filled with ice as I turned to the square outside. And there she stood, naked and blackened. The once flawless alabaster of her skin was a ruin, bone gleaming beneath the shattered facade. Her flame-red hair was ashes, but still, Law lived. "There is no God that shall save thee from me," she vowed. "I am a prince of forever, and forever shall I hunt thee. All thou hast shall I take, all thou art shall I unmake, and in the end I shall have thee on thy knees, frail blood. I shall taste thee unto dying." Law glanced down the street toward the sound of ringing horns, iron-shod boots on snow-clad stone. Baron Dacoste had at last mustered his men, soldiers with burning pitch and blazing torches. Wounded as she was, the vampire could still have sown ruin among them like a farmer in the fields. But in truth, she had no need to fight. She'd already done what she came to cost to do, and after all, she could wait forever. "All shall kneel." She was gone. A blink and she no longer stood there, leaving the square abandoned. My mouth was dust, hands shaking. But against impossible odds, we lived. "Foolish little bastard." I looked to Greyhound, the wreckage of his face, the slow bleeding gouge where his sword arm used to be. I searched about us, tearing a tapestry from the cathedral wall to wrap around his shoulders. He was pale blood, and the bleeding wouldn't kill him. But the fact that he was conscious at all proved how deep the silver ran in his bones. "I told you to run," he whispered. "Disobedience will be the death of you, boy." I looked to Aaron, to Talon, to my master. All of us such strange bedfellows, with little in common save the sin of our birth. But still. "Perhaps so, master, but my brothers are the hill I die on." Aaron managed a sneer. His wounds cut down over his brow and through his cheek, ripped by Law's talons. I knew he'd carry that scar the rest of his life. "Fine sentiment, but I can't help noticing you're not dead, de Leon." "There's always tomorrow." My eyes returned to the place Law Voss had stood, her promise still hanging in the air. This hunt isn't over. But so far, all for naught. We've still no idea why she was here. A shrill cry split the night. I looked at the cathedral square, saw the first of the Baron's men moving in, swords and burning torches in hand. But above their heads, a grey falcon swooped out of the dark. Archer wheeled once, then flew in through the cathedral doors, wings whipping the blood-soaked hair about my face. Wounded as he was, Greyhound managed to smile, and I sighed in wonder when I saw what Archer carried in his talons. A dead white raven. "Clever boy," Greyhound nodded. "My clever boy." The falcon rasped as I crawled over to his prize. I unpicked the black bow, unfurled the strip of parchment bound to the dead raven's leg. Looking over the message, I saw it was a tiny map of the Godsend Mountains, painted in an exquisite hand. Fine, flowing script detailed the towns that dotted the range. Population, assets, garrisons of men. Black arrows swept down from the north, pointing toward Kost, Tolbrook, Skyfall, and then out into the Nordland itself. And despite my wounds, I came to my feet, blood running cold as I realized what I held in my shaking hands. "De Leon," Talon whispered. "What is it?" I looked to my fellows, uncertain whether to be overjoyed or horrified. "An invasion plan." Chapter 7. The Faithless. We'd ridden hard back to Saint-Michel, Archer flying ahead bearing word of our discovery. And though our wounds closed along the road, the price of our almost victory would be scribed on our skin always. My chest and arm were scored from the claws of Law Voss's slain son. Talon's belly would hear the wraiths touch the rest of his days, and Aaron's face was forever marred, a long hook-shaped scar cutting through brow and cheek. But Greyhand had it worst of all. His sword arm was gone, his right eye and ear also, ripped free by the claws of the dead. Our first night back in the monastery, Greyhand knelt in the front row at Mass, as if nothing were amiss. But he'd never be the hunter he once was, and all of us knew it. When the parting hymns were sung, Abbot Khalid and Seraph Talon bid Aaron and me remain. I tried to catch Greyhand's eye as he left, but he ignored me as he had on the road back home. I knew there were words unspoken between us. Though we'd uncovered the Forever King's stratagem, the way things had played out in Kost was my fault. My master had vowed I'd never hunt as his apprentice again, and I feared I might be expelled from the order for my disobedience. Strange as it was, hard as my struggles had been, Saint-Michon was my home now, and I was in dread that I might be forced to leave it all behind. Khalid stood at the altar, Talon beside him. As ever, the abbot of Saint-Michon cut an imposing sight, dark skin glinting with the silver of his aegis. His green, coal-rimmed eyes were lit with chemical light from the globes above, and the cathedral was deathly hushed. "Seraph Talon has told me of all that transpired in Kost," he said. "To stand against a daughter of the Forever King and live is no small feat. You are clearly favored of the Almighty, initiates." It itself tighter as Khalid's gaze fell on me. "That, or the devil loves his own." I swallowed hard as the abbot turned to Aaron. "Initiate de Kost, Greyhand has informed me you acquitted yourself admirably these last months. You showed patience, valor, and discipline, and dealt the death blow to a grandson of the Forever King himself. He feels you are ready to be sainted to the order." De Kost glanced at me, clearly torn. "Abbot, it was Gabriel who created opportunity for me to deal the death blow to Law's son. Gabriel, who staggered Law herself long enough for us to seek holy ground. Without him, we'd all be dead." "Greyhand has informed me of Initiate de Leon's conduct in Kost," Khalid replied. I lowered my eyes, stomach twisting again. Of course Greyhand had told Khalid of my defiance. My rashness had cost my master his sword arm, and almost cost us our prey. Greyhand had stood up for me back when Talon suggested I be taken to Heaven's Bridge, and in earning his ire, I knew I might have lost my only benefactor. But still. "What will become of Master Greyhand, Abbot?" I asked softly. "I'd have thought you more concerned about your own fate, little lion." "I did what I thought was just," I murmured, gaze downturned. "God's truth, I'd do it again. But I know what happened to Greyhand was my fault." "Greyhand has yet to decide his path," Khalid sighed. "He is strong as silver steel, but it will take time to recover from what the Wraith in Red did to him, in body and mind."
"Godless leech," Aaron whispered. "We owe her a reckoning," I spat. "We should track her down and—"
"You will do nothing of the sort, you gutter-born spunk rag," Talon snapped. "Count your blessings we do not flare the ink of your skin and throw you from these halls." I blinked at that.
"You mean I'm not to be cast out of the order?"
"No," Khalid replied, sending my heart singing. "Your disobedience warrants censure, but it cannot be denied you saved the lives of your fellows, little lion. Know that your courage has given us a heaven-sent advantage against the Forever King. But now is no time for vendetta against Lawvos. All our strength must be bent toward stopping her father. And thanks to your efforts, we now know for certain where he and his endless legion will strike."
Elation filled me at the thought of my reprieve, that I might yet stand with my brothers in the battle to come. "Avinborg," I whispered.
Khalid nodded. "From the plan you uncovered, we know Voss intends to take the city fort, then sweep south along the Godsend and seize Kost, Tollbrook, and Skyfall, cutting off silver supplies for the entire empire. And even with knowledge of his stratagem, we have precious little time to stop it. Winter's Deep is upon us. The Chashant River is near frozen already. Emperor Alexandra has emptied all garrisons along the Godsend to reinforce Avingborg, and a mighty host is being gathered from Donfas, Donquin, Redwatch, and Beaufort. They are to be held by the Empress herself.
Aaron blinked at that. Isabella is coming to Saint-Michon.
Khalid nodded. She and her forces will muster here in a week's time. So I trust your hunt has not wearied you overmuch, initiates. You will soon be called upon again to defend God's holy church.
Both fear and exhilaration bubbled inside me at that thought. The idea of fighting a siege against thousands of dead for the fate of the Nordland was near overwhelming. But this was all I'd worked for, and we'd seen firsthand now the depth of the evil we faced.
Initiate de Coste, you will be sainted into the order next Priady, Talon said. If you have time now, I shall take you through your vows, and our expectations.
Khalid turned to me. I knew in my thumping heart how close I'd come to the edge here, and I could see in his eyes that it was the abbot's word that had spared me the fall.
Get your sleep tonight, little lion. You'll have need of it.
I bowed, numb with gratitude. By the blood, abbot. I turned to depart, but then offered my hand to de Coste. After a heartbeat's hesitation, he shook it. Despite our differences, I knew Aaron had earned his induction. And since saving each other's skins in Coste, I was beginning to feel a faint kinship with him. We weren't friends, but there's a strange and fierce love forged in the fires of combat, a brotherhood written only in blood, even among men who'd normally loathe each other. I left the cathedral, into the freezing night. I could hear good cheer in the refectory, Smith Baptiste's laughter, Frere Alonso's pipes, but my mind was still unsettled. Travelling back from Coste, I'd been chewing on it incessantly. I knew I could believe nothing Lord Voss had told us. But the way Talon had raged when Voss mentioned Sister Aoife, despite my reprieve, there was still a mystery there, one I couldn't see the bottom of. Yet, I knew someone who might. The wait was torture. Aaron and I bedded down in barracks that night, and our fellow initiates all demanded a telling of the tale of the battle with the Forever King's daughter. It was hours before the bastards drifted off to sleep. But, at last, I slipped from the barracks, across the monastery, and into the great library's dark. All was silent as I stole among the shelves. That great map of the Empire was etched on the floorboards, and my eyes drifted to the Godsend Range, the name of a different angel scribed on every peak. I pictured the Legion of the Forever King, marching even now toward Avingborg, belly thrilling at the thought of the battle to come, but more at the thought of her. It had been months since I'd seen her, and those last few minutes as I stole into the forbidden section were by far the longest. What if she weren't here? What if she'd found her way out of this cage, just as she'd vowed? What if... But I rounded the shelves, and there she was, seated at the great oaken table, surrounded by books. Her hair had been set free from her coif, long ink-black locks framing pale cheeks. One hand traced the text she read, the other clutched a red-stained kerchief to her nose. Sister Novice Chloe sat beside her, poring over a dusty tome. The scent of blood and dreamweed hung in the air. And strangely, I saw a wheel-lock rifle near Chloe's hand. "Fair dawning, mesdemoiselles." Chloe startled at my whisper. Astrid looked up from her book, dark eyes meeting mine. She smiled at me then, and God, the way she did so. Gabriel leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling of his cell with shining eyes. "That girl had 1,000 smiles," he sighed. "A smile cruel as winter wind, that cut you down to shivering bone. A smile light as dove's down, just the softest hint of it across her cheek to let you know she was listening as you spoke. A smile that could make you fear,
and a smile that could make you cry, and a smile that made you feel like you were the only man alive. And the smile she gave me that night was the first time she'd ever done so, and I've not forgotten it. Not through all the blood and fire, not through all the nights from that one to this. A smile that whispered and made me smile in kind. What did it whisper? Jean-Francois asked. That she was happy, and the sight of me had made her so. God morrow, Gabrielle, she said. It's good to see you both, sister novices. I pray God I find you well. Well enough. Astrid swabbed at her nose. Minor blood loss aside. Chloe smiled, her green eyes shining. I'm glad to see you returned safe, initiate. Safer than some, at least. What's the rifle for? Oh, Astrid grimaced. Don't mind that, it's Chloe's. You stole a wheel lock from the armory. God's sakes, why? I didn't steal it, Chloe said, making the sign of the wheel. Theft is a sin, Gabrielle. Abbot Khalid has been teaching us, Astrid huffed. The sisterhood have lessons every Findy since Aoife was killed by that high blood. It's fucking ghastly. Chloe stared at the girl beside her. It was your idea, Azzy. I merely suggested, within the abbot's earshot, some of the girls might sleep easier if they knew how to defend themselves. I didn't think they'd make it fucking mandatory. Chloe rolled her eyes at me. She's prevaricating now, bless her. She's actually a splendid shot. But heaven forbid she appear to be enjoying herself. You treacherous swamp donkey, how dare you? I'll be miserable all I like. You're the one who's enjoying herself. And rather too much, some might say. You're supposed to be betrothed to the Almighty, but you carry that thing about you like you were bedding it. Oh, stop. Chloe blushed furiously and repeated the wheel. I don't like such talk. Stifling a smirk, Astrid threw me a sly glance. Taking Chloe's hand, she kissed it, pressed it to her cheek. I'm sorry, ma chérie. I'm only teasing. Well, I think training is a grand idea, I said, nodding to the rifle. Aoife's death aside, the night grows dark outside these walls, and nights ahead bode darker still. Chloe brushed a tight curl from her cheek, her voice growing hushed. We heard tales of your haunting cost. It sounded a frightful affair. I'll not dream sweetly of it, sure and true. Astrid looked me over, head tilted. Are you, well? I looked about her little sanctuary, then back to her eyes. Better now. She smiled again, and I pulled up a chair. The metallic scent of Astrid's blood was knife-bright in the air, goosebumps prickling my skin. I could feel the thirst, like a slow-spreading crack through the ice beneath my feet. Even with all the Sanctus I'd smoked on the road, those cracks seemed to be growing deeper, as if feeding it each night were helping awaken it. And though it stood in check, prowling behind the bars rather than throwing itself against them, the reminder of that beast in my blood made me ill at ease. Never once had I met him, but still, I was ever my father's son. Well, Astrid declared, Chloe and I have news that may cheer you further still. 2 pieces, actually. I'll start with what I hope is the less dramatic one. She handed me a sheaf of parchment sealed with candle wax. As soon as I saw the handwriting, I knew he'd sent it. Mama. She wrote back almost immediately, Astrid smiled. I told you she'd miss you. The girls watched with curious eyes as I tore the letter and read, swift as I could. My dearest son, your heart filled my soul with joy. The nature of our parting has been a stone about my neck, and I miss you as flowers miss the sun. Selene also misses you terribly, and assures you that she is misbehaving admirably to fill the hole of your absence. She also informs me you are deeply in arrears in regards to the letter she sent you. I am glad you have found a home, my love. I am so grieved I did not tell you of your heritage. At first I prayed God that your father did not pass his curse on to you, and when I could see you were destined to carry the weight of my sin, I was afeard of what you might think of me. I should have prepared you. I can only beg now you forgive me. I was little more than a girl when I knew your father, Gabrielle.
and love will convince a girl almost any lie is truth. But no, I did love him, and in his way perhaps he loved me too. I will tell you more, but God forgive me, I cannot do so without looking you in the eye. I pray you, seek leave from the abbot to come home for Firstmas. I will tell you all you wish to know, and then I will beg you embrace me and forgive me, and know I am your mother, and love you more dear than you can imagine. The blood of lions flows in you, my son. I ask you to be brave a month or two longer. Then you will know all you need to and more. With all my love, Mama. I finished reading with a dark scowl on my brow, my fangs stirring in my gums as the anger swelled. I could understand a letter was no place for so heavy a truth, but still, being left without answers was a bitter draught, and the sting of wanting something I couldn't have was becoming all too familiar. Not the news you were hoping for, Astrid murmured. I breathed deep to calm myself. Just more questions, I sighed. Well then, we have one answer, at least. Chloe stood and fished about the dusty shelves. Though we've had little fortune searching for Day's death lore, Azzy and I have met some success on your task. I looked up, belly thrilling. You found word of the fifth line. Why didn't you say so? She just did, Gabrielle, Astrid said, her voice muffled by her kerchief. All this blood is rather fortuitous, actually. See here. From among the stacks, Chloe produced an ancient book, edged in tarnished brass and bound in pale, cracked leather. The title was embossed upon the spine in golden writing, almost completely faded with age. I can't read it, I confessed. There aren't many who can. It's a dialect of Old Talhostic, predating the wars of the faith. It took me days to translate a few fragments. But this book is a bestiary, written by a vampire scholar named Lucille or Lucille. We're not sure which. Chloe opened the pages almost reverently. They were yellowed with age, creaking as she turned them. I saw anatomical illustrations of horrifying beasts, some entirely fictional, others variants of the Fakin and Dusk Dancers and Fallen I knew full well to be real. The book seemed half folklore, half fact, all madness. Strange vellum, I remarked, touching the page. We think it's human skin, Astrid murmured. Sweet mother maid. Here it is. Chloe turned the book toward me. I saw heraldic crests in an archaic style, representing the 4 vampire bloodlines. The golden-crowned white raven of Bloodvoss, the roses and serpents of the Ilon, the twin wolves and moons of Shestone, the bare and broken shield of the Divok. But the language was unreadable. What does all this say? Does it mention the fifth line? Astrid turned to the final page, blank and parched with age. It appears not. I gritted my teeth, frustration rising. Then why are you showing me this, Astrid? Because, Gabrielle, appearances can be deceiving. She took her kerchief away, and leaning over the book, snorted hard. Blood began to drip, drip, drip onto the blank page. What are you? Chloe held up her hand, eyes shining with excitement. Just watch. I sat mute, trying to ignore the perfume of Astrid's blood, trying not to imagine how it might taste, silken and sticky smooth upon my tongue. It gleamed like dark rubies across that dusty page, sweet as poison. And then my belly did a slow roll, my eyes widening. The blood was moving. Slow at first, trembling. But as if by some dark chemistry, the blood took on a will of its own, sinking into the vellum as if it were a sponge. The stain spread, forming into unreadable words surrounding a sigil, much like the heraldry of the other bloodlines. 2 skulls, facing each other upon an ornate shield. Great Redeemer, I whispered. What does it say? Last, and verily, most contemptible of all courts of the blood, Chloe read. A broken line of sorcerers and cannibals, damned even among the damned. Spit their name from thy tongue, as thou wouldst the blood of pigs, and guard thine own blood, lest they wrest it from thy veins.
Astrid pointed to a name scribed beneath the skulls.
Esani, she said. The faithless. Esani, I whispered.
Astrid nodded at the page.
Courtesans passed messages like this. They used lemon juice or milk, painted onto parchment. The writing is invisible, but when held to flame, the juice chars and the letters become legible. We called it fire writing in the Golden Halls. I'd no idea ancient kith communicated this way. I don't think anyone did. I was flipping through the pages when my nose started gushing. I saw the writing while I was trying to clean up the fucking mess. And within the hour, it had faded again. Angel Fortuna smiles upon us. No, not the Angel of Fortune, Chloe said, her eyes shining. Don't you see? It's just as I said the night that star fell from heaven. All this was ordained. This is the answer.
She stabbed at the fading writing with her finger.
Somewhere in this library, somewhere among these books, is the solution to Day's death.
Astrid shrugged.
If it's hidden such like, it'd explain why nobody's found it yet.
But how will you find it? You can't bleed on every book.
I'm not certain. Astrid sucked her lip. But perhaps Chloe's right. I am right, Chloe insisted. You were meant to set us to this task, Gabriel. Astrid was meant to find this blood script, and through it, the way to bring back the sun. I know it.
The fervour in Chloe's eyes was contagious. I swear I could sense the presence of God in that room with us, and looking at the bloody writing fading from that page, I found it easy to believe all this was ordained.
We should speak to the abbot about this, I ventured. Are you completely mad? Astrid waved about us. Forbidden section, remember?
There's too many books in here for you to test alone. If there is an answer to Day's death hidden in these pages, you're going to need help finding it.
We're going to need help putting the flesh back on our bones if the prioress learns we've been sneaking out of an Eve. Some of us don't heal quick as others, Gabe.
I'll tell Khalid then. I needn't mention you two at all.
Oh, really? Chloe asked. You can read Old Talhostic, can you?
I looked at the fading writing on the page, lips pursed.
Archivist Adamo would never allow either of us back into the library if he knew we'd been reading these books without permission, Astrid said. If we'd something definitive to show, silver might outweigh blood. But I've no intention of having the skin flayed off my back just yet, merci. And Abbot Khalid's mind is set on the defence of Avingborg anyway, Chloe said.
I nodded reluctantly. They were right, of course. The whole monastery was bent on stopping the Forever King.
The Empress herself is en route to Saint-Michon. We heard, Astrid muttered. Charlotte had every novice in the priory polish every piece of silver in the refectory, in case that dragon cunt deigns to dine with us. Blasphemy, Astrid, Chloe chided. The Empress is chosen by divine right. The Empress is chosen by the Emperor's idiot cock, and I pray God both she and it get chewed up and shat out by rabid dogs. Astrid glanced at me. You might want to shave before she arrives, by the way. That thing on your lip does you no favours.
It's a moustache, I said, rubbing at my straggly whiskers.
It's a heresy.
I met Astrid's eyes, offered a sympathetic smile, despite the bitchliness. I suspected she'd be feeling bitter, knowing the woman who'd exiled her to this prison was now paying it a visit at the head of an imperial army. A change of subject seemed wise, and I had one more question before we got to work anyway.
Tell me, how well did you both know Sister Aoife?
Chloe bowed her head, again made the sign of the wheel.
She was very kind to me when I first joined the priory. A goodly woman, God rest her.
The night I was attacked in the stable, perhaps an hour before she died, I saw Aoife weeping in the cathedral, asking the mother maid if she'd been given a blessing or a curse. and a few days before that I saw her down in the stables talking to young Cave. He at least seemed nervous that I discovered them together.
Do you know what any of this might have meant, Sister Novice?
I've no idea, Chloe replied.
Well, Cave supplies me my dream weed. Astrid frowned at me. Perhaps Eva had some bad habits also. But why are you asking about her now?
I chewed my lip, eyes narrowed.
The vampire we faced in Kost. She mentioned Aoife, and it drove Seraph Talon into a rage. I'm wondering if... Unless I'm mistaken, the Order has a law about listening to what vampires tell you, Astrid scowled. Perhaps you should be focused on the impending battle against the bloodthirsty corpse army instead.
Too many mysteries here by half.
But I knew Astrid was right.
If the battles I'd fought in Skyfall and Kost had taught me anything, it was that I needed to be patient. Stop. Fucking think. Charging in face first was a good way to put the people around me and myself in danger. The dead can't kill the dead. All right, I've waited this long. Avimborg first. Chapter 8. Lionheart. I was still uneasy as I stole out from the library and back toward barracks. My thoughts were filled with that image etched in blood. Two skulls facing each other. A name echoing in my head, like a song I somehow already knew the words to. Esani, the faithless. Looking skyward, I stared into the dark, to the heaven that must surely lie beyond it. Again I wondered if all this had been ordained, just as Chloe said. If the key to ending Day's death did lie in those dusty tomes, a secret only blood might tell. But all thoughts of bloodlines and divine plans and hidden truths were abandoned as I spied a familiar figure, moving like a thief through the dark. I recognized him by his silhouette alone now. After all, I'd hunted with him in the shadows for months. Aaron de Coste. I crouched in the dark of the cathedral cloister, the angels in the fountain watching me with sightless eyes. De Coste glanced about, then slipped inside the armory's doors. I could have let it alone. He was still a pompous cock, but Aaron had bled for me in Kost. He'd stopped Greyhand from murdering me, and he'd defended me again earlier tonight in front of Khalid. I was certain he hadn't been behind the attack in the stable now, nor Aoife's death. But I still remembered the rage in his eyes when I told him I'd seen him sneaking out of the armory. And, as I'd once told Astrid, other people's business was ever my favourite kind. Curiosity had killed countless cats, I knew. But cats had 9 lives, and lions too. Checking the armory door, I found it locked. But undaunted, I scaled to the roof. Just like the barracks, the tiles were old, easy enough to shift. I made my way along the upper floor and down the spiral stair to the entry hall, bathed in gloom. Looking to the Scarlet Foundry's doors, I wondered how many vampires lay within there now, chained to that damnable machine to fuel our sacrament. But then, in the forge behind me, I heard a thump, followed by a painful cry. Wondering if devilry was afoot, I took a silver steel blade from the wall and crept across the foyer. Oaken shelves were lined with tools, stacked with barrels of black Ignis. The forge beyond was kept warm by the embers, the smell of coal and sweat reminding me of my stepfather's house in Lawson. 4 great furnaces burned within, still aglow from the day's works. I heard another gasp, a crash, a strangled hiss, what sounded like men fighting. And stealing toward the noise, I finally found Aaron and Baptiste Saismael, the handsome young smithy of Saint-Michon, moving together in the glow of dying flames. But they weren't fighting, I realized. They were kissing. I could scarce believe what I was seeing. Aaron's hands were in Baptiste's breeches, kneading and stroking, the smith groaning all the way from his heart. They moaned into each other's mouths, hungry as starving wolves. As I watched, Aaron shoved Baptiste backward, the pair colliding with the stone wall. They were heedless of all but each other, lost in passion, Too much body and not enough hands. I'd never imagined a scene like this. Part of me appalled, part of me fascinated, watching them sway in the forge's light. Baptiste grabbed a fistful of Aaron's long blonde hair and slammed him backward against a stack of crates. Aaron's breath came ragged as Baptiste turned him about, fumbled with his belt. DeCoste's hands joined Baptiste's, tearing at his breeches, dragging them down. Baptiste hauled off his own tunic, dark skin gleaming in the ruddy light as he spat into his palm. Aaron lowered his head, dripping with sweat, spitting into his own hand. I knew what was coming then, and I decided I'd no right to see more of it. I backed away, silver steel in my now sweating palm. But, fool that I was, and not watching where I was going, I stumbled on a bucket of scrap iron. Grabbing it to stop the clamour, I cursed under my breath. And then I heard footsteps, rushing breath, and I was slammed backward into the wall so hard I saw fucking stars. "Treacherous bastard," Aaron hissed, pressing his forearm to my throat. "Get the fuck off me!" "What did you see, De Leon?" he demanded, pressing harder. "What did you see?" "Nothing," I gasped. It was foolishness and lies, and we both knew it. DeCoste's breeches were still loosed, his lips bruised red from Baptiste's mouth. My brother initiate was furious, just as he'd been in his stepfather's hall, afraid his whole world was unravelling before his eyes. I know what that feels like now. I can't fault him for hurting me, but back then I was enraged, and more, frightened. I was as big as DeCoste now, maybe even stronger. But with Baptiste beside him, they were 2 to my 1. I could see murder in Aaron's stare as he crushed his forearm to my throat, looking about to the hammers and anvils and any number of means by which a nosy lad could be ended quick and neat. Finally, his gaze settled on the silver steel I'd dropped as it struck me, gleaming in the forge light. He met my stare, his own sharpened by a predator's gleam. "Close your eyes." But a soft voice spoke then. "Aaron, let him go." "But he knows," DeCoste spat, turning to Baptiste. "He fucking saw." Running a hand over the tightly knotted braids on his scalp, the young black thumb heaved a sigh. He looked at the armory around him, back to the boy pinning me against the wall. "We both knew this couldn't last forever. We can fix this, we can—" "Silence him. Is that what you're thinking? Buy our safety with sin?" "It's no sin," Aaron spat, his face twisted. "You and I are no fucking sin." "But what you're thinking is, let him go, love." Baptiste shook his head. "Let him go." DeCoste turned back to me, fury in his eyes. But I could also see the beginnings of tears. For a moment he held on, squeezing tighter. But at last he stepped back. Gasping, I slithered down the wall, afraid, horrified, angry. These 2 were sworn members of a holy order of God, and they— "I locked the door," DeCoste whispered. "I locked it." Baptiste stepped up behind Aaron, pressed his lips to the boy's bare shoulder. DeCoste closed his eyes, cursed softly, and then Baptiste reached down to me. "Are you well, little lion?" I stared up at the smithy, at the small burn scars etched on his mahogany skin. There was no rage in his eyes. Sadness, maybe. Fear. I looked at the hand he offered. Broad and calloused like the man who called himself my papa. A blacksmith's hand. A genius's hand. A hand that had forged the blade that saved my life in Kost. I took it. We stood in uncomfortable silence, and I pawed at my bruised throat. Aaron looked chagrined, furious, but more than all, afraid. Baptiste met my eyes. "It would be unpleasant," he said, "if Abbot Khalid or Forge Master Argyle were to learn of this." I met the older lad's gaze. Unpleasant? We both knew that was a whisper telling tale of a hurricane. The one faith was no jest to the men within these walls. The scriptures were clear. The word of God himself, that God we'd all devoted our lives to. The testaments name it a sin, I said softly. The testaments also say it is God's place to judge, not man's. You're a brother of the Silver Order, Baptiste, I said, indignity rising. You swore the oath of Saint-Michel, obedience, fidelity, chastity. I swore to love no woman save the mother and maid, and to that I hold. Baptiste took Aaron's hand and squeezed it defiant. 'Tis no woman I love. Nor I, DeCoste replied softly. I looked into Aaron's eyes. This slick, high-born bastard who'd spat at me every chance he got. This brother I'd fought and bled beside. Then why stay here? Baptiste frowned. As you say, we are sworn to the Silver Order. But why risk it? Why remain in a place where discovery might cost your lives? Baptiste folded his arms and glowered. Because we are sworn to the Silver Order. The dark is rising, a dark that threatens all men, and we are men, Gabriel de Leon. So, we choose to stand against it. Aaron squeezed Baptiste's hand. Together. I remembered the tale Aaron had told me in his stepfather's hall, the lover that the Baron de Coste had beaten to death, and I realized that Sasha was a boy's name as well as a girl's. I understood now why Aaron stayed here despite his claims that all this would come to nothing. I understood now why he worked so hard to earn a place he seemed to have no real wanting of. And I understood, in some small way, the bravery it must have taken to remain within these walls. God only knows what Khalid and the others would do if they learned the truth. The vows of chastity that Silver Saint swore were to ensure we created no more pale-blood abominations like ourselves. But still, the testaments were clear. Aaron and Baptiste could have fled, gone to live in Achèvre or Augustin, where such a life would not be so scowled upon. But they chose to stand at the coalface and risk the flame, because despite it all, they believed that the dark must be fought. All my life I'd been raised to see the word of God as law. But I was a sinner myself, wasn't I? I'd broken the rules of Saint-Michel this very night. Astrid had broken the same in helping me, but through it, we'd found a way toward the truth of what I was. A meeting that, if Chloe were to be believed, was ordained by the Almighty himself. And I wondered then, could goodness come of sin? And if so, how could it be sin at all? What care I the life these two lived? The dead cared not for who we loved, nor creed, nor kin, nor any other measure. And if I were to risk all against them, I'd want the brothers beside me to be those who'd risk no less. Aaron de Coste and I weren't friends. At that moment I still doubted we ever would be. But we were brothers. And as the old truth goes, you can choose your friends, but never your famille. I'll not tell the abbot, I declared, nor Forge Master Argyle, nor Master Greyhand either. I'll not breathe a word. Aaron and Baptiste looked at each other, astonished, uncertain. Do you vow it? The smithy asked. I vow it, brother, I said, offering my hand. On my fucking life. Baptiste waited a heartbeat longer, then took my hand and pulled me into a fierce embrace. There were tears in the young smith's eyes, and even though he smiled, Aaron's eyes were also shining. He slapped my back, sighed as if exhaling the weight of the world. Merci, de Coste nodded. Merci, little lion. I nodded to him, matching his smile. As I said, I didn't know if he and I could ever be friends. But perhaps now we might be something more than two boys who spat and sniped at each other while the shadow around them grew ever deeper. You have a good heart, Gabriel de Leon, Baptiste told me. A lion's heart. I only shrugged. My brothers are the hill I die on. I took my leave, left the pair standing there etched in the light of the forges, and swift as I could, I stole back to barracks under cover of darkness. My mind was awash with all I'd done and seen that night. But one thought called louder than the others, more than the mystery of my heritage, of shifting friendships and new allies. a question burning brighter than that star falling from the black embrace of heaven. What is sin at all? Chapter 9. Dressed for War. Saint-Michon was busier than I'd ever seen. Silver Saints were being recalled from all over the realm for the defence of Avigbourg, and there were more than a dozen initiates bedding down in barracks now. Big Theo Petit, with his sandy hair and shoulders like an ox. Fincher, with his mismatched eyes and carving fork under his pillow. Aaron's cronies, de Severin, Big, Mid, and Lil Philippe. All those high-born lads who'd made my life a misery the last fucking year. Most didn't know what to make of me now. I was still a frail blood, the lowest of the low in a room full of Divock, Ilon, Chastain, Voss. But they'd all heard of our battle with the Wraith in Red. And the first time de Severin called me peasant, Aaron lifted his head from the book of vows he was studying, his voice velvet soft. Leave him be, Sev. What? The big lad scoffed. This low-born boy lover. He's lucky I... Safe. Aaron locked eyes with his fellow noble son. Leave him be. 3 days later it was Famdi, the day before Priadi. And as the bells rang out the dawn, I found myself already awake. Tomorrow would be a landmark day. Empress Isabella was due to arrive at the head of her husband's army, and Aaron was to be inducted as a full-fledged Silver Saint. But today was special for me. I'd survived my first hunt, and at last was to be gifted the next piece of my aegis under the needles of the Silver Sorority. As I entered the cathedral with Ducoste beside me, I saw a familiar figure among the sisters at the altar. Looking through her lace veil, I saw a beauty spot beside quirked lips, and pride in dark shining eyes. I didn't even glance at Astrid as they bowed me down, dared not give away a breath of the secrets we shared. But still I could feel her beside me, smell the rosewater and silver bell in her hair. After 12 hours under her needles, wrapped in incense and choir's hymn, I was near delirious with pain. But I couldn't complain. Aaron was having his entire back inked before the taking of his vows. He'd already suffered 3 days under Prioress Charlotte's needles, but now the piece was almost complete. A beautiful portrait of the Redeemer, surrounded by angels of the host. I watched Prioress Charlotte work, thinking on what Astrid had said about the role women played in Saint-Michon, how little power they actually wielded. There were a dozen sisters about us, singing exaltations or wiping off blood or mixing silver and ink. Who sang exaltations for them? What design did you choose, de Lyon? Jean-François asked. Gabriel pulled up the sleeve on his left arm. Atop his hand was a wreath of roses. For the perfume of her hair, he explained. His forearm was marred by scar tissue, rends and tears etched in his skin. But under the scars on his inside forearm, armour-clad, beautiful and bright, her wings outspread like burning silver ribbons. Irena, the historian nodded, angel of hope. Such was the gift Astrid Renier had given me. And when the deed was done, staring at that silver poetry she'd written on my flesh, I couldn't help but voice the thought. You do beautiful work, Sister Novice. The work we do is Almighty God's initiate, Prioress Charlotte replied, still bent over Aaron's bleeding back. You, I, all of us are merely his instruments upon this earth. Varys, Prioress. But the Order could not serve without the sisterhood. Without the silver in our skin, we'd be prey for the dark. So I, for one, am grateful for all you do. I looked around the gathering, bowed low. Merci, sisters. To you all. We are nothing without you. Astrid smiled at me then, swift and secret. The look old Charlotte gave me made me wonder if any Silver Saint had ever actually said that to her before. The scars on her face twisted in an almost smile, but clearing her throat she returned to her work. You are welcome,
Initiate de Lyon.
I stayed with Aaron while Charlotte put on the finishing touches. The poor bastard looked like he was hanging on by the skin of his teeth. But finally, the prioress leaned back, looking over the tattoo with a critical eye. It was a stunning piece, the Redeemer's stare seeming to burn upon Aaron's skin, candlelight setting the silver aglow.
Veris, she murmured. Veris,
came the reply from the sisters around us. I helped Aaron to his feet as he blinked like a newborn.
All right, brother. I need a drink, he declared with shaking voice. A very large, a very strong drink.
I laughed, easing my tunic over my own wounded skin. And with a bow to the sisters, a glance to Astrid, we left the cathedral. It was snowing outside, and after the burning pain of the needle, the chill seemed a godly blessing. As we walked toward the refectory, my eyes drifted northward. I admit I was jealous that Aaron was to swear his vows tomorrow, that he'd fight at Avingborg as a full-fledged silver saint. But I also knew he'd earned it. I'm happy for you, de Coste, truly. He looked at me sidelong, words clearly fighting behind his teeth.
I owe you a debt, de Lyon. And an apology.
I shook my head.
You saved my skin and Coste just as I saved yours. There's no... I'm not talking about Coste, he said, lowering his voice. I'm talking about Baptiste and me. I misjudged you, and I mistreated you. Frail blood or no, peasant born or no. You are my brother, de Lyon, and I ask your forgiveness.
He offered his hand and I grasped it tight.
Given. Gladly.
Aaron nodded, jaw clenched. I knew 3 days under the needle had him feeling raw. Your walls are thin after an ordeal like that, and the person you are beneath can easily leak through. But I was still surprised to see tears in his eyes.
What Law said to us on the bridge? About Sasha. It doesn't matter, Aaron. Whatever you did as a boy, you're him no longer. Your past is stone, but your future is clay. And you decide the shape of the life you'll make.
He nodded, poured his eyes.
I never thought I'd hear myself say it. But I'll be glad to have you beside me at Avingborg, de Lyon.
Beside you? I scoffed, patting the sword at my belt. Brother, I'm going to be in front of you. I've got more ink to earn, and Lionclaw is thirsty.
You're still an idiot, de Lyon, and it's going to get you killed.
Aaron shook his head and smiled.
But when you die, you'll die righteous.
But not tonight, I grinned.
Come, let's get you that drink.
I slapped him on the back without thinking, and he cried out in agony. I gasped apology, but not quick enough, and de Coste punched me in my left arm, sending a wave of flame up my shoulder. We fell to wrestling for a moment, exchanging friendly blows before falling off, laughing. And side by side, we walked into the refectory. A rousing cheer greeted us as we entered, the assembled silver saints and initiates clunking tankards on tabletops. It wasn't often a new member was set to be sworn into the order, nor so many of us assembled in Saint-Michel at one time. Older saints offered Aaron congratulations. Younger bucks gathered to get a glimpse of his new ink. Frere Alonso was playing a merry tune on a set of pipes. Abbot Khalid accompanied him on a beautiful bloodwood lute, with Forgemaster Argyle leading the song in his rich baritone. And though Greyhand was conspicuously absent, Seraph Talon was thumping the table with his ashwood switch, keeping time. He even smiled at us as we entered. Baptiste had saved us seats at table, beckoning us over. As we sat, the young smithy pushed a cup of vodka my way. But, as ever, I demurred.
Not for me, brother, merci.
Oh, come on, the Black Thumb insisted.
Put hairs on your chest. And it's not every day we see a new member of the Order ascend. One drink won't kill you.
He has his reasons, de Coste spoke soft, taking the cup away.
Leave it, eh?
I looked between Aaron and Baptiste, the brothers around me. The fires were warm and the smiles wide, and I knew a night like this came not often to walls like these. I'd grown up the son of a drunkard, but in truth, I wasn't even Rafael Castilla's son, and the curse my true father had given me wouldn't be ignited by a mouthful of spirits. "One drink," I declared, reaching for the cup Baptiste had poured. "Won't kill me?" Baptiste cheered, and I raised the cup to Aaron. But before I could offer a toast, there came a loud thumping from the head table. Fra Alonso stilled his music, all eyes turning toward Abbot Khalid. The big Sudemi was on his feet, smiling. "Tomorrow, we welcome a full-fledged brother to the Odo Agent." Roars rang around the room as Khalid continued. "Then, we march to Avignon among the Emperor's armies, there to lay the forever king to rest. I know each of you shall acquit yourselves with strength undying and faith unquenchable, and prove Saint Michon worthy of our Empress's patronage. But for now, let us toast our new brother and know glory in the light of the Almighty's love." Khalid raised his cup to Aaron. "Santé, Aaron de Coste. May the dark know your name and despair." "Santé," came the roar, Aaron grinning like a child at firstmas. We feasted into the night, and when Baptiste poured me another cup, I didn't turn it away. The drink was fine and the company grand, and I floated around, listening to the older saints tell stories of dark and blood and silver. I felt the love of God among that fellowship. I felt, for perhaps the first time in my life, I was finally where I belonged. It was then we heard horns in the Mare Valley, bringing stillness to the hall. A few moments later, the cathedral bells sang out in answer, echoing across the monastery. "She's early," Baptiste murmured. "Empress Isabella," I realized. The brothers and initiates rose as one, bustling out of the refectory. The honor that the Empress did us was lost on nobody, and all wanted to bear witness to her arrival, see the army she'd brought to Saint Michon. Gathering on the cathedral walkway, we heard them in the dark, tromping feet and steel on steel, a great multitude in the night-black valley below. We could see thousands of torches, illuminating thousands of yellow tabards, bearing the unicorn of Alexandre III, a host the likes of which I'd never seen. "Now there's a faucon sight," Fincher sighed. De Séverin nodded. "On golden banners, salvation comes." "Brothers," Khalid called, "prepare yourselves for Her Majesty's arrival. Then assemble in the great library. Seraph Talon, Prioress Charlotte, with me." With some a little worse for drink, the brethren obeyed, the feast abandoned. Within the half hour we were mustered in the library, lined up with boots polished and silver steel gleaming. The sorority was assembled also, sisters in their blacks, novices in white. I saw Astrid among them, lips pinched tight. Chloe stood beside her, nodding once to me, but looking about I still saw no sign of Master Greyhand anywhere. The books stretched high above us, the great map of the realm at our feet. Archivist Adamo had arrayed wooden figures across the floor, representing the armies of the Forever King, the defenders of Avignon, and the great host mustering below. The impending battle was now on everyone's mind, and talk of it rippled among the gathering. But we fell silent as Abbot Khalid entered, marching swift to the front of the library, Talon and Charlotte beside him. A brisk young man in courtly yellow satin entered and beat a poleaxe upon the boards 3 times. "Her Imperial Majesty, Isabella, first of her name, beloved bride of Alexandre III, protector of God's holy church, sword of the faith, and emperor of all Elidain." Gabriel shook his head. I'd never seen royalty. The way Astrid told it, Alexandre's court was a cesspit, filled with debauchery and corruption. I'd not have been surprised if the Empress was a serpent in a dress of human skin. But the woman who swept into the library was nothing close. First, I was astonished at how young she was. Emperor Alexandre was in his middle 40s, but his bride must have been 20 years younger, only a few years older than Astrid, really. She was beautiful, to be sure, long-limbed and graceful, with auburn hair styled atop her head in the seeming of a crown. But beauty was to be expected in an empress. What I didn't count on was her manner of dress. For though she wore a gown of royal yellow, crushed velvet rippling to the ground in waves, she was also clad in a breastplate of polished silver, and she wore a sword at her side. The weapon was more decorative than deadly, but her message was plain. Our empress had come to Saint-Michon dressed for war. She was surrounded by men and maids-at-arms, clad in the sunflower yellow tabards of the emperor. On Isabella's brow sat a circlet of diamonds, and as she took her place at the front of the room, she looked over us with regal pride. "Our road has been long," she said, her voice low and sweet, "but our heart could not be filled with more joy to find so fine a company at the end of it. Deep is the faith we have bestowed upon your abbot, and we see it has not been misplaced. For in each of you, we see a hope that shines with the light of all God's grace, and through you shall this land be redeemed from encroaching night. You have our thanks, and more, you have our love." Isabella gazed about the room, and you could have heard tears falling from an angel's eyes in that stillness. "We salute you, Silver Saints. May God bless you and keep you safe from all harm." "3 cheers for Her Imperial Majesty," Seraph Talon cried. A roar echoed in the library, louder than I'd ever heard. Isabella had spoken for all of a minute, and I swear God half the men in that hall were in love with her. If she had bid us fly to Verlaine and throw ourselves at the Forever King with naught but empty fists, we'd have leapt from the walls with smiles on our faces. "Attend now, brothers," Khalid said, his voice like iron. Silence fell then. The assembled saints and initiates, the silver sisters who lurked like shadows, all watched as the abbot walked along the peaks of the Godsend Mountains. Raisa, angel of justice, and Raphael, angel of wisdom. Sarai, angel of plagues, and Sanael, angel of blood. All fell beneath his silver heels as he walked the length of the realm, arriving finally at Avimborg. The city fort sat at the northern end of the spine, barring the way into Nordland, surrounded by wooden soldiers. All royal garrisons along the Godsend are now emptied and marching north to reinforce Avimborg. A snowstorm has fallen across Talhost, too bleak and dark to see through, even with the eyes we command. Some dark witchery is at work, obscuring Voss's host. Still, we have no doubts the Endless Legion is on the move. "How many do they number, Abbot?" Fra Alonso asked. 10,000 at least. Alonso squared his shoulders. He was a mighty man, Nordland bred, with a great black beard and mane of long hair. "Forgive me, Abbot, my empress, but we are hunters, not soldiers. What good will our number be against so vast a host?" "None whatsoever, good Frere," Isabella replied. "Those brave soldiers below, and already manning the walls at Avimborg, will bear the brunt of the legion's hunger." "We are a knife, brothers," Khalid said, "not a sledgehammer. But a creature so ancient as Fabian Voss does not risk himself in the vanguard. Not with 10,000 corpses to throw first. Like all those who fear death, the forever king leads from the rear." The empress nodded. "And while Voss hurls his host at the city's defences, this silvered company will sail around the mouth of the Sergeant, hit from behind Voss's lines in the light of the dawn, and with all God's grace strike the hollow crown from his head." "An ambush," Alonso nodded. "An execution," Khalid said. "One upon which the Almighty himself shall smile." The abbot's words filled my belly with butterflies. I could see wisdom in the plan, a way our small brotherhood could still deal a deadly blow. The Forever King was oldest of his line, controlling his brood like a spider in the centre of a grand and rotten web. With his death, his legion would be thrown into disarray, at least temporarily. Easy pickings for the golden host. Slaying an ancien would be no small feat, but if we managed it, we could end the invasion at Avimborg's walls. I spoke up, unable to contain myself. When do we march, Abbot? Khalid's eyes met mine. You do not initiate. My belly dropped. For an awful moment I feared my conduct on the hunt had cost me my place among the chosen. But the abbot's gaze swept the initiates each in turn. None of you do. All initiates will remain in Saint-Michon. Lord Voss is still loose in the Nordland, and she will seek vengeance. It is unwise to leave this monastery unguarded. A murmur rippled among the initiates. This was the greatest battle of our age and we were being left behind. Any sensible lad would have kept his fucking mouth shut then, but with a few vodkas in me I was feeling less than sensible. Abbot, I mean no disrespect, but just a few nights ago you assured me we'd soon be called upon to defend God's church. Talon thwacked his switch on the floor. De Leon, shut your damned... Stay your anger, Seraph. Isabella regarded me, gaze roaming boots to brow. De Leon, you were part of that brave company which uncovered the Forever King's plan. 1 of 4, Majesty, I bowed, but I did my part. A lion, indeed. We understand your disappointment in remaining behind while others ride forth to fight. But there is no shame in tending home and hearth. No glory either, Majesty. We do not fight for glory, Initiate, Khalid growled. We fight for God. We fight to redeem ourselves from the sin of our birth. Mortal accolade is meaningless. When you stand before your Maker, he shall know the role you played in the Forever King's defeat. Presuming we defeat him. All eyes turned to the back of the hall. There, outlined against the night sky, stood Frere Greyhand. His jaw was unshaven, hair dishevelled, but fire burned in his remaining eye. The great doors swung shut behind him as he strode out onto the map of the realm. Presuming the Forever King lets us, he said. He will have little choice, brother, Khalid replied. We fight with God on our side. You're assuming we get to fight at all, Abbot. We have no eyes to see through this accursed storm. No word from our allies upon the winds. Greyhand reached into his coat with his one good hand, fetching a familiar piece of parchment. All we have to assure us Voss intends to crush Avimborg is a single scribble. Forgive us, Frere. Isabella eyed the invasion map Greyhand held. But is that not a scribble you yourself stole? After a battle that almost killed you and your apprentices? Your pardon, Majesty, but that's what's been vexing me. The almost. Greyhand closed his fingers about the map, tossed the crumpled scrap of parchment to the floor. The Wraith in red is a prince of forever. If she was scouting towns along the Godsend to prepare for her father's invasion, why leave a trail so easy for us to follow? She needs to feed, brother, Khalid said. And vampires are creatures of habit. You know this. Perhaps she did not realize we'd track her so swift. Perhaps, Greyhand nodded. But how is it 2 Silver Saints and 2 Initiates faced one of the most powerful vampires alive, and all lived to tell about it? I exchanged a glance with Aaron at that. Truth told, somewhere beneath the rush of our supposed victory, I'd wondered the same thing. You think she used us, Master? DeCoste asked. I think it's no wonder she took us for fools, Greyhand said, his one good eye fixed on mine. Given the way some of us acted that night. I lowered my gaze, cheeks burning. Empress Isabella spoke into the silence. You believe we are being misdirected, good Frere? I am certain of nothing, Majesty, save the love of Almighty God. But these creatures know their prey, and I fear we guard our throat, yet leave our belly exposed. Greyhand walked to the Godsend's southern edge, and there he stamped his heel on the city fort that guarded the other passage to the Nordland. Sharinfell, Khalid murmured. Perhaps Voss meant for us to intercept that message, Greyhound said. With this accursed storm, we've no way to be sure. But throwing all we have to defend Avingborg sits ill with me, Khalid. Something about